Oh, damn. I was talking all that time and y'all didn't hear me? I was talking all that time and y'all didn't hear me. I'm tripping. Can y'all hear me now? Press 1 if y'all can hear me. There you go. Hey, Siobhan, you got me in a singing mood. Remember that Johnny Gill song? And here I come, here I come, here I come. That was my theme song when I was talking to this Leo dude. I used to play that Johnny Gill song a lot. Because, I don't know. So, I know what it was. Because the Leo dude had a deep voice and Johnny Gill got a deep voice. And I was like, that's all fit. So every time I'm dealing with a dude, I usually have a theme song that matches him. Now, I've never been with a Scorpio dude, like Scorpio sun, like in a serious relationship. But I have been with a Sagittarius dude with a Scorpio stellium. So I do know a little bit about how they can get down. Oh, thank you, Cherry Bell. But yeah, there you go. I was talking for like what? I was talking for like a good 5 minutes. Yes, Johnny. So now I got to shout all y'all out again because I was shouting y'all out. Thank you, Justin. So, because Justin was like, am I on or am I here? So we got Danny in the house. We got Red Bunny, Diggable Planet. We got Angela. You didn't miss nothing because I just turned my audio on. We got Sarah up in here, Diggable Planet. Angela, Diggable Planet. Ellie said, I love Scorpio men. Hey. Siobhan, Diggable Planet and moderator. Dr. Ken, Diggable Planet. We got Solar Lioness up in here. Cherry Bell. Let's see. Creative Goddess. Dr. Ken. I already said Willow. What's up? DJ Destiny. We got the light up in here. Nikki Nick. Diana. Miss T. Andre. What's up? Oro. What's up? Another Diggable Planet. We got Undercover Astrology up in here. Bobby, I think I shouted you out. Let me see who else we got. But happy birthday to all the Scorpios. Happy birthday. And y'all in for a special treat because Mars is in Scorpio as well. So that's like extra power. So this is a really good time to really amp it up in terms of what you're going after, what you're trying to pursue. You know, you could get that second wind around this time. You could like get in that zone. Hey, King of Wands, how you doing? Hey, Diana. Starlust. I don't know if you heard me say, but I was like, oh, your Scorpio moon is excited. I was like, your name get me excited. That's Starlust. Can I get some Starlust? That sounds like the name of a song. Starlust. Some disco song. All right. But what's been going on in the news, y'all? Angela said, been feeling great this Scorpio season. I have too. Now, you know, it only recently got underway, so we still got some time for the Scorpio energy to unfold. But I hope everybody prospers during this Scorpio season. And did y'all hear me when I was talking about holding it down? About how Scorpio can hold it down for people. And that's one of the things I'm going to be discussing with this whole Broderick situation. Yeah, we're going to talk about Joe Budden. We can open up with him. Now, the thing is, did he really come out, or people are saying he was being taken out of context, that he was talking about the baby? I know it got you motivated, Justin, because that's you all day. And you're just motivated anyway. I mean, I envy you for real. Well, people are saying he came out because he was quoted as saying, I like men and women. Didn't he say something like that? And then he said, I'm bisexual. But he was basically trying to say that he was basically saying that's what the baby would say in order to get some deals or something like that. Now, you know, there's a so-called thing called the Freudian slip. And you know, when some people say joking, you know, it could be maybe it really is some truth. I'll just tell you, I always thought that Joe Budden swung both ways. And I'm like, hey, if he does, he does. I feel like a lot of dudes in this hip hop industry swing both ways, but they just keep it undercover. And I feel like that's part of the whole allure. Think about it. I think a lot of these men, like, just, especially nowadays, they just choose not to come out the closet because that's part of the allure. That's part of the mystique. Like, that's part of the whole, that's part of what gets them going. Like, having an eye contact with some dude across the room. And, like, only y'all know this secret between the two of y'all and stuff like that. But then you got some people that it does start to really wear on them and it starts to beg to come out. And Joe Budden being a Virgo, a lot of times Virgo can't keep quiet about stuff. And a lot of times Virgo does want to live a life that's pretty much, this is who I am on a daily basis. They don't really like to have to hide who they are. So I don't know. Maybe that is his way of kind of stepping out, putting like one toe out the closet right now. Maybe this is his way of trying to remain relevant because he does seem like he's starved for attention. He does seem like he has something to prove. And he just seems like he is just he just looks like he got a bad attitude. And somebody did say he hates women, and that's what I get from him too. Siobhan, I feel the same way. I feel like he was kind of like, hey, thank you for being a new member of Diggable Planets Florida, because you cool like that. Thank you so much. We got a new Diggable Planet up in the house. But yeah, I feel the same way, Siobhan, that he was low-key shooting his shot. And again, for some people, this is why some people cheat and they can't stop cheating. It's not that they just want some strange. It's about they get off on the whole allure of sneaking around, of doing something that's taboo. And it is Scorpio season, and Scorpio rules taboos. And Scorpios can be experts at cheating. Not saying that all Scorpios are cheaters and that they're all prone to infidelity, but there's some of the more common in terms of infidelity. And it's not just about, oh, I got to deal with this other person. I got to have sex with this other person. A lot of times it's about like they get off on the whole sneaking around thing and doing something that's forbidden or that forbidden love. And like the whole, the danger of getting caught and all that stuff. So yeah, I think some guys, they prefer to stay in the closet, and also they don't want to mess up their chances with women. The older I get, the more I really believe that a lot more men are bisexual than we really believe. But that's okay if that's what they want to do. But I just don't like how these men are keeping it from women, and that can put them at risk. That's what I don't like. But I'm like, hey, that's the way you want to swing, fine, but just be true to yourself. Andre said, recently met a Scorpio friend, and the thing I noticed is that they're very private. Yes, but they will be, trying to get as much information out of you as they can. That's the part about Scorpio that can be kind of messed up. And I always say Scorpio is always about power. I don't care, even if you're dealing with the nice ones. It's always about some exchange of power. And they are usually the ones that want to be walking away with more power. Unless you're really dealing with one of those passive, because you also got the really passive, dependent Scorpios that really don't do nothing with their life. We could get into them too. But you do got a lot of Scorpios that are really like dynamos. Like they be grinding, like they be doing the damn thing and achieving what they want to achieve. That's one of the things I love about them. They are like, they go hard when it comes to going after what they want. That's what I like. But then y'all Scorpios, y'all be getting too damn involved with shit. That's the problem. And again, that's going to bring me to this whole Betty Broderick situation. I feel like getting right into her story right now. Y'all don't mind if I get right into her story right now? Because I saw the movie A Woman Scorned. That's part one. And then her final fury is part two. That's the first made for TV movie based upon this Betty and Dan Broderick situation. And it's an excellent, excellent movie. And I've seen this movie several times. I even watched it this week, and it was good. Meredith Baxter Burney, the chick that used to play the mother on Family Ties, she plays Betty Broderick. She did one hell of a job. Somehow you want me to talk about Phaedra Parks? Is she in the news again? Danny, don't even get me started, because I understand Betty too. I would never do what she did. And that's the interesting thing. This time around, when I watched that movie, I could really sympathize with Betty more this time. And it's because I'm older. Watching it when I was younger, I was like still this time around, I'm like, Betty crazy as shit. Betty need to be knocked out. Betty, like Betty evil. But this time around, it was like looking at it through Betty's lens. I could kind of see how she could be, and I'll say this, I could see how she could be driven to the point of where she was driven, considering what's in her chart. That's what it is. Of course, you have to have it in you to do something like that, and it's evident when you look at her chart, which just tells you, if you know what's in a person's chart. Hey, Courtney. Yes, I love the Betty Broderick story too. If you know what's in a person's chart, if you know astrology enough to know what a person is capable of by looking at aspects in their chart, placements in their chart, then you should know, okay, I'm only going to push this person so far. The problem is a lot of people don't believe in astrology, or they believe in astrology, but it's only on a surface level. So they'll never get to the point where they're analyzing somebody's chart and they're saying, okay, I see all this. But with that being said, if you've been with somebody, at least I'll say for a year, I'm going to give it 2 years. If you've been with somebody for 2 years, and I mean like dealing with them on a regular, where you really get to see their highs and lows and their good days and their bad days, then you start to become familiar with their trigger points, and you start to get into your head like what this person could be capable of. So my thing is, Dan Broderick knew what type of woman that he was dealing with. He saw over and over again what Betty was capable of. Maybe not to the point where she could actually kill him. Maybe he didn't go that far, but he knew the bitch was crazy. And my thing is, but again, it has me torn. And this is my Venus and Libra. This shit has me really torn, because while he saw the red flags and shit, how do you break up with somebody like Betty Broderick in a peaceful way? Hello. How do you break up? And especially once I get into her chart, I want y'all to tell me with what she's working with, how do you break up with somebody like her and come out of it clean? And granted, I look at Dan Broderick as low down, ain't shit, dirty. He was a user. Basically, he used Betty to come up and discarded her, because he's a dark side. Like, basically, they was two dark-sided Scorpios married. Two dark-sided Scorpios being together. I'm not surprised that one of them ended up dead. But again, how do you break up with somebody? Especially, it's not like Dan was just her boyfriend for a couple of years. But even that, she might have, went crazy on him. But she put in so much in that marriage. If you know this story, just watch that movie. It's called A Woman Scorned, the Betty Broderick story. And then part 2 is her final fury. Part 1 is all you need to see. Part 1 is the best. Forget about this dirty Dan. Because nowadays they water shit down, or they make shit so sensational and shit. Watch that made for TV movie. I'm probably going to show it in my Patreon. I've been wanting to show it and just do my commentary. But Betty Broderick is somebody that, because she's a Scorpio, she don't give 50%. She gives 110%, or maybe even 150%. She goes hard. She goes all the way. She puts her all into it. She became too involved in Dan's life. And then when you take all that away, and like she invested so much and she held him down. And when she held him down for that number of years while he was in medical school and law school, because this man, first he wanted to be a doctor, and then he turned around and was like, nah, I'm going to be a doctor and a lawyer. And then he went to law school while Betty Broderick was holding the family down and working. And he was just in school. So you can't do something like betray a Scorpio like that after they put in years of service to you. And this woman had a Virgo moon, so you know she was dedicated. She was that helpmate. She was that dutiful wife, at least in the beginning. She held them down. Right, Angela? So again, maybe a woman of another sign would have been all right. But we talk about a woman that's a Scorpio, born November 7th. Hold on, let me pull up a picture of her right now. We're going to pull up a picture of them as a couple first. And just looking at Dan, you could tell something was wrong with him. Like, he got that hungry look in his eye, and he definitely did. He had this strong hunger for power. He was very power hungry. And he used Betty to come up. So again, you can't do that to a woman that has a 7 birth number, which means that she's very devoted when she wants to be. She's going to make sacrifices. But this can also deal with where you have to deal with lies, deception. But it can also cause her to be delusional. It could cause her to lose her damn mind. That 7 energy. She could totally be in some crazy world of her own imagination in terms of what she feels is justified. Her life path number is 12. That breaks down to 3, of course. But 12 is the number of sacrifice and victim. 12 and 3 is also dealing with justice. So that could point to her being connected with the legal field through Dan, who was a big shot attorney. He even became president of the San Diego Bar Association. Also, that 12 and 3, that could deal with a life of excess, or where she goes overboard. It just goes overboard the general legal system, like I said. Now, Betty had a murderous aspect in her chart. And this is what I mean. Once you get to know somebody's chart and you know what they're capable of, like somebody having Mars conjunct Pluto in Leo, mind you. Hello. Oh, God. Don't even get me started. Because Mars and Leo women, they're some of the worst. They are some of the most violent women, especially towards men. And sometimes towards children as well. But Mars and Leo, and of course, I always have to make this disclaimer because we have some people in here that just don't get it, that I'm not talking about everybody with Mars and Leo. Of course, I'm not talking about everybody with Mars and Leo. But when we're talking about bad women, misbehaving women, Mars and Leo women are some of the worst. When we're talking about dark-sided women, they will try to whoop a man's ass. And she had Mars conjunct Pluto in Leo. That's a bitch that'll try to murder a man. So to all y'all men out here, you see a woman that got this aspect in her chart, you better think twice before you fuck around with her heart and her mind. Because that just may be how you pay back your own karmic debt. So to make matters worse, Betty had Mars conjunct Pluto squaring her sun. So her Scorpio sun was squaring Mars and Pluto in Leo. That right there is a philandering husband or a cheating husband, which triggers her to go on the rampage, to become very vengeful and murderous, and to even use her children as a weapon. Mars and Leo period could use their children as a weapon. If you don't use your children as a weapon, you might have to, if you don't use your children as a weapon, you might have to fight for your children. You might have to fight to see your children. And that's what she did too. She even went through that, the custody battle and all that. But we'll get to more of that. She also had the Punisher aspect in her chart. So she had Mars conjunct Saturn. So that makes her a Punisher. That also makes her very much about status, very much about climbing to the top. But you also got to think about that deals with the type of man she's with too. So Mars conjunct Saturn, that's a man that wants to climb to the top. Is very much concerned about status, but it's also very controlling. Mars conjunct Pluto in the terms of the type of man she attracts, that's a man that's power hungry, that has this strong drive for power, has this strong drive to be significant and to be a leader. And he was president of the San Diego Bar Association. He wants to be someone influential, someone of prominence. And he was all of that. But you know, sometimes that stuff comes at a price. A lot of times those highly ambitious men are narcissistic. A lot of times those men that gotta have it all, the wife they got ain't enough. A lot of times the men that don't have shit, the wife they have ain't enough. So what would you think about a high-powered man? So this is where I put it in Betty's hands, or I put it to Betty now, because both of these motherfuckers were just fucked up. Both of them. And I think both of them had some narcissism in them. Now Betty, especially being a Scorpio, she should have known better. She should have known the game, how the game works. You dealing with your man, he a high-powered attorney, he president of the San Diego Bar Association, and you don't think he's going to get some little young secretary and make her his wife, or at least his side chick? You don't think, like, and the thing is, one of her friends even came to her and was like, George left me for a young girl. Like, one of her friends even went through it. And somehow Betty is shocked. So that's another thing. Both sides are responsible for this shit. Both parties should have knew better. Because again, a lot of times with these relationships, people are looking out for themselves. And that's how it was with this situation. Even Betty being the supportive partner, being this dutiful wife, holding it down for Dan, at the end of the day, this was for herself. Because she was trying to get that power herself, being a Scorpio. Now, here's another problem she got. She don't just have her sun in Scorpio, but she also has Scorpio South Node, which is the underlying reason why. Let me pull up her chart now that y'all seen these two. Thank you, Florida. I'll get to your super chat in a minute. Let me pull up Betty's chart. Because again, we're going to get these two out the way now. Unfortunately, I don't have the birth times for these two, but you can still glean a lot of information just by looking at the aspects and the planets and the signs. Because when it comes to Scorpio doing dark deeds, like, come on, they're some of the darkest. Let's be real. Scorpio is the sign of murder. And again, don't think you're going to play a Scorpio and come out of it clean. A lot of times that ain't going to happen. Oh, thank you so much, Tristan. Thank you. You are so welcome. I enjoy doing what I do. I really do. But yeah, that Scorpio South Node could join to her sun. That's somebody that can easily go off on the deep end. Scorpio is also the sign of psychosis. And Betty Broderick did have some psychotic episodes. That's why you don't fuck around with Scorpio in terms of doing them dirty. Some of them will freaking go psycho on you. It's no joke. So again, once you know the beast, once you understand the beast, you could kill the beast, so to speak. But I'll say you should know your limits when dealing with these people of any sign. Just know what they're capable of. And somebody with Sun conjunct South Node in Scorpio, that's somebody at number one. That's representing how she was very much involved in Dan's life. She became too bonded to him. And that just shows that they lived a past life together and came back in this life and basically had to hash things out. And what's basically with him being a Scorpio, his sun is conjoined to her South Node. So that is echoed in her natal chart. So again, her sun is conjoined to her South Node, and Dan's sun is conjoined to her South Node as well. But it's even closer. Now, that is just pointing to the infidelity, the abuse, her vengefulness that he's triggering, the jealousy that he's triggering, her becoming obsessed, murderous, the death theme, and then Sun conjunct South Node can also point to the custody issues involving the children. Now, she also had, remember I said that Mars conjunct Saturn is pointing to her having that, being a punisher. Saturn is opposing Tisiphone, which is an asteroid that can represent harsh judgment, severe punishment. So this chick wasn't playing around. She was out to get him. Her Saturn was conjoined to Arachne, and with her Saturn in Leo, that can represent her basically using her children as a way to kind of hem Dan up. Because what she did was, once they split up, she had the kids. And then she started dropping the kids off one by one so he would be forced to take them in. She basically left those kids off at the door. Again, she was setting out to punish his ass. So Mars could join the Saturn with Saturn opposing Tisiphone. But that also points to her being punished through the court of law for what she did. But again, that underlying reason goes back to that Scorpio South Node. She also had the South Node conjoined to Venus, even though that's dissociative, but that's just pointed to the other woman, and also her spouse being a prominent attorney. South Node squaring Mars and Saturn in Leo. Husband's work hours makes her suspicious, you could say, because Mars can join the Saturn in a woman's chart that could deal with where her man is always working. Remember I said that could deal with her man is about status. He's about making it to the top. He's about climbing that ladder to success. So that could deal with a man that's always working. And maybe he's working a bit too much. And now that Scorpio South Node is being triggered. It's making her suspicious. Then when she finds out, oh, that's another thing. Boom, boom, boom. Her Mars conjunct Saturn in Leo too, representing Dan. That's representing him going after youth. Him going after that young chick, because Linda was 19 when he met her. And they were already in their 40s, I believe. So that's pointing to the youthfulness too that he was going after. And I remember in the movie, she first saw what was going down when they had some work-related party, or Dan had some party, and that Linda was there. And this was the first time Dan saw Linda. And he was like, oh, who's that? To his friend. And Betty overheard him. And she was like, I never saw him, swoon over a woman like that. And she immediately knew something was up. Like she felt it. And that right there, that's that Mars conjunct Saturn in Leo, squaring her Scorpio South Node. That's like how it all popped off. But then later on, once she finds out that he is involved with his secretary, this same square is pointing to her attempts to tarnish his reputation. Because she brought it out into the street. She got real crazy with it. And she was fighting him like on the front lawn. Lawn. One time she burned his clothes on the front lawn. She was like, liar, liar, pants on fire. Wait a minute. What aspect deals with that? Hold on. I wrote that down. Where was it? it's an aspect in her chart that points to her saying liar, liar. Oh, there it is. Wait a minute. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Because that's what she said before she torched his clothes. Oh, that's the in their Sinistry. Hold on. I was like, that's when she said liar, liar, pants on fire. Something with his neck. Okay, yeah. Dan's Neptune in Libra semi-square her Mars in Leo. That's when she was like, liar, liar, pants on fire. Because that's when she went to his job on his birthday. She was going to take him to lunch on his birthday. She gets to his office. She's seeing this, like, these streamers and balloons and all these birthday decorations and shit. And the secretary is all like, can I help you, miss? And she's like, is Dan in there? And she was like, and who are you? She was like, I'm his wife. And then she's like, well, Dan's not here. He's out with Linda. He went to lunch with Linda. And that really popped shit off. So when Dan came home, he had the nerve to come home late at night on his birthday. And that's when she had his pile of clothes in the lawn. And she was asking him, she was like, where were you? And he was lying through his teeth. And she was like, you're messing around with that woman, aren't you? And she was like, you're messing around with that little, she kept on like talking about how young she is. And he was like, I'm not doing anything. Of course, you know how these men lie. They try to come across as real convincing. And that's when she had that lighter fluid. And then she torched those clothes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So she was showing out as soon as she found out that he was cheating. And again, that's where men go wrong. See, it's bad enough that you cheat. But then when you lie and the cheating's obvious, that makes people go crazy. And I'm not saying a person's directly responsible for another person's reaction. But again, you should know that certain behaviors and the way you treat people could provoke somebody to do something that could harm you or them or somebody else. So why even take that chance? But again, some people are so ruled by their lust and so much into, getting what they got to get, even if it's at the expense of their marriage or just somebody's heart, so be it. But then you see in this situation, because you're dealing with two dark-sided Scorpios, somebody ended up dead. Now, let me stop right here. I'm going to do these super chats, but I'm going to get back to Dan and Betty, because actually it's a lot that I got to cover, because I'm going to get deep into these people. All right, so Wilden Regal, thank you for your super chat. Florida, thank you for your super chat. You gave me a list of Scorpios. Tristan, thank you. All right. So Wilden Regal, you said this was my fave Snap episode. I know how it feels to hold a nigga down, only for him to give everything I work for to someone else. Free Betty. Damn. And one thing about Betty, which is so Scorpio, she don't have no remorse. Let me see what else y'all are saying. Hey, we got Tara in here. Yeah, I want to hear what Hello? I swear I didn't press mute. They did something's going on with my computer. It's probably Scorpio season doing it. It's weird. I've been having programs that shut down. Shit just went mute again. Well, no, the first time it was my fault. But this time I didn't press mute. It's these damn demons. It is Scorpio season. I was going to get into Scorpio and demons. But can y'all hear me now? I'm telling you, I did not press mute. And I don't even know what I was talking about. And I was just saying some deep shit too. And now I don't even feel like talking about it again. Wow. It's probably Dan trying to shut me up. Yeah, there's some demonic energy going around. It really is. Because like I said, I had my PowerPoint open. I'm trying to open a file, just closed right down. And then the same with my Word document. And I'm like, oh, okay, what the hell's going on? Yes, it's the Scorpio energy fucking with me. And I have Scorpio in the 10th house. 10th house, that's career. That's my business. So you fucking with my business. Okay. And it's funny because, no, I'm not really playing. For real. I've said this before. And I do have Saturn square my Scorpio midheaven. Saturn squaring Uranus and Scorpio. So when I tell you, like, sometimes I feel like a demon be fucking with me when I'm trying to do work or I'm trying to, like, do something serious. It do. I swear to God. Demons are everywhere. And look, I'm going to just take this segue real quick and talk about demons since y'all couldn't hear what I was saying. And I was saying some deep shit about Betty Broderick and Scorpio. But anyway, let's talk about this demon real quick. Because the psychosis. Oh, I was talking about psychosis. That's what I was talking about. Oh, I went silent before I read your super chat. Now I really got to back up. Thank you, Soul Lioness, for the super chat telling me no sound. And I'm telling you, I didn't do it. I didn't do that. But like I said, and I might sound crazy saying this, but I got Saturn squaring Uranus and Scorpio. And you know, Uranus rules technology. And I got Saturn squaring my Scorpio midheaven. And I tell you, sometimes I feel like some demonic spirit is fucking with me when I'm trying to do something. Or it could be, I might be saying some real profound shit. And just like I said, I was talking about some real profound shit because I was talking about psychosis. And I was like, Betty was going through bouts of psychosis. Like when she rammed her car through Dan's house. And when she shot them on that night, I was saying I feel like she was psychotic. And when she rammed her truck in his house, he did commit her to a psychiatric hospital and they held her for 72 hours. And then some people will be like, well, why don't they hold them longer? That's what people don't understand about psychosis. Psychosis comes and goes. For most people, I think, that are prone to psychosis, I think it's rare that you have somebody that is permanently psychotic all the time. And usually if they are, they're permanently locked up because you can't even trust this person around themselves. But psychosis comes and goes. And psychosis is a lot of times is triggered by an external event or by some type of abuse or some type of crazy situation. And I feel like that's what was going on with Betty. Like, you got what are called psychotic episodes. Now, again, this does not excuse her for what she did. But being psychotic can mean that you are not in your right mind. And it doesn't matter anymore about the consequences or even the justification. You're just being led by, I would like to call it a demon. You give yourself over to that demonic energy, that demon takes over, and you basically, and now you get caught up. Remember, I was talking about, some of y'all might remember when I was talking about drunk drivers, and I was talking about alcoholics and stuff. And I was talking about how it makes it easy for that demon to get inside you. And I said, why do alcoholics, or not even just alcoholics, people that are drunk, why is it that a lot of them want to get in a car and get behind the wheel? And why is it that they're able to make it onto the freeway? You know what I'm saying? it's basically, I said it's a demon that's guiding them, that's basically taking over the will. Yeah, alcohol, basically taking over the will. But there's different types of demons. Basically taking over the will, and next thing you know, you're fucked up, because a lot of times the drunk driver survives and then they end up killing somebody. So now they got to live with what they did, and they done took out somebody and caused all this pain and misery. So it's the same thing a lot of times when people become psychotic. This demon takes over because their mind goes in some dark place that's inaccessible to them. And now who's at the wheel? It's a demonic force. And Scorpio is a sign of the demonic realm. Scorpio is the sign of the astral realm. That is where demons hang out. It is what it is. You could even say, I'm gonna even take it a step further, because not all demons are bad. Not all demons are bent upon damage and destruction and death and all that type of stuff. You got some demons that are actually kind of on the light end, where they'll help you out, but not where they feel like it's their duty to help you out, if you get what I'm saying. And I feel like Scorpios have access to those positive demons, those demons that are going to help them out. I mean, come on. Scorpio's the sign of the marathon runner. Who the fuck do you think takes over? Like, come on now. What is a marathon? Like 26 miles? Or like Scorpio be doing like the triathlon and shit? Bruce Jenner with his, didn't he do the triathlon or something? And he's a Scorpio. Where's that extra energy coming? That demon take over. That's why some of them runners be shitting on themselves and they don't give a damn. Think about it. Those be some of the good demons, I guess you could say. But some of them could be dark demons too. These motherfuckers have their feet be busted up, all blistered up. They don't give a fuck. They just gotta run. They gotta run. They gotta get to the finish line. And some of them, they could be 20th in place, and they let me be 5th in place. I'm quitting. No, not a Scorpio. They're gonna keep running. I remember seeing this race of this woman, and she had to have sun in Scorpio. This bitch could barely even walk, and she was coming because she was so determined to finish this race. And they basically, like, she refused to let them like help her. And the way she was walking, it looked like she was going to be crippled for the rest of her life. But that's how Scorpio is. They will run themselves ragged. And sometimes you got to ask yourself, is it a demon that's taking over? Because you tearing your body up, you're tearing yourself up. Who's really at the wheel? And let's talk about how Scorpio is the sign of the cutter. It was a decathlon. Damn, 5 things. See what I mean? What about Scorpio being the cutter? Who really wants you to cut yourself? Think about it. Who really wants you to destroy yourself? Who's really motivating you to want to destroy somebody? Who's putting those dark thoughts in your head? Think about it. Yeah, Mars and Scorpio can be some of the worst. Look, if anybody got a kid that has Mars and Scorpio, you just got to watch them. First of all, they could get away with a lot of shit. You won't even know what the hell they doing, what they got going on. You have a 14-year-old Mars and Scorpio kid, they got $10,000 under their bed, and you don't even know how the fuck they got it. You don't even want to ask. I'm just saying, just watch these Mars and Scorpio kids in particular. Moon and Scorpio kids too. I would even say like the Scorpio sun kids, they're more trustworthy than your Moon and Scorpio and your Mars and Scorpio, even some of that Mercury and Scorpio, because that could produce a devious mind. Now, Betty Broderick, she had it real bad. So I didn't even get into the fact that she got Mercury conjunct Chiron in Scorpio. That's somebody that wants to put a hurting on you. Like, if you hurt me, I'm a hurt you more. And that's also, somebody that is going to inflict wounds upon somebody. Oh, who you talking about that refused to stop? Oh, you know the name of the person? Yeah, they be doing that. Like I said, Pisces Moon said there was a runner who pooped while running in a marathon. I told you. And again, you got to ask yourself, who takes over? Because when I'm firmly convinced when you like running for that many miles, like you out of your mind at that point. So who's really taking over? So again, some of these demons are very helpful and others are very destructive. So Scorpio has to tread that, tightrope or that fine line between the good demons and the bad demons, because some are going to help them and others are going to destroy them in some which way. And again, you might as well say all of them are in touch with them. It's just is what it is. It's the astral realm. And the sex goes hand in hand with it too. That's why a lot of Scorpios have that strong sexual urges, or they've had some crazy sexual experiences, or even sexual abuse and all that. That goes hand in hand with all that demonic energy as well. I'm not saying sex in and of itself is demonic, but you got a lot of demons, demonic forces that basically like to dominate people through sex, through their sexual urges. Because demons are like puppeteers. That's why I want to show The Shining for one of my watch parties on Patreon, because my patrons, y'all might never vote on The Shining, so I might have to force y'all to watch it, because there's this scene. Had to drink some more. There's a scene in The Shining where Jack Nicholson character, Jack Torrance, he's looking at this model of this maze from the Overlook Hotel. So there's this hedge. It's a maze that's made of these hedges. And it's a big ass maze in front of the Overlook Hotel. And some of y'all might be like, what the hell is she talking about? I'm talking about the movie The Shining, about the haunted hotel. Where there's a model of this maze inside the hotel on this table. So there's this scene where Jack Torrance is looking over at the maze, and he's looking down, and it's like he's looking at Wendy, his wife, and his little boy Danny, and they're walking through. This is when they're walking through the maze outside, actually, and it's like he's looking down on them. Yeah, remember that scene, Siobhan? Yeah, you feel me? You with me? I'm gonna get to y'all super chats in a minute. Thank you so much, Danny. So the part I firmly believe, yes, he becomes fixated on the maze. Siobhan, I believe that's the part where the demon takes over. And the reason why I said that, and the first, because I watched The Shining a couple of weeks ago, and this was the first time this thought came to me about why Stanley Kubrick had him looking down on Wendy and Danny like that in the maze. I was like, that's him giving himself over to the demon, because demons are fourth dimensional. And when you're fourth dimensional, you can look at people on earth. Like, you know how you're in a house? Well, a demon can be, you got to think about a demon as being like 100 times the size of your house. And he's outside of your house, but he's not just looking at the roof of your house. He can see inside of your house. That's how creatures in the fourth dimension can see things. Some of y'all might be like, what is she talking about? But yeah, just do the research yourself about fourth dimensional beings and how their view of things is different than us, because we live in a three-dimensional world. If you just draw something on a piece of paper, that's two-dimensional, right? You see how we can draw like a model of a house, and we could draw the roof, but then we could draw how it's going to look on the inside, and we can actually, and we're looking down at the paper. That's how demons are looking at us. Like, we're just drawings on a piece of paper, and they can like alter us and stuff. They can play around with us, or they look at us like puppets, and they can do what they want with us if we give ourselves over to that power. So that's why you got to be careful when you're dwelling in the land of Scorpio, because that's where you access the demonic realm. And again, some of these demonic, yes, thank you, Red Bunny. It's like looking into a dollhouse. Yes, that's how demons can view things. They view from a four-dimensional perspective. You can even say that some Scorpios have that type of sight almost. You know how they say Scorpios can really read people, And like when they look at you, it's like they're looking, right through to your soul. That's kind of like that fourth dimensional shit I'm talking about. So yeah, you just got to tread lightly in the land of Scorpio. You can also look to the 8th house as having that same energy. The 8th house, basically, you might as well say that's the void. That's the dark chasm. That's also the astral realm again. So especially if you got a water sign in the 8th house, you're just going to be very sensitive to that astral realm. But even if you have Gemini in the 8th as well, you could be very sensitive to that astral realm. Yes, Danny said if we're strong, we can fight the demon. Yes, very much so. We don't have to let these demons have power over us. But there's landmines everywhere when it comes to this world. There's traps everywhere. So if we're not careful, then we can, get hurt, or we could hurt somebody. And that is part of the reason why people have tried to find God or tried to go to church. Because what sign comes after Scorpio? Sagittarius, right? Isn't Sagittarius religion? Sagittarius is church. After you go through that astral realm, you're going to want some type of salvation. You're going to want some type of, holiness or something. You're going to need some type of upliftment. Is that a word? You're going to need to be uplifted spiritually after you done been down in the dark, what would you call that? The dark mire of that Scorpio energy. So that's why people try to find God, because they don't want to be sucked into that dark energy. So yeah, but some people revel in it. And that's part of the whole, duality of this world as well. You got light versus dark, and Scorpio is part of the dark. And sometimes you need the dark, just like you need the dark to bring forth plants and vegetables, crops. That dark soil, that's Scorpio. Without that dark soil, we don't have crops, right? And like the darker, the better a lot of times. Without death, we don't have life. So we can't look at Scorpio as all bad, right? Because we need that. We need that Scorpio. And again, that Scorpio is that strength. It's that power. It's that influence. It's that prominence. But also Scorpio is about support. And that also deals with Betty Broderick as well. So Betty Broderick, again, she was truly supportive of her man. She held him down. But with that, she's expecting loyalty. I don't know why, because like I said, she wasn't being realistic, and that could be part of the reason why she's a 7. She wasn't being realistic about how a lot of these men are, especially men that attain some power. I have to admit, I don't even know how, like if I was a man and I became like a millionaire and all successful, and then, I ended up having some young secretary or whatever like that, I would think that would be very tempting, especially for a Scorpio man, especially when you got a bitch at home. Even though Betty did all this for him and she supported him, like that was the light side of her Scorpio energy. Her being that great source of support and encouragement. She really held him down. She was ride or die. That's very Scorpio on the bright side. But on the she expected him to be loyal, and that's where she was delusional. Remember I said 7s can be prone to delusion? That's where she was totally delusional. Why would you expect a man like that to be loyal? And she knew that he was selfish. She would always complain about how selfish Dan was. Why would you expect a selfish man to keep his dick in his pants if it's all about him? And she would even accuse, she'd be like, this is all about you, ain't it? So why would you be surprised? I'll tell you why. Because she thought that she was Dan's puppet master. She built him up, and now she thinks she basically owns this man, I guess. And I guess that's why she was so incredulous that he had the nerve to even cheat. And of course, the whole fact that the secretary was real young, that was a big slap in the face as well. Sarah says Scorpio friends are good friends. To have probably the best lovers, nah, but friends to keep secrets and support. Scorpio X still has my back years later. Yeah. I guess she did think that she was the exception. I agree, Chelsea. She was a narc too. She was a narc too. Just having that Mars conjunct Pluto and Saturn in Leo, that's some hard ego right there. Ego is very hard. So I talked about the young chick with, so remember, she got Mars conjunct Saturn and Leo squaring her Scorpio South Node. So remember, I talked about the young chick, her husband being with the young chick, and this really triggered the vindictiveness. Husband trying to reclaim his youth, feeling betrayed by him and wanting to ruin him as a result. Because Scorpio will want to ruin you if they feel betrayed by you. Not all Scorpios, but the ones that are prone to give themselves over to the dark side. Now, her North Node in Taurus, that's her, living that life of luxury, getting that money. That was part of her destiny, but it's squaring Mars and Saturn in Leo. So that makes her bent upon creating drama, which takes away the peace and stability that Taurus North Node is supposed to provide. Also, you can look at that as the destruction of property. So her destroying property, which she did on a number of times. And like I said, Mars and Leo women can be some of the worst when it comes to showing their ass, when it comes to starting drama. I mean, a lot of these women are very much about creating drama, and especially if they feel like they've been done wrong, and they will attack men. They will beat on their men, all types of stuff. They can be very bossy. And I would say Mars in Leo is more prone to narcissism than just the sun in Leo itself. And again, I'm not talking about everybody with Mars in Leo, but you gotta sometimes look out for that, I'll just say. And again, Mars in Leo can result in using your children as a weapon, which is what she was doing. Her dropping her children off one by one at Dan's house, again, creating that drama. So I would say Mars and Leo women, they're the true drama queens, not Sun and Leo women. Because Sun and Leo women, they could be more rational. Even though you got some Sun and Leo women that are crazy as shit, like Diane Downs. If I got time, I'm going to get into that bitch too, because she was crazy, murderous bitch, and she was a Leo sun. But Mars and Leo women, because that's some heavy masculine energy that a woman is dealing with. And a lot of times a woman doesn't know how to really channel that energy in a positive way a lot of times, unless, like I'll say Mars and Leo, that's like an executive level woman. So if she ain't in an executive role where she could really channel that bossy energy, she might try to become the boss over her man. You saying that's true, Sarah? I know you got Mars and Leo. I know you'll fuck something up. Siobhan said, I had a Libra friend with Mars and Leo. She fought all her boyfriends. Yup, telling you. And some of them get off on it. Kay said, I know a Mars and Leo man who is dramatic. Yeah, they could be dramatic too. Mars and Leo men, they could be very immature acting, very attention seeking, attention whores. And they could be going after youth as well. So again, Betty's ego was out of control, but so was Dan's. Both of their egos were out of control. They were both social climbers. They were both very much about status. Both of them were attention seeking, but Betty was more attention seeking than Dan. Dan was more so concerned about status and making it to the top in terms of his career. And Dan was trying to reclaim his youth as well. Now, again, Betty had Mercury at the 10th degree. Well, she had Mercury in Scorpio, 10th degree, retrograde. That 10 deals with the car. It reinforces the car theme with Mercury. Also deals with children at 10th degree, and also her husband. Her Mercury's in sesqui square with Uranus, and that could cause her to be mentally deranged at times. And that points to all those calls that she made. So she would call him, she would harass him all the time, repeatedly, and leave nasty messages on his voicemail. So that's pointing to her Mercury, sesqui square, Uranus, and Gemini. That can point to her going to extremes, her shocking antics, such as driving her car through his house, cutting ties with friends. So if she saw that friends weren't on her side, she would cut ties to them. Thank you for your super chat, C Royalty. And I think Johnny, hey Johnny, thank you for your super chat. And then I'll get to y'all super chats in a minute. Just hold tight. And if anybody else wants to get a 1-card reading, make sure you write your question in the super chat thing. Or if you get a Cash App, make sure you write your question on the Cash App comment part. Danny, I'll get to you in a minute. Thank you. All right. But I just want to get some more of these aspects out. So I'm going to finish up with Betty. Then I'm going to get into the super chats. And then I'll get into Dan's chart. So again, Betty with her Mercury sesqui square Uranus, because that sesqui square aspect can cause somebody to act a fool. It can cause somebody to act like they don't have no chill. They could go to extremes, especially if we're talking about Uranus being involved. So that's her doing like these shocking antics, but it's also about her cutting ties with her friends. So once she saw that her friends weren't totally backing her up with this divorce thing and all, she would like cut ties. But that can also deal with where some of her friends, they were more of Dan's friends, and they weren't fucking with her no more because she started to act crazy. Also, this is somebody you really can't be truthful with because they will fly off the handle. Also, these are her violent protests in response to Dan treating her in certain ways, her being disruptive and destructive. Her Mercury's conjoined to Chiron. Like I said, Chiron's at the 13th degree. That 13th degree is death. That can make her extremely willful, Mercury conjunct Chiron, having a deviant mindset. Again, she wants to put a hurting on somebody. So she's not just vindictive. She wants to hurt somebody. She wants to hit somebody, or she wants to stab them or shoot them. That's somebody that in their mind, they be thinking of all ways of how to get revenge, and in some like elaborate ways as well. Also, that's just her going buck wild as well. Prone to extreme measures when you just add all of that together. So Mercury, Chiron, conjunct Sun, where this energy is being directed towards her husband. And let me see. Sun conjunct Chiron alone, that could deal with a husband that expects that to be the exception to the rule. He expects to be able to do what he wants in this marriage. He expects to be able to get over. And that could deal with where she felt wounded by her own husband as well. But also where she wounded her own kids through that emotional trauma, her killing their father. Now, Mercury could join the Chiron. That alone can make her prone to psychosis. But then when you add in the fact that Mercury is squaring Pluto, that right there can make her prone to bouts of psychosis. So when I talk about, I feel like there was times where she was truly psychotic. Even when she got locked up, one of the stories about her was that she went ape shit. Literally, she took a shit on herself and she started smearing the shit all over the door. Because she was behind the, she got like locked up in a room or whatever. So because she couldn't get her way, she took a shit on herself and smeared it all over the door. Now that's some psychotic shit. Because normal people, even when they're angry, they don't take a shit on themselves and act like an ape. And first of all, when somebody has behavior like that, they are really reverting back to that animal side. They go back to that lower part of that brain stem, where it can cause you to get real animalistic and go ape shit. That's what was going on with her. So yes, there was times where she would get psychotic, and that's some dark-sided Scorpio shit. Shitting on yourself and then playing with it. Oh, and speaking of that, we're going to get with Joe Biden too, because it came out that he took a poo on himself recently, and he got shit in his chart that can point to him pooing on himself. We got a president that's pooing on himself. I hope those that voted for Biden are happy. That's y'all president. I don't know if they got him wearing the pins or what, but he fell asleep and he pooed. Well, these are two separate occasions. On one occasion, he fell asleep. On another occasion, they're saying he most likely pooed on himself. Yeah, Biden on the way out. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Boo boo. Yeah, that's that Scorpio shit. Yep. Oh, thank you, NYC. All right, a few more aspects with Betty, and then I'm gonna get into these readings. Thank you for your Cash App, NYC. I'll get to y'all in the order that I received them. So again, that Mercury square Pluto can make her prone to psychosis. And then she had Venus conjoined to Jupiter. Now, herein is a big part of the problem, because her Venus is conjoined to Jupiter in Sagittarius. Now, on one hand, that deals with her getting with a man or having a mate that is an attorney that works in the legal field. But on the other hand, that points to her giving too much of herself in this relationship. Her basically making him her entire world, you could say. Because when somebody has that hookup, they could give of themselves too much. They could make their lives all about that relationship, all about that person. And that was one of her biggest problems. She gave too much of herself. And then when he left her, she went crazy. And I say that's not healthy for nobody, to base your whole life on your partner and to be so much about supporting your partner that you totally take a back seat and basically you just sacrifice yourself and all that. She did have that life path number 12. 12 is a sacrifice. All right. Also, that points to the legal issues as well. Venus conjunct Jupiter in Sagittarius. Also, when you have Venus conjunct Jupiter in Sagittarius, you could have a partner that takes you for granted, which Dan did. And then to add crazy to crazy or crazier to crazy, Betty had a Virgo moon. That Virgo moon can deal with her being the helpful, dutiful wife, but also her being neurotic, her being a nag, nitpick. And remember back in Virgo season, I talked about the Virgo and the trauma bonding, remember? And I gave y'all a lot of examples about trauma bonding relationships with the Virgo. Yeah, she got that Virgo moon. So with that being said, let me get into these super chats and then also the Cash Apps. Let me get my cards ready. Let me get some water. Oh my God, Sarah, Sarah, don't infect this live stream with that damn Let's Go Brandon. I'm so tired of seeing it. Say what you really mean. Fuck Joe Biden. I'm not afraid to say it, but this Let's Go Brandon it's too much. Getting tired of seeing it. But thank you for your super chat. Let's go, Brandon. But yes, Chelsea said, who is Brandon? Well, this came up with, I don't even want to talk about it, but basically it was some race car competition or something, race car driver, and people were yelling, fuck Joe Biden. And this reporter was saying, oh, they're yelling, let's go, Brandon. And ever since, people that don't like Joe Biden have been saying, let's go, Brandon, as like some, to really say fuck Joe Biden, but instead of saying fuck Joe Biden, it's let's go Brandon. And they've been saying this for weeks now, and I'm tired of it. Tired of seeing it. Only like people that watch like conservative videos with like a Republican point of view, that's where you'll see the let's go Brandon the most. Trump supporters, you're going to see let's go Brandon in a lot of comments. Cherry said, and my nan was cruel street. All right. Wait, it was somebody. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to get into these super chats. I'm already getting distracted. Okay, here we go. Here I go again with you. Here I go again. All right. How do I get to this? Okay, let me just close this out. Studio. We want to go to supers. Okay. So I think it starts with Florida. So list of Scorpios. So Katy Perry, I don't like her. Never liked her. She get on my nerve. Now, one of my students was asking me about people that have like that triple threat energy. And Katy Perry, speaking of Katy Perry, is one of those ones that got the triple threat. She's a Scorpio sun, Scorpio moon, and Scorpio rising. And I'm like, that's why I don't like that chick. Because somebody like that, you either going to hate them or you're going to love them. And I do feel like people are split down the middle with Katy Perry. I mean, I can't stand her voice. I can't stand that doofy look she got in her eyes. I just can't stand her for some reason. And I hated that song. I kissed a girl and I liked it. Actually, there was one song that I did like. What's it called? It was it called like Black Horse or something? And then there was another song. But see, I can't even I don't even know the titles. But yeah, she get on my damn nerves. But she has a heavy Scorpio energy. Did y'all ever see that interview where she was like, yeah, I wanted to be a gospel singer like Amy Grant, but it didn't work out. So I sold my soul to the devil. And here I am. I'm like, okay, that's so Scorpio of you. Yep, she admitted to selling her soul to the devil. Dark Horse, that's what it's called. Yeah, Dark Horse wasn't too bad. You saw that, Siobhan? Yeah, she was dead serious too. Yeah, I didn't like that I Kissed a Girl song. And there was something about that song that was very dark to me. Not even the lyrics. Just but that's that Scorpio that I was picking up on with her. Oh yeah, I didn't like that roar. Isn't that where she'd be like, whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, 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 and you're gonna hear me roar. Yeah, I can't. Yup, she slid down that same pole as Little Nas X did. She did it first. Yes, she did. Yep. All right. Back to the super chats. So you also said Drake. I'm gonna get into Drake. Ciara, I might not have time to get into her. You said Frank Ocean. I only know one song that he sang was that I've been loving you forever. That so fun. Hey. I did like that. That's the only song I know about him. Let's see. Milagro Graham of Mob Radio. Never heard of him. Willow Smith. I kind of feel sorry for her, but she got that. She got that look that she would be a bitch. Like she had that funky Scorpio attitude. But she seems nice at the same time. Like she's one of them. All right, Wild and Regal, thank you for your super chat. You said this was my favorite Snapped episode. I know how it feels to hold a ninja down, only for him to give everything I worked for to someone else. Free Betty. Now, I wouldn't go that far about freeing Betty, but I can sympathize to a certain extent in the way she felt, but I can't sympathize with her in terms of what she did and how she behaved. But I can't imagine how that would hurt. But like I said, she should have known better. She should have known that she was dealing with a man. She did know she was dealing with a man that could have did that. So why would you be so surprised? All right, Wild and Regal, you said the last super chat we heard was mine earlier, went silent afterwards. Okay, thank you for getting me on target. Chelsea said Scorpio season parallel. Thank you for your super chat. Can you pull a card for my new therapist. So you want to know if this new therapist is for you? You want to know if they're good? Okay. And Scorpio does rule therapists and therapy. So that's very apropos to Scorpio season. A lot of Scorpios will end up in therapy at some point. And with my North Node in Scorpio, I've been to therapy before. Ain't no shame in my game. My boss, one of my bosses actually, she recommended I go to therapy when my ex showed up at my job one time showing his ass. Yeah, that shit was crazy. He gripped me up on my neck. Ain't that some Taurus shit? He gripped me up out the back of my neck and tried to push me in his car. All right, I got the Magician, which tells me that you're dealing with a good therapist. They must, have some good skills. So you should be in good hands. Thank you for your super chat. Danny, you said, my son's birthday is coming. He has one friend from his school coming and his cousin. Should I invite more kids from his school to help him? I was thinking about that too, because I know you got a reading with me about him. Should you invite more friends or more kids to his party? Man, you making me sad. I remember one time I had a birthday party. And I think I invited like maybe 10 classmates, maybe like 12. Only like 3 showed up. Talk about feeling like a loser. But hey, some kids go through that. Not saying that's what your son's going to have to face, but all right, let's see. I got the 4 of Swords. So that's telling me that, and it's funny because the card I'm looking at, this woman, she's like laying in a fetal position. And then like there's 3 swords around her. And then there's this sword that's like laying right to the side. I would keep this party very small if I was you, considering this 4 of Swords card. So you say one friend, I would try to get 2 more kids, even if they're a family of his, like a niece or a cousin or something. But I would keep it small and intimate. Hope that helps. All right, who else we got? Contemplating Key, thank you for your super chat. You said your birthday is November 13th. Happy birthday. You said my Sag Boo 12-8. Keep acting crazy as fuck. Advice on the connection. Oh boy. You know what? Them Sag men, they go crazy from time to time. They can't help it. That wild stallion starts to come out in them. Then he's an 8. What is he, depressed? All right, you want some advice on this connection. Wonder how long you've been dealing with this dude. And unfortunately, I can't see. I need to pull up my other laptop so I could look at the chat at the same time. Hold on. All right, since you sent me a $10 super chat, I'm going to pull a couple of cards for you. I got the 3 of Swords. And then after that, it's the Queen of Wands. This tells me that y'all are kind of on shaky ground. And this situation may not last that much longer. And you might actually be better off for it. You might actually feel more freer after freeing yourself from this guy. Unless you're in it to win it, like for the long haul. I don't know. He is an 8. And maybe he's not going anywhere, but things do not look solid with the 2 of y'all. And I'm seeing where communication could be lacking at this point. Not saying where y'all ain't talking to each other at all, but it could be where communication has kind of like there's some tension there. He's not revealing certain things to you. It does seem like he's keeping secrets. Or maybe just one secret. And I'm not saying it's anything dealing with cheating, but he's not really trying to let you know what's going on. And that's not good if you're in a relationship. But sometimes you do have to just fall back a little bit and let him, just work things out on his own. That's the advice I would give you. I would just put yourself into, or I'll say redirect your focus into things that are more constructive. Don't make all your focus about him. Please don't. And then, let him get himself together. And when he wants to act right, you could be there for him and everything, but don't feel like you gotta just put up with his craziness. I would just take a step back, which is very much Three of Swords. Three of Swords is very much about diversion and also distraction and, just having other options. And I don't even mean other men. All right, who else we got? C Royalty, thank you for your super chat. You said, how is this new job offer looking for my friend and I? Will we be happy with the change? It's better pay. We want change too. Wait a minute. This is a package deal with you and your friend? Isn't that special? So you said, how is this new job offer looking for my friend and I? Will we be happy with the change? It's better pay. We want change. Too much drama at our current job, and we have. When you say C Royalty, are you here? C Royalty, because I'm like, why are y'all doing everything at the same time? This is a strong friendship. So y'all been working at the same job for approximately 10 years together. Y'all quit at the same time, and y'all got another job together. Oh, here you go. Got you. You said, yeah, package deal. It's a staffing crisis in nursing. Gotcha. Because I'm like, what in the Siamese twins is going on here? All right, let me go back to your question. Hold on. So you said, how is the new job offer looking for my friend and I? Will we be happy with the change? It's better pay. We want change too. Too much drama at our current job, and we've both been there almost 10 years. All right. Well, at least you have a friend to transition into this new job with. I think that's pretty dope. All right. But how will this go? Will you be happy with the change? And I'm going to look at y'all as a team instead of looking at y'all individually, because y'all seem like y'all unified like that. All right. So I'm doing a 4-card reading for you. So the situation is the 6 of Pentacles. That's basically the job offer and better pay. Basically, you could say challenge is the world. And that can deal with where you are stepping into a very different kind of environment, or where they're doing things differently. And that world card is just about fulfillment. You want to know if you're going to be fulfilled, basically. Oh, I got the sexy King of Wands for that advice. So that King of Wands tells me that, yes, this is a good change for the two of y'all. Y'all are going to be happy. You're going to feel more empowered. You're going to feel like you're moving forward. And then the outcome is the 4 of Swords, which means that the two of y'all could be there for a while. So, and that could also mean that y'all feel settled, feel like y'all could just, kind of breathe a sigh of relief. So it looks good. It looks good. Tell your friend to pack her bags, because it's like y'all Thelma and Louise, but y'all just ain't driving over that cliff. But thank you for your super chat. Nicole for the soul, thank you. You said, did you see my question? If a Virgo has a Scorpio rising, oh, that must have been when my sound cut off, because I did answer this question. You said, if a Virgo has a Scorpio rising and Mars in Leo, will she act like Betty Broderick? No, not necessarily at all. Number one, that Mars and Leo can produce a woman that could be potentially abusive, but not to the point like Betty Broderick, especially if the person doesn't have a Scorpio South Node conjoined to their sun, and other placements like Mercury conjoined to Chiron, because all of that goes into play with Betty Broderick. She had Mercury conjoined to Chiron in Scorpio, with Mercury being retrograde. She had Mercury square Pluto. She had Sun conjunct South Node. Like, she had Mars in Leo conjoined to Saturn and Pluto, Mars and Pluto squaring the sun. Like, she had some heavy ass dark-sided energy that what you just mentioned alone is not going to just produce somebody like Betty Broderick. So no. And then let's see, we got Metaphysics King. You said Moon opposition Neptune in the 7th. In my 7th, that right there, you got to be careful of the women you deal with if you're heterosexual, because you could get with a woman that has you in this situation where you feel trapped, and she could be crazy as cat shit. She could be the type of woman that she threatens to like hurt herself if you leave her. Like, you could attract women that got abandonment issues, but then you could also attract women that will also string you along and just try to use you for what you can basically provide for them and whatnot. But yeah, you just gotta be careful. That can also get you in some messed up situations just involving housing. So you just gotta plan for any type of possible issues with housing, and just always use your discernment when it comes to women. All right, let me go to the cash apps. But first, let me see what y'all are saying, because I haven't been looking at this screen. Oh, Sarah, thank you for your super chat. I'll get to your question in a minute. Indigo, no, you ain't getting on that Let's Go Brandon shit. No. Okay. Nicole, you said I added that the person has a moon in Leo and Mars in Leo. I changed it with the super chat. Yeah, that's still not enough to really produce somebody on the level of Betty Broderick for all the reasons that I mentioned. Koya said nursing staff is shortage is real right now. This shit is crazy what they're doing to this world. Job soulmates. All right. Let me get to the cash apps. Okay, NYC Black Honey. You said, all right, so let me go to the chat. You said you would leave your question in the chat. Where you at, NYC? NYC, in the place to be. All right, where you at? You said you posted your question in the chat. NYC, where you at? I don't see your I think I can't scroll up anymore, so you're gonna have to repost your question. Oh, there you are. You said 11/3. Oh, happy belated birthday. Oh, wait a minute. You're saying, are you saying birthday 11/3 or on 11/3? You said I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I'm sorry to hear that. On August 24th, I was given a breast exam by a hematology specialist, which I found strange. Did he wipe something on my breast to give me cancer? Will I beat it? So you want to know if this hematology specialist wiped something. So I guess you're talking about on 11/3, you were diagnosed with breast cancer. On August 24th, you was given a breast exam by a hematologist specialist, which I found strange. Did he wipe something on my breast to give me cancer? That's some deep shit. I'm sorry about your diagnosis, and then I'll answer your other question, NYC. So, did this hematology specialist wipe something on your breast? So, I don't see him wiping something on your breast. So, I don't see this being anything that he caused. So, I would think that would be reassuring, but that doesn't, make the situation better though. So let me see. Was this like a did he take a biopsy or anything? Did he take like a tissue sample on the 24th? And I would think hematology specialist that would deal with blood. And then you said, will I beat it? Hematology specialist. Okay. So I have to admit, it does look like at some point you might need some form of like aggressive treatment, but it does look like you can beat it, especially to the point where like it goes into remission. Now, I don't know all the ins and outs about like cancer and like the levels and all that type of stuff, but with the right treatment, you can get on top of it because I got the Four of Pentacles, which is the situation. So that could be them finding it. And then the challenge is the Five of Wands, which can mean that it could become aggressive and there may be a need for them to, even like toy around with certain types of treatments. So they might start off with something first, and then if that doesn't work, they might move up. But then the death card shows up, and the death card doesn't have to be an actual death. It can mean that you're suppressing something, or that you're removing something, or that you're putting it into something. So that could be you putting it into the cancer. Eight of Wands is the outcome, which can be a recovery. So it does look like you can beat this, especially if you remain optimistic. So I do see you as beating this. I wouldn't let this, make you feel like, this is it, that you're doomed. So, and look, Johnny Boy, he got some advice. He said dandelion kills cancer. Yeah, I would start like, you could look at the Five of Wands too, like I said, taking different approaches, trying to see what works. And you might even want to go the herbal route before you take like a more aggressive approach. But I'm not here to advise you on a medical tip because, that's not in my expertise. But this does look like something that you can beat, that you can get on top of it. It can actually, you can even say with that death card, you could like totally get rid of that cancer. It can be totally gone from your system. So I don't know if that's ultimately going to take some type of radiation or chemo or them having to do some type of operation, but you should be fine, I'll say. So good luck to you. And again, I'm sorry that you got this diagnosis, and, stay strong and keep the faith. And it really helps to really have, that strong spiritual center during this time. And I really believe like your mentality does have a lot to do with it. So if you don't allow this to, beat you down, then you could overcome it. I strongly believe, especially if you are in the beginning stages. So look, a lot of people are suggesting some things. Nicole said get soursop. Cherry said eat alkaline foods. You said NYC, you said so far they told me it's inflammatory breast cancer, which is aggressive. Okay, like I saw with the Five of Wands, yeah. Black seed oil. And honestly, I used to be very much against traditional forms of cancer treatment like chemo and radiation until my grandmother was diagnosed with cancer. And then I changed my tune. Might have even been before my grandmother was diagnosed with cancer. I started to have more faith in traditional medicine to a certain extent, because I do believe that sometimes cancer is so aggressive that natural remedies just aren't going to cut it. And sometimes you do have to resort to more like the allopathic medicine, where they might have to give you some chemo or radiation or something. I don't believe that should be the end all be all where you should just pump a person full of that. But I used to take the same, like I used to have the same feeling about like psychiatric medication. I used to be like, why they gotta be putting those people on those drugs? But the older I get, the more I realize like some people really need that psychiatric medication. Some people really can't function without it. But yeah. And maybe, there's middle ground with that. I mean, I wish that they didn't have to take such extreme measures with the radiation and the chemo, but there have been success stories of people that have underwent it and they've came out the other side being fine and cancer free. So I'm not here to tell you what choice to make, but I'll say keep your options open, like on the natural remedy end, but also, don't be stubborn to the point where you're saying, I'm not going to consider getting certain treatments if that will save your life. There was some celebrity that refused to get, I forgot which celebrity this was, but he had cancer and he refused to get, I think it was chemo they were trying to make him get, and he just decided to die instead. Like he was trying to fix it with like natural remedies and he ended up dying. But then again, sometimes, I mean, all the time when you go, it's your time to go. So maybe he knew to just give up the fight. Was it Bob Marley? Well, I know they said, was it toe cancer they said he had? But I think they murdered Bob Marley. Sarah said alkaline drops in your water and lemons fight back. There are other things too. Get infrared sauna. Yeah. So it was Steve Jobs. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. All right. So we talked about Betty. Now let's get into Dan. Because Dan, like I said, Dan, I would say they're like 50-50 responsible with this shit. Because it doesn't all fall in Dan's lap, the responsibility. Because again, Betty should have known better. She knew that her husband was narcissistic. She knew that he was selfish. He was all out for himself. Hey, Cameron. I know. It really can. Yep. All right. There has to be. I remember reading about, well, no, I think it was Dick Gregory. He was talking about apricot seeds curing cancer. And I forgot, I think it's called Latrell. Latrell is some type of vitamin in cancer. I mean, in apricot seeds that can kill cancer. I don't know how true that is, but I know Dick Gregory used to talk about that. Red Bunny said, yes, Betty was dumb to put herself in that situation. Dan was happy she did, right? Yeah, so let's get into Dan. All right, so Dan, he was born on November 22nd, 1944. Now, that makes him a Scorpio at the 29th degree of Scorpio. Now, I don't know his birth time, and let me see, what time do I have? I have him, no, I didn't even set that birth time. I just chose it arbitrarily. Now, some might be like, well, he's born on the cusp, so he could be sun at the 0 degree of Sagittarius. But knowing what I know about the 29th degree, his sun at the 29th degree of Scorpio fits him more because that 29th degree can produce love triangle situations, can produce high pressure situations, and can be very problematic. It can even result in your home being damaged, your home being destroyed, which is what happened with Dan Broderick. Now, 22, him being born on the 22, that's sudden death. So sudden death is possible with being born on the 22nd, or even if you have a planet at the 22nd degree, especially if that planet is signifying death. 22 is also about control. So either he's controlling things or someone else is controlling things. That can make him very controlling, uncompromising, and also very willful, disloyal. He's prone to doing some shocking things. 22 is also heavily fated. And 22 points to the two women in his life, Betty, his wife, and Linda, his chick on the side, who later became his second wife. Now, Dan's life path number is 6. 6 pertains to love, marriage, relationships, but also money. It also represents his life as a lawyer, as well as the legal issues and women. Now, Sun at the 29th degree of Scorpio can put him in some high pressure situations, have him being under a lot of pressure. His Sun is conjoined to Mars, which makes him very selfish. This is potentially a narcissistic aspect. It can make him a very high achiever, him being very driven to become very powerful, to become a leader in his industry or field. Also, that points to him taking custody of the children. But he was forced by Betty to take custody when she dropped them off. And then he ended up being awarded custody because Betty was acting so crazy. Now, his Jupiter is in Virgo, and it's in trine with his Capricorn South Node. So that makes him president of San Diego Bar Association. And actually, let me go to them South Node, his South Node real quick, because this part is very important. Like I always say, the South Node is the underlying reason for why a person does what they do. It's the underlying reason why their life is the way it is. So Dan's South Node is at the 20th degree of Cancer. When I break this down, y'all gonna be like, stop. So, 20th degree of Capricorn, my bad. His North Node is at the 20th degree of Cancer. 20th degree of Capricorn. Now, the 20th degree is the awakening. So it could deal with moments in your life where you experience an awakening, just like he experienced an awakening when he was at that work party and he saw Linda, who later became his side chick, and he had that awakening like, oh my God, look at her. She's so young. She's so pretty. She's so sweet, that type of thing. But he also had an awakening in the literal sense, because the 20th degree can produce literal awakenings. So he had an awakening when Betty broke into his home and shot both Dan and Linda, his new wife, while they were asleep in bed. She woke him up. According to reports, actually, this is what Betty said. So Betty said that Dan woke up when Linda yelled, "Call the police." Capricorn rules the police. See how this works? So he woke up because Linda woke up first. And I believe Betty shot Linda first. And Linda was like, call the police. That's him waking up, 20th degree of Capricorn. But this also points to him using his wife to help him to become successful. Basically, he's coming from a past life of exploiting women, you might as well say. So it was natural for him to use his wife as his rock, as his stepping stone, as his provider while he was in med school and law school. So he was very much about his career always. And that can also point to, at the end of the day, he's very controlling again. Now, North Node in Cancer. Cancer is representing his wife, representing his home, and just women in general. And again, the 20th degree, that's the awakening. So him having that awakening when he saw Linda, who would later be his side chick and his secretary. But it just compounds the woman-wife theme. Now his Mercury is at the 17th degree of Sagittarius. 17 degrees, that can make one a high achiever. And that's part of what made him become the president of San Diego Bar Association. His Venus is squaring Neptune, which can make a person prone to cheat. That could be where they're in a secret relationship, scandalous affair. Also, that could point to him feeling trapped in his marriage, and also the loss of his possessions through his spouse, where she was just breaking shit up in his house. His Venus is also squaring Chiron, which can manifest as a wounded woman. So his wife was wounded fatally, but he also wounded Betty emotionally. And like I said, you can't wound somebody like Betty emotionally and come out of it clean. It just ain't going to happen like that. Now, Dan's Chiron was at the Aries point of Libra. And I mentioned the Aries point before about it producing fated circumstances that usually come about through some external factors, some type of outside influence. So basically that points to him being wounded by Betty while he slept, because Chiron is conjoined to Neptune. That's her sneak attack and basically her ambushing him because of the Libra influence. Another thing I noticed about Dan, he had Venus opposition Saturn. And one thing about men that have Venus opposition Saturn, they could be prone to use women to get by or use women to get ahead. So he definitely had these user aspects in his chart. And again, it goes back to him having that Capricorn South Node at the 20th degree. And then with him having Venus in Capricorn opposing Saturn in Cancer, that's him basically using Betty to climb to the top. But then later on, that same opposition plays out as Linda versus Betty. So Betty becomes Saturn in Cancer. And remember, Saturn is a punisher. Then Linda, his secretary, who's also his side chick, she takes the place of Venus in Capricorn, because Venus in Capricorn can deal with a woman that is at your job, a woman that works for you, or you working alongside the woman that you're also seeing. So Venus opposition Saturn in Cancer, Linda versus Betty. But again, this also sets Betty out to punish Dan as a result of him being involved with Linda. And again, keep in mind, ladies, if you see a man with Venus opposition Saturn, he might be using you. And it might even be on some low level shit. It might be that, you know, he might have a job when you meet him. He might even seem hard working. And then something, somehow, some way, he loses his job or whatever. And now he's asking you to borrow some money or whatever. Or you move his ass in because he got some sob story or whatever. Just be very careful if you meet a man and he got Venus opposition Saturn, because he could be using your ass. And the reason why I'm telling y'all that, because I dealt with a man that had Venus opposition Saturn. And yes, he tried to use me. And I've seen that in other charts of men that have used women as well. Yeah, that's just not a good aspect for men to have. All right, so let's get into their Sinistry. Enough about Dan, because we got to wrap this up and get on some next shit. And I've already almost been on here 2 hours. So their Sinistry, they got some very telling aspects between their Sinistry. So let me pull that up. And again, both of these people were at fault. Like, they were both nuts. And the only real victims in this whole situation is the children, in my opinion. Because I look at Linda as being part of the problem as well. And I'm going to pull up a picture of Linda, and I'm going to show you what I mean. She seemed like the type of chick, number one, that wouldn't have a problem sleeping with a married man. And I'm not saying anything against any women that do that now or whatever. Y'all might have your reasons. But you know how some women just had that look. And she had that look that she probably was prone to taunting Betty. So I'm not saying that she deserved to get killed. But if you play with fire, don't be surprised if you get burnt. That's all I'm saying. So let me just pull up the Sinistry grid. Like the whole taking him out to for his birthday, like that was crossing the line. What Linda did. Okay, you forgot to add Gabrielle Union. Thank you, Florida, for your super chat. But that was crossing the line. And again, but I think her whole goal was to take him anyway, like to totally marry him and stuff. It wasn't like she was just content with being the side chick. And sometimes when you get with another woman's man, that's why you got it. Like, okay, sometimes being the side chick, you might feel like it's necessary to get what you need to get. But you better check out his wife. You better make sure his wife don't have a chart like Betty Broderick, or else you could end up like Linda, dead in the bed, laying next to your no good new husband. And you don't think Dan would have started cheating on Linda once Linda got a little old and shit, and Dan needs to reclaim his youth again? I don't think Dan would have been like faithful with Linda after a while. Because Dan, again, he was totally selfish. It was all for him. All right. Y'all can't, that's horrible. You can't even see that. Let me pull up a picture of Linda Cocaina, the other woman, because you'll see what I mean about how she looks. And sometimes you can judge a book by its cover. She kind of had that gold digger look. And she kind of had that look like, and I need to see what her birthday is. So wait a minute, they're not showing her birthday? Really? Hold on. Let me see. Linda Cocaina birthday. Obituary. Let me see if I can. Okay, so she was a Cancer. June 26, 1961. Didn't somebody mention Cancer? Dr. Ken said Cancer, some women. Oh, yeah, there you are. Yeah, there you go, Dr. Ken. I didn't even see you provided her birthday. You said Cancer, some women are like, well, yeah, Cancer sons are very much about getting their man at the end of the day, and they could be very persistent and use their feminine wiles and all that. Yeah, damn. Okay. All right, let me pull up a picture of her. She did kind of have that Cancer look. Even that wedding picture, she looked a bit too happy, like she hit the jackpot. But this isn't her wedding picture, but this is another picture. But she just has that look to me like she don't give a fuck that like she contributed to a family being broken apart and basically a woman being scorned. She just got that look to me like she could give two fucks. Like she just like, well, is that her? Let's see. Okay, this is her on her wedding day. She was happy as shit. Because again, she hit that jackpot. But again, in defense of Betty, and she's not that defendable, let's be real. But in defense of Betty, that is like that cuts like a knife. When the man that you supported and that you was ride or die for all those years leaves you for a woman that's only like what? She was 19, 20 at the time. That shit cuts like a knife. So on that tip, and especially the way Dan handled things, that's where I could sympathize with Betty. I can't sympathize with the way she behaved in this whole thing. Cameron said if a woman could give as much as Betty did, though, and he still wasn't satisfied, nobody will ever satisfy him. Exactly. And again, he just used women either as a status symbol, like even Linda, she was just a trophy wife to him. He really just cared about gratifying his own ego, whichever which way he could. He was even the type, like once he turned 40, he bought this Corvette or something because he was trying to reclaim his youth and all this stuff. And yeah, I think he would eventually did Linda dirty too, because he was a narcissist. He said Betty went harder than a diss track. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So a part of me does kind of feel sorry for her because, again, this is where Scorpios can really lose control when they are driven to the point of, you could say, having a psychotic break. And again, I hold them both responsible, but Dan knew the type of woman he was dealing with. He knew that she was unstable mentally. He knew this. And you're so right, Diana. Unfortunately, you can't be like that with men. You can't give them too much. And remember, I said part of her problem was she had Venus conjoined to Jupiter in Sagittarius. So she gave too much in that relationship. And men often don't appreciate that shit. Because men are supposed to really be more of the givers. Women are supposed to be more of the receivers. And men just don't, like, if a woman builds a man up, he gonna start to like look at her as more of his mother than his woman. And he gonna go after a woman that he really wants, not a woman that he needs to hold it down for him. Now let's get into this Sinistry situation. And let me just pull up another picture of Dan. Especially this picture. That just showed they was one of them couples that always just wanted to be seen on, around town to just show that they've made it. All right, let me pull this one up. Like, you could see how arrogant Dan is in this picture I'm about to pull up. He just got that look of arrogance. All right. So Sinistry. So Dan's moon in Aquarius. Oh, did I talk about how he got an Aquarius moon? I forgot to mention that part. Dan got an Aquarius moon, and that's one of the moons that can produce a woman on the side, a chick on the side, infidelity. It just comes with the territory a lot of times. So again, people need to start really becoming familiar with astrology on a level deeper than the sun sign so that they can understand what these people they're dealing with are capable of. So Dan had moon in Aquarius. So again, he's a Scorpio with an Aquarius moon. This is a man that could become possibly sociopathic, I'll say. So his Aquarius moon was squaring Betty's sun in Scorpio. So you could look at that as the other woman, which is Linda, takes attention and significance and power away from Betty. Also, that's Betty being difficult when it came time for them to sell their home. Dan was trying to sell it for like $300,000, and Betty was like, "I want $1 million." And so she kept on like just, holding out until finally he had to get a court order in order for him to be able to sell the house. Dan's moon is opposing Betty's Mars in Leo. That's her invading and damaging his home, the time she did, her dropping the kids off at his house, using children as a weapon, but also her targeting his wife and eventually shooting his wife. Also, Dan's moon is opposing Betty's Saturn in Leo. That's, again, her leaving the kids at Dan's house, trying to shut Dan down. Basically, her trying to be the authority boss over Dan. And also that points to the separation and him doing things that shocks her. Like basically when she found out that he was seeing his secretary, because the way, again, she found out through her going to the office to surprise him on his birthday, and he was out with Linda. Dan's moon is opposing Betty's Pluto in Leo. That's Betty stalking and taunting him. That's her tormenting him. That's her breaking into his house, vandalizing his house. That's the hatred and resentment that she had towards him, the revenge that she plotted against him, and also her using her kids against him and all that. And also her having this hatred and resentment for Linda, his new wife. Dan's moon is squaring Betty's Chiron. So that's Dan's girlfriend. Oh, her Mercury and Chiron. So that's when, she finds out about his girlfriend, and that triggers her to start getting psychotic, or her to start just going off on the deep end, her becoming very vengeful and murderous. So again, these aspects are showing that his behavior was provoking her. Wasn't like she just woke up one day and went crazy. This was a gradual process leading up to her becoming just out of her mind, obsessed with getting revenge. Dan's moon is squaring Betty's nodes. That's an important square because that is pointing to fated, destined circumstances that can be quite catastrophic. It's pointing to the money situation because money was a big deal, especially through the divorce process. Also, Dan's infidelity, well, basically him having the chick on the side with that moon in Aquarius, squaring Betty's south node in Scorpio, causing her to be suspicious and later on obsessing over it and wanting revenge. And also his Aquarius moon, also squaring her Taurus north node, triggered the possessive tendency that comes with Taurus. So she started to become more possessive over him once she found out that he was seeing Linda. Dan's sun is conjoined to Betty's Venus. That's Dan relying upon Betty to hold it down. So Dan's sun is at the 29th degree of Scorpio. It's conjoined to Betty's Venus in Sagittarius. And remember I said Venus in Sagittarius, you could do too much for a partner. You could be very generous, very giving. And that's just showing that Dan relied upon Betty in the beginning to hold it down financially while he spent time in school. Dan's sun is conjoined to Betty's Jupiter. Again, Betty making Dan her everything, her whole world. Dan using Betty as a way to improve his life, as a come up. But also Betty putting Dan on blast once she finds out that he's been cheating. Dan's sun is conjoined to Betty's south node. This echoes her sun south node conjunction in her natal chart. So this just shows you that he fulfilled her karmic debt, like the remittance of her karmic debt. He basically triggered the remittance of her karmic debt. And again, this shows that he was relying on Betty for support. Dan's Mercury squaring Betty's moon in Virgo. So his Mercury's in Sag, squaring her Virgo moon. That's Dan being inattentive, like the one time he was on the phone. This is right here. This aspect points to, and this other aspect too. But in the movie, and I believe this did really happen. So he was supposed to be hosting a Boy Scout party in the backyard. They had a tent out there and all that because his son was in the Boy Scouts. Well, he gets a business call, quote unquote, business call, and he excuses himself so he could take the call inside. And he asked Betty if she could take over for a while. And Betty's like, how long? And he's like, oh, I'll only be a few minutes. This fool ends up spending the whole time on the phone. Party is over. The parents are picking up the boys and stuff. So his Mercury and Sag square and Betty's moon in Virgo points to that. Him being very inattentive. Him basically just not even worrying about like the things going on at home. Him being somewhere else. And also that's him going to law school and leaving Betty to pick up the slack, to do the work, to do the menial labor, basically. Dan's Mercury is in trine with Betty's Mars, Saturn, Pluto, and Leo. So that's Betty working, holding Dan down when he was in school. Betty being his cheerleader, his motivator. Also her taking care of the children, providing for the children while he was in school. So everything that Betty is saying is being confirmed through this Sinistry. So again, it's showing that Betty was fed up. It's showing that she wanted paybacks after all that she paid into this marriage, after all that she put forth in terms of support, in terms of financial help, all of that. Dan's Venus is in trine with Betty's moon in Virgo. Again, his Venus is in Capricorn. That could be a man that's very concerned with status, and he might even use a woman to come up. So Dan is able to rise in status through Betty's help because she got a Virgo moon. She's just prone to be helpful and be that dutiful wife. Dan's Venus is in sextile to Betty's Mercury. That's him benefiting from Betty's supportive nature because her Mercury is in Scorpio. Dan's Venus sesqui-square Betty's Saturn in Leo. That's Dan leaving her to make the boys. So this is another aspect that points to her just leaving her hanging where she had to take care of the boys with the Boy Scout camp. And I'm sure it happened multiple times. Now, remember Dan had Venus square Neptune in his natal chart. It's being echoed in the Sinistry. So Dan's Venus is squaring Betty's Neptune. And that points to basically Linda being at work, Betty being deceived in the process, being lied to, and Betty fearing being abandoned by Dan because he got this chick at work. But this also points to Betty crossing boundaries with respect to Dan's property. Dan's Venus sesqui-square and semi-square the nodes. So woman at work causes Betty to become suspicious. So that was an aspect that's more so dealing with the beginning, but also that could contribute to some of the destruction of his things. Dan's Mars being conjoined to Betty's Venus. This is a narcissistic aspect that's being shown up through Dan. So again, his Mars is conjoined to Betty's Venus. That's Dan treating Betty as an extension of himself. Again, this is all for him. This is all for him at the end of the day. She didn't matter. And where that came in the movie, there was one scene where it was Christmas morning. And I remember when I saw this movie years ago, I looked at Betty as being very irrational. But when I saw it this second, this would be like my 7th time seeing this movie. When I saw it recently this past week, basically, she had asked for a specific ring for Christmas. And by then, Dan had plenty of money. He could afford the ring that she asked for. But instead of getting her the ring she wanted, he got her a ring that he wanted to get her. And that's the epitome of him having his Mars conjoined to her Venus. Him basically treated her like property or like an extension of himself, like she don't matter as an individual. I wish we could play it. Oh, you mean as a patron? We could watch it in Patreon. Yeah, we need to watch this because it's so good. It is so juicy. But yeah, so she called him on it. She was like, this is not the ring I wanted. And he was like, but this ring is more expensive. And I thought this would look better on you. And she was like, but it's not the ring I wanted. She was like, why is it so hard to get me what I want? And then that's when she was like, it's all about you. And I understand. Yeah, that is some narcissism shit. I understood. I was like, yo, that's fucked up. Especially because he could afford to get her the ring she really wanted. Why not get her the ring she really wanted? Yeah, because he was controlling at the end of the day. So again, he had been doing things for years, basically showing off like his narcissistic ass, treating her just like property or like she was just, an extension of himself. And she got fed up. And again, I'm not justifying her killing the man or his wife, but again, you can't push a Scorpio like that, like her, to the limit and not expect her to retaliate. So Dan's Mars was conjoined to Betty's South Node in Scorpio. So there it is. His Sun and Mars are conjoined to her South Node relationship. These can be some of the worst. And basically, he triggered all the negative tendencies of that Scorpio South Node. The jealousy, the suspicion, the obsession, the revenge, the destruction, the murder. He basically triggered it. And he activated the remittance of her karmic debt. So she did have to pay back karma by getting locked up. Dan's Mars is in semi-square with Betty's Neptune. That's him committing her to the psych ward and also making her feel abandoned. Dan's Jupiter is in trine to Betty's North Node and South Node. So this is showing where she did benefit financially through his rise to the top. But also this shows that That's another thing. So Dan had Jupiter and Saturn in he had Jupiter in Virgo. He had Saturn in Cancer. That Saturn in Cancer for some men that could deal with where they do become successful through the help of a woman, through the support of a woman. So Dan's Saturn in Cancer is in trine with Betty's Scorpio sun. So that's him becoming successful through Betty's supportive ways. So his need to be successful through a woman was fulfilled through Betty. So again, Betty's sitting here. She know that basically she helped this man to become this, very successful lawyer. She helped him to rise to the top. And what does he do to thank her? He leaves her for a younger woman. Again, that's the ultimate betrayal. Dan's Uranus squaring Betty's moon. This can produce separations, upsets, upheavals. Also, this shows that Dan basically just objectified not Linda, Betty. So again, she was just there as his helpmate. He may not have really ever been attracted to her, or maybe he was attracted to her in the beginning, but you know how men can get once they get married and stuff. He probably got tired of her real quick. And let's be real, she did have that Virgo moon. So people with Virgo moons, they're not the easiest people to live with. Again, they could be very much a nitpick, a nag, always worrying about things, wanting too many details. Yeah. So in his defense, like I said, I could kind of see why he needed an outlet. But, and again, in his defense, how do you break up with somebody like Betty? How do you divorce somebody like Betty and keep it clean and do it in a peaceful way? It's impossible. So even if he would have, let's say he would have never cheated on Betty and he just got tired of Betty. He got tired of them fighting all the time. And then he said, okay, I'm filing for divorce. She probably still would have killed him. She would have accused him of cheating. You're leaving me for a younger one. And what if it wasn't even about that? What if he just got tired of her? So whether he was cheating or not, I think she would have killed him. Because again, she's looking at all that she invested in this. She never expected them to ever split up. She really took that till death do us part seriously, to the point where she was like, you got to die. If I can't have you, no one else will. That's that classic shit. Dan's Pluto in Leo is squaring Betty's sun. Remember, this is being echoed in her natal chart. So this is Dan betraying Betty. This is the broken trust. This is Dan controlling Betty. Also, this is the infidelity and him basically provoking the dark side of Scorpio in her and provoking her to seek revenge. But this also points to the restraining order that he had out against her. His Pluto is also squaring her Mercury and Chiron and Scorpio. That's basically him getting custody of the kids. Both of these squares deal with that, with the Sun and Mercury. And also that's sending her over the edge, and that's pointing to her tormenting him. So that's basically it, dealing with these two. Again, you're just dealing with two dark-sided Scorpios. I believe that they were both narcissistic. And this is what happens when you get two narcissists together, especially with some heavy Scorpio energy, like, and especially squaring like Leo energy. It's just a hot mess. And again, Betty is not sorry. Now, let's segue real quick and talk about old poopy pants Joe Biden. Get this out the way real quick. Not Joe Budden, Joe Biden. But they're both Scorpios. Now, y'all want to know why Biden is pooping all over himself. Well, people could be like, well, he's old. Don't old people do that? Well, not all old people is taking craps on themselves. Some of them, they can hold that stuff in until the day they die. But look at Joe Biden's 12th house. He got Mars on the 12th house cusp in Scorpio. He got Mercury in Scorpio. Sun in Scorpio and Venus in Scorpio all in the 12th house. You know what that produces? That could produce a loose booty, if you know what I'm saying. That could produce a weak sphincter muscle. That could produce loose bowels, where at some point in his life, he's liable to just them bowels just letting loose wherever he's at. That 12, and that is a sign that he's getting very weak and very frail and sick. Yeah, his mind is going with the wind, and now his body is shutting down. Yeah, he might not be around much longer. You know, Kamala, she might have already gave him that hot dose, and that could be why he taking craps on himself by now. He's like his body's shutting down. That's right, Siobhan. You told me he's dead. Siobhan said, I'm telling y'all, he dead. Maybe he is. Maybe that's just an automaton. Chelsea, you said everyone said he was going to shit himself. Well, yeah, with all that 12th house Scorpio energy, it makes a lot of sense. And then he got Cancer on the 8th, which means his boo-boo be real squishy. It ain't even, let me not get into details. I was like, he ain't forming logs no more. That shit just pouring out. It's just nasty. Just nasty. Well, with that Cancer on the 8th, he could be dealing with some lactose intolerance. And Jupiter and Cancer in the 8th, he better watch what he eat. It can run right through him. And that's true. You got Cancer on the 8th. Some things that you eat could run right through you. Might need to be close to a bathroom. But yeah, old poopy pants. And then he fell asleep. So that's another sign that he's not well, because that 12th house energy too can make him prone to just fall asleep wherever he's at. You said they got Sleepy Joe on the Starship Enterprise with Captain Picard, right? Or remember Lean on Me? They used to call me Crazy Joe, but now they could call me Scat Man. Remember he said Batman, but Joe Biden Scat Man. I'm the Scat Man. She bop bop beat up bop. Dee da bop dee da bop. They are pumping him with Adderall. I don't know what that Vyance is. Dr. Kidd said I have cancer at 8. I still eat dairy sometimes when I'm desperate. Remember Scatman? I'm the Scatman. Squeeze. Dot, dot, did it, dot. All right. Now we got to get into this Joe Budden. So we're going to go from Joe Biden to Joe Budden. Let me pull up a picture of Joe Budden so we could just remind ourselves. I just can't stand this man. So I'm glad this is coming out about him. And you know how I feel about some Virgo men. Oh, that face. Y'all can have this. I know some of y'all thought he was cute back in the day. He never did it for me. He just had that one song, Pump, Pump, Pump. What other song did he have? The only song I know of is Pump It Up. And now I know what he mean about Pump It Up. But in his growth, yeah, remember he was talking about the dog situation, how he be helping his dog along when the dog be, feeling a little itch down there. He actually admitted of like pleasuring his own dog. I mean, that is some dark-sided Virgo shit. I will tell you that. I will say that dark-sided Virgo men are some of the nastiest you could come across. I'm talking about nasty. They can even give Scorpio men a run for their money sometimes. Yep. I feel like even Scorpio men got some limits. Sometimes there's no limits. There's no limit to what a Virgo will do. Yep, he was molesting his dog, claiming he helping his dog, claiming he was only trying to help. See, that's what I mean. They be using that helping excuse a bit too much. You be going too far. You was only trying to help your dog out. Okay. Yeah, he's on some depraved shit. Yeah, if you could play with a dog, you playing with anything. Yep. Now let me pull up his chart. I know I talked about some of his placements before, but I'm also gonna pull some transits. What date did he say that? Does anybody remember what day? Or did they say what day he mentioned that about him liking men and women? Because I could pull a transit chart to see what was going on with him that day. Yes. Uh-huh. Again, claiming they was only trying to help. Hey, Daniel. All right, let's see. Joe Budden. Yep, Joe Budden got Mars and Scorpio. Just that combination, being a Virgo with Mars and Scorpio, I'm like, I'll pass. I don't need that type of dark sided energy in my life. So he got Mars at the first degree of Scorpio. He got, yeah, he got Sun, Mercury, Jupiter, and Saturn in Virgo. Geez, that's a bit too much. He got Mercury square Neptune in Sagittarius. So yeah, I know he be doing that to that dog. He got Mercury conjunct Jupiter square Neptune. Just having Mercury square Neptune, that could cause him to blurt something out, like something that he really didn't want to say, but he blurted it out, or he could be kind of cloaking the truth with some commentary. Yeah, you could tell they were just focusing on that little snippet. But again, okay, so he just said, I like men and women. Okay. I swear when I was watching somebody's video, there was a part where he was like, I'm bisexual or something too. But maybe he just said, I like men and women. But yeah. Now with Mercury square Neptune, a person may not be that careful with their words. So that could cause him to slip up. So maybe he really didn't mean to say it like that or make it sound like that. Or maybe somebody is slandering him, because that can also point to slander. Look at you, Indigo, caping for Joe Budden. It was taken out of context. Yeah, it probably was. But that still doesn't, make me feel that this man is totally straight. I always thought he was bisexual. And again, Virgo men are some of the easiest men to be turned out or to just go that way. Diana said if he was messing with a male dog, he probably does like men's D's too. Honestly, you do got some people where, I hate to sound really disgusting, but a dick is a dick is a dick. And a hole is a hole is a hole, if you get what I'm saying, where they're just that much about sex that it don't matter what or who is attached to it. It's the same like, them people that like that glory hole shit. Like they don't care who's on the other side of the wall. They just like that sick ass shit. Like they don't care who's attached, what body is attached to the sex organ. They just want to get off. He got Mars square Venus. It's a wide square, but that can make him abusive towards women. What else he got? He got Moon opposition Uranus. That could cause him to basically set people against him, but that can also cause him to be very detached from women in a very unhealthy way, like he's just using women to accomplish some type of goal. Something's like really off with that Moon opposition Uranus. I wonder if he was separated from his mom when he was young. Does anybody know about his mother? Let me pull up some information on this dude, because his relationship with his mother, that's creating these problems he's having with women. Oh, Tara, I just got your text. That's right. I did hear you tell. You said people are going nuts. You probably talking. Yeah, no sound. Thank you. That's them demons. All right. Joe Budden. I don't even know if he has a page like a bio about his mother. Okay, so Nicole, you said he has issues with his mom's and he was on drugs. Okay. Indigo said he doesn't have the best relationship with his mother. Makes sense. You know what I say about if Virgo has a bad upbringing, they don't ever let that shit go. Like it stays with them and then it'll be carried over into their relationships. The men especially. If they didn't have good relationships with their mothers, oh my God. The women they get with, they're going to pay. So I'm putting Joe Budden mother. As Mahogany said, he's a terrible person, so whatever he gets. I feel like he's a terrible person too. I mean, you could just see it. So his mother is named Faye Sutherland. Okay, so they do have a Wikipedia personal life. Let's see. Budden was born to Joseph Budden and Faye Sutherland on August 31st, 1980 in Spanish Harlem in New York City. He moved to Jersey City, New Jersey at the age of 13 with his mother and brother, where he attended Lincoln High School. Budden's father was absent from his life during his childhood, a subject he would later address in his music. Budden was a troubled youth. I told you about the Mars and Scorpio kids, and sent to Laurenburg Institute, a boarding school. Remember I said he was probably separated from his mother? That's the boarding school. A boarding school in North Carolina where he began to hone his skills as a rapper. After returning to Jersey, he began using drugs, developing an addiction to angel dust. Oh, man. That's a big part of the problem why he got these issues. That angel dust? That's his Mars and Scorpio all day wanting that shit. Now, again, him having Mercury square Neptune, Jupiter square Neptune, but especially Mercury square Neptune, that points to him being a drug addict. All right, so let's see. After returning to Jersey, he began using drugs, developing an addiction to angel dust. After an emotional confrontation with his mother, Budden voluntarily went into rehab on July 3rd. Emotional confrontation, it was probably physical. In exchange for him being allowed to attend his senior prom, Budden did not earn his diploma and fathered a child with an older woman by the age of 20. With his son on the way, Budden began taking music more seriously. In 2001, he teamed up with producer Dub B, also known as White Boy, and began releasing his first mixtapes and demos, one of which ended up in the hands of Hot 97 radio hosts and Desert Storm Records label head DJ Clue. I remember DJ Clue. Y'all remember DJ Clue? He used to make those banging ass mixtapes. DJ Clue. All right, personal life. Budden has 2 children. His oldest son, Joseph Budden III, was born on May 11, 2001, when Budden was 20 years old. In 2010, a warrant for Budden was issued by Hudson County, New Jersey Sheriff's Office for unpaid child support. His second son, Lexington, was born on December 15, 2017, to Budden and urban model video vixen Sin Santana. The couple became engaged in December 2018 after Budden proposed during a live episode of the Joe Budden podcast. The couple has since called off their engagement. On March 30th, 2012, Budden spent a night in jail and missed a Slaughterhouse concert in his hometown over a $75 parking ticket. In 2014, Budden turned himself in to the police following allegations he assaulted his girlfriend and stole her cell phone. That's his Mercury square Neptune, him stealing her cell phone. And appeared in, that's some shit some dark side of Virgo will do all day. And appeared in Manhattan criminal court on charges of assault, grand larceny, and robbery. A judge later dismissed all charges against Budden. I wonder why. Budden has admitted to having an addiction to PCP and later MDMA. For those that don't know, that's ecstasy. but has been off drugs and publicly spoken out against their use. Budden came out as bisexual. Oh, according to Wikipedia has this written down as fact, y'all. Go to Wikipedia if y'all don't believe me. They wrong for that, because it since came out that this was taken out of context. And it really was taken out of context. But Wikipedia has it right down here. It says Budden came out as bisexual on his Joe Budden podcast in November 2021. And they don't follow it up saying, but he said he was joking. Wow. I wonder who put that in there. Yeah, I know Wikipedia could be edited, but you would think he'd be combing that shit right now, trying to edit that shit back. But yeah, first of all, I'm not saying all men with Mars and Scorpio go both ways, but I will say you got plenty of men with Mars and Scorpio. It is like the glory hole Mars. They don't care where the hole is coming from. If it's a hole, they sticking. Or if it's a dick, they licking. It could be a dog, it could be a woman, it could be a man. I said woman with the, but hey, you know what I mean. Sometimes Mars and Scorpio people, and again, I'm talking about the Mars and Scorpio that are more in the dark end. They will go, to great lengths to get off, or they will consider crossing certain lines in order to get off. Mars and Scorpio people are very hypersexual, a lot of them, to the point where I don't even want to deal with them. It's a bit too much for my taste. I don't like somebody that can get an erection just like that over seeing some shit that maybe some other dude wouldn't get an erection over. And a lot of them will talk about their dick a lot, or they just, dick is just given a lot of attention when you got Mars and Scorpio a lot of times. And I'm just like, it's a bit too much for me. You be like, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Well, Mars and Scorpio, that's like you live by the dick, you die by the dick, basically. Because a lot of them got some STDs, HIV. They can't get rid of that shit. They death sentence all day. All I'm saying is if y'all meet a guy, he got Mars and Scorpio, you better be asking to see that the STD results. Just ask to see them. Never assume. Never assume that a Mars and Scorpio person is not cheating. Never assume. And I'm not even going to say that about a Sun and Scorpio person. Mars and Scorpio, I wouldn't trust them at all. Sun and Scorpio, yeah, there's some that can be very loyal, won't cheat, be real good to you. Mars and Scorpio, that's too much temptation that person's dealing with. Just too much. Oh, yeah, they could be a criminal. Yes, Nicole, they could be a criminal. That's the rapist Mars. It's the murderer Mars. It's criminality Mars. It's the psychosis Mars. And, Mars rules Scorpio. It's the traditional ruler. Just because you got Mars and Scorpio, though, and ruling it don't mean that everything's going to be gravy with it. It could be very dark. And if you got Mars and Scorpio as a woman, you got to be careful about the type of men you attract. Because you could attract some dark-sided men. Scorpio men, for me, period, they're a bit too much for me. I can't. I won't. I don't. All right, enough about Joe Biden. Who else we got to talk about? It's somebody a little boozy. I'll wait. Indigo, where you at? Because I'll bring you on when I talk about him. He's another one I do not like. Looking like some old-ass man. All right, who else I got on my list? Oh, let's get into this Alpo Martinez situation. So let me pull up a picture of him because somebody wanted me to talk about Alpo. Now, some of y'all have heard of him. He was this big time gangster. Oh yeah, we're gonna get into Ike. Okay, Indigo, I'm gonna bring you on in a minute. We gotta get into Ike, but we're gonna get into this Alpo. We won't spend too much time on it. Let me pull up a picture of him. Now, he was a big time drug dealer in Harlem, New York, back in the 80s. He was also a murderer. and he betrayed one of his friends, Rich Porter, I believe, right? I don't like this picture of him. We'll pull this picture up. Now, I decided to put Alpo Martinez. What did I put him at? Because I wanted to put Gemini in his 5th house for a couple of reasons, which I'll tell y'all in a minute. Because I don't know what time he was born, but I was like, I want his son to be in that 5th house. Because that would be very fitting for him. And I'll tell y'all why. Tell me why, tell me why, tell me why. Why can't we live together? It's just a shame because a lot of these big time drug dealers from back in the day, they had a lot of potential, you know, to be big time businessmen because they had that business acumen, but they chose to, you know, they chose that street life and they ended up getting caught up in the process. But yeah, a lot of these men that live the street life, a lot of them are smart. A lot of them, you know, got that, are business savvy, but they just don't want to play by the rules. So then they don't realize that this is a no-win situation for most of them. One thing I never understood about drug dealers, the big time ones, why do y'all stay in the hood? I guess because that's where they feel the most comfortable. And you notice it's like a drug themselves. Like getting that money is like a drug because it's like they can have millions and they don't get out. Or when they try to get out, it's too late. It's like they can't. It's like when you get that fast money, it's never enough. And they do spend it up as fast as they get it a lot of times. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it is like a drug. I think it's not even about the money so much anymore. Once they get enough of it and they get all the clothes and stuff they want, it's about that chase. They get attracted to the chase. Just like some of these men, they're attracted to the chase with women. So it don't matter how many women they get, they still want to chase women. And once they get those women, it's like now they on to the next one. It's the same type of thing, chasing that dollar. But you ain't ever satisfied. It's the same with a lot of these corporate white collar professionals as well. They chasing that dollar and they never happy. They constantly chasing it, don't matter how much they have. So you could either go the street route or you could go the white collar corporate route. You know, there's a lot of criminals in both. It's just that the criminals on the street, they're more blatant. We don't really see the criminals every now and then in, you know, corporate America until we, you know, every now and then you'll hear about the Bernie Madoffs and shit. But yeah, it's all one and the same. It's just that, unfortunately, a lot of men of color, they don't, you know, their head ain't screwed on right. So instead of doing it the right way and really getting this money and doing some like serious, making some serious moves with it, they just get stupid with it. And then they want to throw, you know, the whole, you know, shooting up shit and all that type of stuff. It's just crazy. But anyway, let me pull up the story about Alpo real quick. All right. So according to the New York Post, drug kingpin Alpo Martinez was a serial womanizer and self-proclaimed rat. Martinez was shot dead in a drive-by in Harlem Sunday morning. Any number of people may have wanted to kill slain New York City drug lord Alpo Martinez, police said Thursday, as new details emerged showing he was a serial womanizer and self-proclaimed rat. Suspects? Everyone he ever knew is a suspect in this, a high-ranking police source told the Post, adding Martinez had turned on fellow associates before entering a witness protection program. Well, he was a Gemini, and you know they could be two-faced. Now, Martinez was fatally shot in a drive-by in Harlem Sunday. Wasn't exactly tight-lipped about the fact that he betrayed former associates. Yeah, once he came out of prison, he did give a few interviews, and he was still acting very cocky. He really wasn't acting very remorseful. It was very matter of fact. And even when he was behind bars, he like gave some interviews, and he was very cocky back then too. He talked openly about being a government witness in a YouTube video last year about becoming a federal informant. So what did that tell you? I'm not promoting being a rat, being a government witness. I'm promoting you get locked up, you do what you got to do, he says in the footage. I don't promote being a rat, government witness. I promote being a man walking in your own shoes. Authorities investigating the shooting of Alpo Martinez has said that any number of people may have wanted to kill the notorious drug kingpin. Alpo Martinez was under witness protection and living in Lewiston, Maine. Martinez spoke openly in a YouTube video about becoming a government witness. Martinez was portrayed by Cameron in the 2002 movie Paid in Full. I love that movie. Had been hiding out in a witness protection program in the town of Lewiston, Maine, where neighbors recall seeing an ever-changing stream of women leaving his apartment. Damn, so he was still a womanizer. Neighbor Kylie Tara, who knew Martinez as Abraham Rodriguez, said she once told him off for cheating on a woman who considered herself his fiance. One of those women could have set him up. That's another thing y'all guys got to keep in mind too. These men, y'all men that y'all want to be womanizers and shit, you played around with the wrong woman, that shit'll cost you your life. You could get set up. She could set you up with her homies and shit. Next thing you know, your car getting sprayed with bullets. I mean, think about it. He was in the witness protection program. They got to him. Other neighbors said he lived a quiet life working as a Pepsi distributor, then later in construction, but wasn't seen much in recent months. Martinez was shot 5 times as he sat in his 2017 Dodge Ram at 147th Street and Frederick Douglass Boulevard around 3:30 a.m. I don't feel sorry for him. Oh, well, that's the way the ball bounces, G. Now, let me look at his chart because one of my patrons requested that I do his talk about his chart, especially in terms of did he have any narcissistic or sociopathic aspects? And I'm sure he does. Kay says some women are walking Delilahs. Yeah. Uh-huh. All right, so let me stop share and pull up his chart. And again, I don't have his birth time, but I wanted his son to be in the 5th house for a few reasons. Number one, he was an avid biker. Like, he loved to be on those sports bikes, racing down the street. And he was very much about showing off his cars. So that's why I was like, I want that Gemini sun and Mars and Gemini to be in his 5th house. That 5th house also deals with sales. So he was a salesperson, drugs, drug dealing. Also, that 5th house just points to him being very prideful, him being very showy, him wanting to shine all the time, him being very popular. Even celebrities was, looking up to him, like rappers back in the day and stuff like that. You see that, Siobhan, why I'm putting him in the 5th house like that son? Now, let me see if that lines up with other stuff. Because, again, I just wanted that sun in the 5th house. So that would make him a Capricorn rising. Wait a minute, you can't hear anything, Cherry? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me calling you? Yes, that would foster that narcissistic tendency. And how about being a Capricorn rising? That would fit because he was big time businessman. He was all about his business. Like, he liked to play hard too, though, which is very much that 5th house energy, Mars and the sun. So yeah, it would make sense that he would have some Capricorn, strong Capricorn. Now he don't have any planets in Capricorn, so him being a Capricorn rising would make a lot of sense. My mic sounds nice. Check one. My mic sounds nice. Check two. Yes, Dr. Ken. Thank you. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he was a Capricorn rising. Yes. And his reputation was everything. Right. Now, let's look at some other places. Makes sense he had an Aquarius moon. Now, what's funny is Cameron played him in the Paid in Full movie, and Cameron is an Aquarius. Isn't that funny? But that Aquarius energy points to him being good with networking, him having the connects. And that would fit that second house, like him having moon in the second house, him having these connects in order to get his hands on some money, but also friendships, money coming between him and a friend, him and an associate with that moon. And then also, what about him being in the witness protection program? That could be very much second house moon as well. Him having an abnormal life in general with that moon in Aquarius. But of course, if you're in the witness protection program, you're going to have an abnormal life. You ain't going to be able to just come and go as you please and all that. Did he ever, I wonder if he ever had an ankle bracelet. Did they have ankle bracelets back then? Now, with that being said, now his moon is squaring his nodes. He got a Scorpio South node. Surprise, surprise. And it's conjoined to Neptune in Scorpio. That's the underlying reason why he became this big time successful drug dealer. It was in him. He might have been a drug dealer in a past life, or he might have been a doctor that, you know, dispense drugs and stuff like that. He might have been a pharmacist or some shit. He might have been a chemist in a past life, and he gravitated towards the drug game in this life because that shit was already in him. It was already in him to be a low down dirty crook with that Neptune conjoined to that South Node in Scorpio. It was already in him to betray people and basically turn on people, to be a turncoat. All right, let's see what else. Chiron conjunct Saturn and Pisces, trine Neptune and that South Node. That's part of the reason why he became a successful drug dealer. He was really good at it. And how about this? That makes me really feel like, yes, he could have been a Capricorn rising because Saturn is in Pisces. Saturn, his chart ruler, or would be chart ruler if he is a Capricorn rising, that will point to him being a drug kingpin, like a mega drug dealer. Also, remember the term kingpin, king, that would be that fifth house, right? And he don't have any Leo energy. So especially having Mars in the fifth house, because Mars deals with your name. So being a drug kingpin very much can be that Mars in the fifth, even Sun in the fifth. Let me see what else. But yeah, these are beautiful trines right here. So just know that trines do not make a person good. They can make a person do good deeds. And he did do some good for the community. But those are beautiful trines in that, yes, he just had what it took to be a successful drug dealer. I mean, everything fell into place for him. He messed his own self up by being so egotistical. Now, let me see what else. He got Mercury conjoined to Jupiter in Cancer. A lot of that deals with his ethnicity. Because was he Dominican or Puerto Rican? I think he was Puerto Rican. He was like half Puerto Rican and something else. And that could point to that Mercury conjunct Jupiter in Cancer. But that could also point to all the traveling that he did, especially when he was going back and forth between DC and New York. And he had a woman in DC. And he basically set up shop through her in DC. That's how he ended up getting caught up. Because he got with, I forgot the dude that he got set up, that he had set up, and he ended up being in prison. He's still in prison now. But that Mercury conjoined to Jupiter makes me think of him having a connection with the women. That could also point to him being a womanizer, but also him traveling to be to stay with that woman in DC, or was it Baltimore? I know he set up shop in DC. but I don't know if she was living in Baltimore at the time. But yeah. That Mercury conjoined to Jupiter can also just deal with he thinks big. He has just a big imagination. So if he imagined himself becoming a millionaire at some point, yeah, he could make it happen. And then his Mercury, what is that? Squaring Saturn and Chiron. Those are dissociative squares, but that Mercury square Saturn in particular can make him prone to be like just calculating and just cruel at times, and where he could even be prone to depression, but that could dealt with when he was locked up already. I'm pretty sure he had his times where he was very depressed, but again, he brought this shit on himself. Now, again, does he have any sociopathic aspects? Because so far, I really haven't seen anything that would make him prone to be like a sociopath. Oh, yes, I did. Here it is right here. He got Sun Square Uranus. So there you go. I forgot who asked me to do this. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to open up my Patreon. I don't even know if you watch it. But there it is. He got Sun Square Uranus. That is a classic sociopath aspect. He also has Sun Square Pluto. I told y'all about that. Sun Square Pluto. Death surrounds a person with that. Sun Square Pluto people can end up being very hated. Somebody can take revenge upon them at some point. But Sun Square Pluto, that could produce a murderer as well. So he got Sun Square Pluto and Sun Square Uranus. That explains why he was so ruthless. He was also the type that would turn on people. He would murder people. And he was just all around just, you could say a dirty dirt bag type of person. Like, this is not somebody that you can trust. This is not somebody that's loyal. This ain't even really somebody that's likable. The reason why, people surrounded him is because he had all this money and he was flashy, and basically he had all this clout. You got a lot of clout chasers out there. So they're wanting some of what he had. So yeah. So he did manifest that Taurus North Node by getting that money, but that Scorpio South Node took over, especially with Neptune being conjoined to the South Node like that. Siobhan, you got Sun Square Pluto. Damn, that's right. And that's more so affecting the men you get with than you yourself in terms of your behavior and how you live your life. That's why you always got to be careful about the type of men you attract. But a man that has Sun Square Pluto, first of all, yeah, he could become a victim of murder, but he could end up murdering somebody. And I always say death just surrounds people that have Sun Square Pluto. And basically, yeah, he was trash with that Sun Square Pluto, you could say. Uh-huh. And a lot of people were congratulating when, they were like happy. They were celebrating when they found out he died. So sometimes it be like that. Again, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. It just is what it is. Also, that Neptune conjoins to the South Node, that can make him a thief too. So he probably did a lot of thieving as well. Oh yeah, I think he did kill quite a few people. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, enough about Alpo. All right, let me see who else we got. Dave Chappelle. So I had another patron that wanted me to talk about the transits that Dave Chappelle was going through when he released that stand-up. What was it called? The Closer? Let me see when the Closer was released so I can pull transits for that. Now, Dave Chappelle, I think I told y'all this before, but I was never a big fan of Dave Chappelle, especially like his brand of comedy. I don't like, and I've heard like some comedians like they be fawning over him like he's the second coming of Richard Pryor or some other comedians. I'm like, Dave Chappelle, he's funny, but he ain't all that. I could actually fall asleep to Dave Chappelle's stand-up comedy. And you know me, I love to laugh. But yeah, Dave Chappelle's type of comedy just doesn't do it for me. All right, so this must be from the Closer, his stand-up. So I'm going to pull up this picture. he does all this that stuff too much. Where he, I'm like, that's that Virgo shit. Maybe that's what it is. Him being a Virgo and a male. But I think Cat Williams is funny. But Cat Williams, another Virgo, he irks me as well with his sweet voice. Oh, I can't even listen to Cat Williams talk because, see, these haters because that's because Cat Williams, he's a Virgo and he's a 2. All right, who am I looking for again? I was going to pull up Dave Chappelle. Okay. Hold on, y'all. I never thought Kevin Hart was that funny either. All right, here's Dave. He said, don't do Money Mike that way. I loved Cat Williams as Money Mike in Friday After Next. But then after that, it was like, no, some of his stand-ups was really funny. I have to give it. Yeah. In terms of stand-up, Cat Williams, to me, he blows Dave Chappelle out the water. Again, I could fall asleep to Dave Chappelle's stand-up. I really can. But yeah, Siobhan said anybody over Kevin. All right, let me pull up this Dave Chappelle situation. All right, so it says this was October 25th. So I'm going to pull a transit chart for October 25th. It says Dave Chappelle willing to discuss the closer with trans community, but says he's not bending to anybody's demands. Dave Chappelle has spoken. Now, you know me, I'm all about conspiracies. I feel like this was totally a setup. This is just to create some controversy. It could be for the purposes of distraction. I think that this was planned by Netflix. Because again, Netflix is very leftist. So Netflix is not going to have some material on there that they feel is going to be offensive towards certain people that they like to really protect or get behind. You get what I'm saying? Why are we acting like Netflix didn't know what type of material he'd be putting out? Of course they okayed it. And then now there's this walkout with some of the staff. I'm not believing it. I believe that this is all premeditated or, pre-orchestrated. So Dave Chappelle has spoken out about the controversy over his Netflix special, The Closer, in a new stand-up video saying that he is willing to meet with transgender Netflix employees or other members of the trans community, but won't bend to anybody's demands. In the video, Chappelle remained unapologetic about the special, which was accused of containing transphobic and homophobic remarks and led to a walkout at Netflix saying, "I said what I said. It's been said in the press that I was invited to speak to the transgender employees of Netflix and I refused. That is not true. If they had invited me, I would have accepted it. Although I am confused about what we would be speaking about." Chappelle said in the video, "I said what I said, and boy, I heard what you said. My God, how could I not? You said you want a safe working environment at Netflix. It seems like I'm the only one that can't go to the office anymore." All right, so I guess it goes on. Chappelle claimed that the controversy was about corporate interests and that some members of the LGBTQ community have been supportive of him. I want everyone in the audience to know that even though the media frames it that it's me versus that community, that it's not what it is. Do not blame the LGBTQ community for any of this shit. This has nothing to do with them. It's about corporate interests and what I can say and what I cannot say, Chappelle said. For the record, and I need you to know this, everyone I know from that community has been loving and supporting. So I don't know what all this is about. Now, maybe Chappelle ain't in on this, but I feel like they're using him. If he's not in on this, I feel like they're using him to basically put certain issues to the forefront. And again, it could be for the purposes of distraction. It could be as simple as that. Now, it says Chappelle also spoke about his upcoming documentary about his summer 2020 comedy tour, claiming that it has now been excluded from film festivals. This film that I made was invited to every film festival in the United States, and some of those invitations I accepted. When this controversy came out about the closer, they began disinviting me from these film festivals, Chappelle claimed. And now today, not a film company, not a movie studio, not a film festival, nobody will touch this film. Thank God for Ted Sarandos and Netflix. He's the only one that didn't cancel me yet. Though Chappelle said he was willing to meet with members of the trans community, he jokingly listed off a slew of conditions that would have to be met. To the transgender community, I am more than willing to give you an audience, but you will not summon me. I am not bending to anybody's demands. And if you want to meet with me, I'll be more than willing to. But I have some conditions. First of all, you cannot come if you have not watched my special from beginning to end. You must come to a place of my choosing at the time of my choosing. And thirdly, you must admit that Hannah Gadsby is not funny. Chappelle closed out the video by saying he plans to make his movie available in 10 cities and then asked the audience, am I canceled or not? The release of the closer resulted in a reckoning at Netflix. Now think about it. Look at all the views that the closer is going to get simply because of this controversy. So this could, either way, it's going to be a big win for Netflix. Netflix gets a lot of money as a result of this controversy. The release of the closer resulted in a reckoning at Netflix, with co-CEO Ted Sarandos defending the special and trans employees and allies of the streamer hosting a walkout in protest on October 20th. During the walkout, organized by Ashley Marie Preston, a list of firm. Wait a minute. Didn't one of them, they found out that one of them was actually a racist themselves? And they were talking about like Asians and stuff. Is this the one? Ashley Marie Preston. A list of firm asks was, wait a minute. A list of firm asks was presented. Shouldn't it be firm questions? Was presented to Sarando. They don't care what the way they write nowadays. This is ridiculous. Was presented to Sarandos, and Preston told Variety that Chappelle was invited to speak to the organizers but refused the opportunity. Preston further clarified her stance on Chappelle in an Instagram post on Wednesday. Dave hasn't shown an honest desire to repair harm. Harm? What kind of harm? In fact, his list of demands and conditions felt more like a jab at the exchange between Netflix trans ERG and Ted Sarandos. Okay. But yeah, I feel like this is just a ploy by Netflix to get a lot of people all stirred up about this, because that means more money for Netflix. And also that can mean that they can really push certain agendas out there even further. And maybe this is also just fostering the cancel culture as well. I feel like they're just using Dave Chappelle as a pawn if he's not in on it himself. So let me pull up a transit chart for October 25th and see what's going on with him that's creating all this. Okay. Oh, I'm getting tired. Okay, so he had some positive transits. So he had the Gemini North Node making a trine with his Pluto. So that's like, okay, he's feeling empowered as a result of the statement that he put out there and the media attention that he's getting. And, you know, this could be good for him and bad for him. So this is one of the ways that it's good for him, because it is getting him media attention. And you can even say that's getting him some deals, even because his Pluto is in Libra. So that could deal with where he ends up getting more deals out the deal at the end of the day. You said drink some coffee. I wish I had some iced coffee. I don't have time to make coffee. Now, Ellie says some white comedian joked about being a military soldier and killing kids in the Middle East, and nobody canceled him back in the day. First of all, a lot of these, you know what, Indigo, I'm all out of root beer. I got to settle for a cherry Coke that I got at a convenience store. I got to get some more root beer tomorrow. But anyway, a lot of these comedians say controversial stuff, and they decide to pick and choose who they're going to cancel. All right, where are we at? Okay. So he had the nodes blessing his Pluto, which is nice. The South Node recently crossed over his Neptune, and that can deal with that Netflix series. Well, not the series, but the Netflix special, the comedy special, especially because his Neptune is in Sagittarius. And let me see. But that could also point to the scandal that ensued as a result of his controversial commentary or comedy. And let me see what else. Neptune was forming a quincunx with his Uranus. That could deal with the backlash that he received as a result of him having this Netflix special. And that's like prompting certain people to walk out and protest that Neptune quincunx Uranus. And that's also him speaking about being uninvited to these places. Neptune's also making a quincunx with his Mercury. That's also representing him basically being shamed for putting some, saying what he said. I didn't even see the special. I don't even want to see it. But for those that saw it, do you feel like he was being too derogatory towards people of the LGBT community, especially trans people? Do you feel like this walkout is justified? Do you feel like people should be upset? Because I don't really know what he was saying. Oh, yeah, Siobhan, that Neptune influence could be a humiliation ritual. And like I said, this could work out in his favor. Hey, RDK, happy birthday. Guess what? You share a birthday with Ike Turner, and we're going to get into Ike Turner tonight. Doesn't that make you feel proud? Happy birthday. I have no desire to watch that Squid Game either. First of all, anything that everybody else is on, I immediately get turned off. And I might watch Squid Game by next year. It might take me a whole year because I was like that with Power. When Power first came out and everybody was on Power, I was immediately turned off because I don't like doing what everybody else is doing. I don't like following the crowd. It took me like a good year to a year and a half to start getting into Power, and I loved it. So yeah, I'm a late bloomer, but it's mainly because I don't like fads and trends and all that stuff. So I'll just hang back, let everybody like get the first of it. I might even, get some details from people, and then I might check it out much later. You're not watching Squid Games either. I feel like there's something like that could be brainwashing people with this Squid Games. Because people are on this shit a bit too much. And they did say it, didn't they say it's kind of like Hunger Games or whatever? And like they gotta play like fairy tale games. And then next thing you know, if they don't get it right, they die or something. I don't need to be seeing that shit. I really don't. Cherry Bell said it annoys the fuck out of me. Right? RDK approved. How old are you, RDK? All right. So he got Neptune afflicting his Mercury and Uranus. So that's where a lot of this is coming from. Jupiter was opposing his Mercury on the day he made that statement. And with Jupiter in Aquarius, that could deal with people protesting him as well. And again, him facing that backlash. The moon was conjoined to the South Node the day he made this statement. And the moon being conjoined to that Cancer South Node, that can deal with where he did feel maybe like things were getting a bit too personal. Might have even had some thoughts about race too. Yeah, and then the moon was also squaring Pluto. see what else. What else was going on? Saturn. What was Saturn doing? Saturn wasn't making contact with anything, but it did make a quincunx with his south node, but that was much earlier on this year. But yeah, that's pretty much what's going on with Dave. And again, he'll probably end up making more money from this because somebody's going to give him more deals or whatever because they're going to like that controversy stuff. But Siobhan, you're probably right. This could have been a humiliation ritual. First of all, I feel like Dave Chappelle, and this is true for a lot of celebrities, I feel like he doesn't have much control over his life when he's working in Hollywood, first of all. He can run, but he can't hide. You notice they pull him back. Every time I try to leave, so they keeps pulling me back, telling me I need you in my life. Yeah. Everything's gonna be all right. All right, let's look at Ike Turner real quick because somebody requested Ike Turner. And we doing this in honor of RDK's birthday because her birthday is November 5th. Ike Turner was born on November 5th. And we going to pull up a picture. Let's pull up a picture of Ike and Tina. One thing I'll say, Tina wasn't a total victim in this. First of all, that movie What's Love Got to Do with It. A lot of it, she left out, or they left out a lot because I had no idea that she already had a kid before she met Ike. So I love how they try to make it seem like in the movie that her having Ike's kid was the first child she had. Look like Ike gonna hit her right there in this picture. Wait till I show y'all this. Look like he did give her a few hits that day. Now, I'm not saying Tina deserved to get beat, but I am thinking about the time she shot Randy Jackson. I'm like, you ain't going to be no meek little mouse type of woman if you shooting somebody just because they want to see their ex-girlfriend or their girlfriend at the time. Didn't she shoot Randy Jackson in the ass? No, I'm saying she wasn't a total victim in terms of like being like totally weak, meaning. And let's not forget when she went to wailing Ike in the car. And why should she be a total victim? She's a Sagittarius. Sagittarius don't like being victims. So at some point, yeah, she fought back. But I'm trying to say, like, they try to make her all like kind of meek in the beginning and try to make her seem like she was more innocent than what she was. But she had already had a child when she got with Ike. And they conveniently left that part out in the movie. She shot Randy Jackson in the ass. I think she shot him in the ass. Yeah, and I swear, wasn't Tina dating one of Ike's friends first or something? But yeah, I mean, if you just look at this picture, it looked like Ike was, putting his hands on her that day. She don't look too happy. That's what it was. So you said you thought the first baby daddy was at Ike's band. Yeah, I think that's what it was. She met Ike through her first baby daddy. But so she didn't? So where does first kid come from? That's what I'm saying. Tina got some explaining to do. Right. A lot of the movie was fictional, but I do because I remember I saw this documentary about Tina, and basically, yeah, they were saying she had a baby already when she got with Ike. Siobhan said he was in the band with Ike. He abandoned her the night they first slept together, and she wanted to get in that band. Now, Indigo saying her first child was from a high school basketball player. Okay, I do remember them saying that about the high school. Exactly, Nicole. She's a Sag. Enough said. So yeah, I've been in abusive relationships before. I've been a victim, but I haven't stayed a victim because at some point I fought back or I got the fuck up out of there. So that's what I mean. Like, and also just knowing how Sag is, again, she wasn't that meek type of person if she was a traditional Sag woman. So I'm not saying that no woman deserves to get hit simply because she says things, but I just know that Sagittarius, I know me as a Sagittarius, I got a mouth on me. And I like for instance, when I was watching and rewatching the movie The Shining, and I was seeing the scene where Jack Nicholson is talking smack to his wife because she comes in while he's typing. And she basically just takes that shit. And I was like, I could never allow my husband to just talk to me like that without me cussing his ass out. So what I'm saying is, like, Sagittarius sometimes can escalate a situation when it could be de-escalated. Because again, sometimes Sag is just going, pop off or say some shit and really get, and especially because Sagittarius will say some truthful shit that'll really hurt your ass, or might even, threaten you or cuss you out or something. Because again, Sagittarius chicks, typically, most of them are not weak. They're pretty tough cookies. I myself included. So like I said, even though I've been with abusive men in the past, I've never been the type that just let a man just beat on me. Like, I'm not, like, there's a difference between being in an abusive relationship and letting a man just beat on you. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see Tina being that type where she was just allowing Ike to beat on her, like she was just this punching bag. I think a lot of times she was fighting him back. So that one time where we saw her go off on him in the car and she started beating him, that probably wasn't the first time she went off on him like that in response to him hitting her. They was probably going at it. Again, it doesn't make it right, but that can be an explosive couple, a Sagittarius and a Scorpio. Because again, Scorpio wants to control. And this is why I couldn't be with a Scorpio dude. Because me and him, we probably be scrapping. Because Scorpio wants to control. And Sagittarius is too free-spirited and too ballsy of a chick to allow a Scorpio dude to just be totally controlling her like that. I know I wouldn't allow that shit. I wouldn't allow some Scorpio man to think he could control me like that. I don't care how much money you got. So you, damn, Indigo, you all over the place. So the first child was with the bandmate. Okay, so we settled on that. So it said her first love was a basketball player from a different school. I told y'all Tina got around. Tina was not this meek and mild. Again, in that movie, if y'all remember, they tried to make her all like she was innocent. She didn't know she was this little girl, stealing her mama's dress and shit like that. But remember when they gave her that microphone, she opened her mouth up. Dr. Ken said Ike was established and she wanted to be a singer. Siobhan said women would fight their men back in the day. And yeah, it's like back in the day, you couldn't call the cops. The cops would be like, look, man, sort it out. So what was a woman to do? That's where you got the story about the hot grits from. Shit. Indigo said, love her, but the truth is the truth. She was not a punk. No, she wasn't. She had too much fire in her to be putting up with that. Now let's take a look at Ike's chart. So Ike, oh Lord, he's another one with that Scorpio Virgo combination. That combo right there. Ew. Ugh. He had Moon conjunct Neptune, which explains his involvement in the music industry and him being musical and talented and all that stuff. And you could even say he was a perfectionist with that Moon and Virgo conjoining Neptune. But that could also deal with where he did want his woman to be submissive to him. And again, you can't expect a Sagittarius woman, your average Sagittarius woman, to be that submissive woman to you. And that could also deal with secret relationships he's had with women. Hey, you came in at the right time. Because I just talked about Dave Chappelle. So you might want to go back a little bit because I just discussed his transits, my bills. But yeah, Ike, Moon and Virgo conjoined to Neptune. That can also just deal with all the women that he trained in music and stuff, and how he had these women, working for him, the dancers and all that stuff. And let's see. So he had his sun in Scorpio. Mercury in Scorpio conjoined to Venus. That Mercury conjunct Venus is really good for writing music, writing songs, playing music, and also doing remakes. Because remember, like one of their most popular songs was Proud Mary. And they weren't the first to sing that. So, and I think they did some other remakes as well. If you notice, they weren't that big. I mean, yeah, they were big. Like, when did they really come out? Because you know how Motown basically overshadowed them. And so did Atlantic Records with Aretha. Let me look and see Ike and Tina when they were at the top of their game. I know I went to one of their concerts. I would have been like, I'm cool. But if somebody was like, you want to go see Aretha? I would be like, hell yeah. You want to go see the Supremes? I would have been like, hell yeah. Even if they would have been like, you want to go see the Beatles? I'd be like, hell yeah. Ike and Tina, I'd be like, nah, I'm done. I'm cool. I'd be like, I'd rather sew myself a dress for the Supremes concert. So Ike and Tina Turner were an American musical duo consisting of husband and wife Ike and Tina Turner from 1960 to 1976. So they were hot during that whole era when Motown was hot. So it makes sense why they didn't make it as big as they could have, because again, Motown overshadowed them. And with Ike, he had probably a big problem with that. He probably didn't even allow Tina to listen to Motown records in the house. Now they performed live as the Ike and Tina Turner Review, supported by Ike Turner's band, the Kings of Rhythm, and backing vocalists called the Ikeettes. The Ike and Tina Turner Review was regarded as one of the most potent live acts on the R&B circuit. The duo had a string of R&B hits with their early recordings of Fool for Love, It's Gonna Work Out Fine, I Idolize You, Poor Fool, Tra La 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 La, the release of River Deep, Mountain High in 1966, followed by a tour of the UK with the Rolling Stones. And I did learn that Ike Turner, he really wanted them to be more part of the white music scene, the rock scene, instead of R&B, which is why they teamed up with the Rolling Stones. And this increased their popularity in Europe. Their later works are noted for interpretive soul-infused rearrangement of rock songs such as Come Together, Honky Tonk Woman. See, these are the remakes that they were doing. That's his Mercury conjoined to Venus and Scorpio. He was really like a cultural vulture or whatever. He's like one of them. He was one of them, what would you call them? He was doing the whole cultural appropriation shit before that shit became popular. No, let me stop. But no, that's why I never really gave Ike that much credit, because he did do a lot of remakes. I mean, so did the Jackson 5 when they came out. But what really set the Jackson 5 apart was the fact that Michael had those pipes. So he could do a remake and be even better at it than the original song. I don't know why I love you. If y'all don't know how badass Michael Jackson was, because I know I got a lot of younger viewers, and some of y'all only know Michael since Thriller. Some of y'all know Michael since Off the Wall, and I know it's Scorpio season. I'm talking about Ike, but let me give Michael his props real quick. Because Michael, the Jackson 5, what did they come out in 1969 or 1968? So the Jackson 5, they were given remakes to make. Yeah, that was more normal back then. But they were given songs to remake. But the way Michael would sing these songs, and again, a lot of my younger viewers, y'all don't know about the Jackson 5, and y'all don't know about how talented Michael was when he was a kid. The voice, his voice, his vocal range. Like, for instance, one of my favorite songs he sang in the Jackson 5 was Got to Be There. The way that boy hits those high notes, boy. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. So for my younger viewers, if y'all haven't heard like Jackson 5 songs, start off with I Want You Back, which is their debut album. Follow up with ABC, which is their second album. Every song on those albums are dope. Then the Jackson 5 came out with the Christmas album. See, I grew up on the Jackson 5. Jackson 5 was the shit. And of course, they came from Motown. So Ike and Tina Turner, they didn't have a chance going up against Motown, the Motown sound. So it kind of makes sense why they did gravitate towards the Europe crowd with the Rolling Stones and all that type of stuff. Now, Ike and Tina Turner received the first Golden European Record Award for their international hit Nut Bush City Lemon. Nut Bush. I remember that. Thank you, Lisa. All right, let me answer your question real quick and then I'll get back to Ike. You said, I'm having trouble making friends. I want to be friends with this girl. She's also from my country. How should I do it? Her name starts with an S. How should you make friends with S? I get you. I can imagine that's kind of hard unless, do y'all work together? If you work together, that could be easier. But if you just see her around town, that could be pretty hard. So I got the Hermit card, which tells me that you got to come up with a reason why you need her help, which is kind of like shady in a way. Or it can mean that you can help her for something. So you could be of help to her, but then that might mean that you got to be like seeing when she needs help or something. But I'm seeing where you would actually go to her for either some advice or some help and then take it from there. But again, that's kind of shady. You know what I'm saying? To have to go through those ends to like make friends. Because I feel like making friends with somebody should just happen naturally and organically. So I'm going to say scratch that. That Hermit card, I'm going to just say put it in your mind's eye that you want to become this girl's friend. Write it down. Yeah, keep it to yourself. Don't put yourself out there and do that shady shit. I would just say put it in your mind's eye that you want to be friends with this girl, and then write it down even because you need friends. You think this person would be a good friend, and then see what happens. That's the best I could tell you because, again, friendship should occur organically. You don't want to try to force somebody or con somebody in becoming your friend. And sometimes if you get too friendly with people, they get suspicious. Like they're like, okay, what she want? So I would just be a little, I would keep it inside and just put it out to the universe that I want this person to be my friend. You said kiss my ass. That's when the bandmate did that. Okay, back to Tina and Ike. Ike and Tina Turner were inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1991. They have 2 singles inducted into the Grammy Hall of Fame: River Deep, Mountain High, and Proud Mary. And again, some of y'all talk about y'all love Ike and Tina or whatever. I don't know if y'all saying that, but all I know is I didn't grow up with my parents blasting Proud Mary or River Deep and Mountain High through the house. That's what I mean. Like, they really didn't make it that big. The reason why they became so infamous was because of that abusive relationship that they were in, it seemed like. And especially because they were a husband and wife team, that type of thing. But yeah, they weren't. Like, Tina did so much better when she broke free from Ike. It was like Ike was keeping her from growing. And that can happen when a Sagittarius gets with a Scorpio. Nice and easy, right? But again, my parents didn't have Ike and Tina albums in their house. Okay, let's see. Oh, now we got to look at his chart. So he had Mars and Sagittarius. That's a bad combination when you got Scorpio, Sun, Mercury, and Venus, and then you got Mars and Sagittarius. Because already as a Scorpio, you got this issue with control. And then when somebody doesn't do what you want them to do, now you flying off the handle with that Mars and Sagittarius. That could produce serious anger problems. He could go overboard with his angry outbursts. That's just not good. And he could be somebody that acts like he wants to be treated like some guy. He always thinks he's right. That Mars in Sagittarius also points to why he was really trying to get in good with the white rock scene, with the Rolling Stones and all that, because Sagittarius, Mars in Sagittarius, that can make one prone to like interracial relations, international, and that's them traveling to Europe, going to the UK, touring with the Rolling Stones. Now, I did have a nice Venus trine Pluto, Mercury trine Pluto, so that went hand in hand with him being able to just collaborate with other artists and him basically becoming powerful in his own right through the music. But I bet you he died being very bitter. Because again, he never really reached the pinnacle of success. Definitely didn't reach the level of success that Tina did when she was on her own. So he carried that bitterness with him. He also had Mercury in Scorpio squaring Jupiter and Leo. Venus in Scorpio squaring Jupiter and Leo. That reminds me of when that chick dropped them kids off at his house. And she was like, "Oh, you playing daddy now?" She was like, "You take them." Or something like that. Oh, Florida, thank you for your super chat. What did you say? I'm going to have to go back. Hold on. Indigo, I'm about to bring you on because I probably won't be on here but for another hour. You said Light Yagami from the show Death Note. He's a Scorpio. Okay, who is this? And then I spoke about Gabrielle Union, Florida, a couple of weeks ago. So go back to the live stream. Was it Mars and Libra I talked? Because I don't want to talk about that chick again. I just talked about her. So you're going to have to check one of my last live streams for Gabrielle Union. Now, let me pull up this Light Yagami and see who the hell this. You be coming out the woodworking with some of these people I never even heard of. Has anybody heard of Light Yagami? Am I even saying it right? Yagami? Yagami? So thank you, Siobhan. It was the Mars and Libra live stream. Yeah, check that Mars and Libra live stream. I go into Gabrielle Union. I go pretty deep into her chart. All right, Yaga. What's his name? Sakatumi? Light Yagami. That's his name. From the show Death Note, he's a Scorpio. All right, let me see what this person looks like. He's a voice actor. Oh, he's an anime. Okay, he's an anime voice actor. Wait a minute. He's not even a real person? February 28th. Wait a minute. I'm confused. You got me confused. Florida. So this is an anime character. And they're saying he's not a Scorpio. Unless you're talking about the voice actor is a Scorpio. Because they have him listed as a Pisces. Okay, you got some explaining to do, Florida. Where you at? Yeah, Florida. Let me know what's going on here. Because when I pulled up Light Yagami, it's an anime character. So Eli said, and basically, if he writes your name in his book, you die. But he's not real. He's an anime character. Yeah, I'm just finding this out. And it's saying that he's not a Scorpio. It's saying he's a Pisces on the according to his creator, his birthday is February 28th. 1986. Unless that's the birthday of Takeshi Obata. Hold on, let me see. So the notebook that allows the user, so he finds the Death Note. I wonder if my daughter knows about this because she used to love anime. An otherworldly supernatural notebook that allows the user to kill anyone by knowing their name and fates after it's dropped by the Shinigami Ryu. Frustrated by the status quo of the world he deems to be rotten, Light uses the Death Note to kill these whom they deem morally unworthy of life. Okay. All right. All right, where are we at? Okay, so a little bit more about this Ike situation. Not much to be said though. Um, he had Saturn at the 18th degree of Capricorn, so I know he was very bitter, especially when Tina started to become very successful. You probably wanted to put a hit out on her, but they would know immediately that it was him. All right, so let me see. All right, Indigo, I'm about to send you the link so you could call in. Well, not call in, but invite, copy. My back's starting to hurt. All right, hold on. Okay, where you at, Dr. Ken? Not you. Not Dr. Ken, Florida. You said you're getting Scorpio vibes for him. Is it because of the death theme? He's a character who kills people. That's Scorpio vibes to me. Thank you, Diana, for your super chat. You said I have Sun, Mercury, and Saturn in Aquarius in the 11th house. What should I know? Well, you should be good with electronics, perhaps IT. That's really good for being progressive in terms of your mindset. Um, being a trendsetter. That Aquarius in the 11th house is just compounding that 11th house themes, and it can make you very future oriented, futuristic. You could be into futuristic things. You're probably a iPhone user because a lot of people that are very much like have that technology energy, like the Mercury in Aquarius, Saturn in Aquarius. Basically, you probably get excited over like the latest gadgets, and also that could deal with friendships too, especially Saturn and Aquarius. You could attract older friends. I would just say be careful of who you make your friends, especially with Saturn in the 11th house. And you might even need friends really to define who you are, but don't rely upon them too much. I knew you had an iPhone. You probably look down on people that are Android users, such as myself, but that's okay. That is okay. I will continue to use Android. Me and Apple products, we just don't vibe well together. Yeah. When you have Saturn in Aquarius, or just Saturn in the 11th period, you could count very few people as true friends. But that's okay, because having friends that are very needy, you could find them to be too exhausting. You could find them to be like just too much. Like you might find that they're taking up too much of your time. You're welcome, Diana. All right, hold on. Let me check my email. Thank you, Wendy, for the Cash App. Let me know if you have a question. Oh, yeah. So I guess you'll post it in Cali 92. I'll look for your question. And then thank you, Danny, for your super chat. You said I don't trust people. That's good. See, a lot of people, we be looking at mistrust or distrust as a bad thing. Hell, that shit will save you a lot of trouble. It will keep you out of harm being distrustful of people. Man, screw what people say. I used to think that, being distrustful was a bad thing until, people pissed on me enough and told me it was raining, and I'm done. This world is full of a lot of just people that are just out to get you. Sarah, you team Android too? Hell yeah. All right, Danny, thank you for your super chat. You said dream meaning please was outside with a cuz. I don't speak to, went inside, brushed a slug off my hand. It turned into a newt that got bigger than a crow. Was outside with a cuz I don't speak to inside, brushed a slug off my hand. It turned into a newt that, I guess you're saying, just getting bigger than a crow. You might have to clarify some of that, Danny. Oh, that's right, Sarah. I'm sorry about that. Let me pull that up. Yes, a lot of wayward individuals. Very much so. So I'm just going to see what was that dream about the slug that turned into a newt and then that became like bigger than a crow. I guess that's what you're saying. What's the meaning behind that dream? I got the justice card, and before I even pulled this card, I was like, it sounds like it's a problem that you're avoiding, that you don't want to deal with, and you're hoping that it will go away on its own. And that justice card can mean that you're not putting forth enough effort in a certain area, and that you're kind of like hoping that the situation will resolve itself, that things will work out. But I would say it basically is time to address this situation, or the problem is just going to get bigger and bigger. I feel like that's the meaning of the dream, to not let things just fester. Oh, then a crow appeared. Got you. Okay. Yeah, but I still stand by what I said. I feel like this is involving a situation that you really don't want to be dealing with, but it does require your input and your effort, or you could say. And this situation won't resolve itself by itself. So you're going to have to address it. You're going to have to do your part. And then from there, yeah, things could actually, that crow could even symbolize where you don't feel, well, number one, crows can be a bad omen, but crows can also symbolize where you are able to break free from something. Like it could be the death of something, but where it's actually a good death, where you're no longer weighed down by something. All right, Sarah, let me pull up your super chat. Hey, New Eyes. Private eyes are watching you. They see your every move. All right, Sarah. Okay, you said, okay, so I got Danny that I used to work with, the cap texting me right now. Sent you a pic of him. I want him. He texted me response. He's on hold right now. Wait a minute. You say he's texting me. Do you mean should you respond? Let me read this again. Okay, so I got Danny that I used to work with. The cap texting me right now. Sent you a pic. I remember seeing. I remember I wrote back. Oh, I got to respond to your other emails, the ones you sent me with the pic. I wrote back and I was like, I could see the Capricorn in him. You said, I want him. He's texting me response. He's on hold right now. So clarify that. Do you want to know if you should respond to him right now or what you should say or something? Like clarify what you want me to look at. She's had him on hold. I like that though. Keep his ass on hold. See how bad he wants it. How bad do you want it? How do you want it? Yeah. How do you feel? I remember you told me, you was like, he took you bowling and you was like, how boring is that? I'd be grateful if a man took me bowling at this point. Nah, I'm not even ready to go out on a date. I'm really not. New eyes, I noticed you got a pattern of showing up late, but that's okay. As long as you show up, it's all good. Hey, Oro, I'll get to your question in a minute. Oh, you said, should you date him? So wait a minute. He's asking you to like start dating him and you got him on hold waiting for a response? Uh-oh. Let's see. Well, you know, Capricorns are very patient. Doctor, can I feel you? Bowling is hard. I always end up hurting one of my fingers or my thumbs. And it ends up where it's not really a fun time for me. And I don't like those ugly bowling shoes either. All right. I got the Knight of Pentacles, followed by the Queen of Cups. The challenge is the Hermit, which means that, yeah, you could be in a relationship with him. You could start dating him, but expect to still be alone a lot of the times. Thank you, Florida. I'll get to you in a minute. Expect to still be alone a lot of the times. And that's very much Capricorn. They do that. I got the Knight of Pentacles for the advice, which basically means you could give him a chance, but things might move very slowly between the two of you, especially once he gets some sex, if he hasn't gotten it already, and like he knows what that's about. Then you can kind of expect him to kind of put you on the shelf every now and then when he's doing his thing or whatever. So 15 years, always flirted. My mom works with him. I work with him. Okay. Well, that's good because your mom can keep an eye on his ass. You said, hell no, I don't want to catch athlete's foot. I ain't wearing no smell. Oh, there you go, Indigo. I'll bring you on in a minute. Man, Diane, you asked me what happened to the massage therapist. We broke up already. Well, no, we didn't break up. I broke up with him. And unofficially, I'll tell you why. And I think it was my misunderstanding. I think he told me what was up when I first got the first session from him. And I think I misunderstood what he was saying. So let me give y'all an update. So I told you, did I tell you I got the second massage session with him? That went really good. He massaged my booty really nice and everything like that. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to need another massage within about a week. And I still have 2 massages left on my subscription plan that I have since canceled. So I canceled my subscription plan because they wanted to raise the prices. And because my rent's going up, I just got to be more conscious about things. So, but I still have 2 sessions left. And I was going to use those 2 sessions with him. So every time I go to book a session now, he's not scheduled. You can even look up the massage therapist by name. So when I click on his name, he don't have no appointment scheduled. And now that I think back, I think he did tell me that he was only going to be there between, it was like Friday and Sunday, like the next days. Like, I think and maybe that is why he told me to follow him on Instagram. But at this point, why should I pay out of pocket if I have 2 sessions? But he got me so used to his touch that I don't want nobody else touching me. So now I'm stuck. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going to have to break down and get the 2 sessions from somebody else before I end up contacting him for the private sessions. And then I was thinking about this. What if I contact him for the private sessions and his wife thinks something's up. You know what I'm saying? I don't want his wife thinking like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe he does make a lot of house calls like this, but I'll be damned if I end up a victim of some bitch that's like Betty Broderick. So I got to think about that too. Like, does he officially make house calls, or is this some like just shit he does on the fly, and that might trigger his jealous wife to think that he's doing some hanky panky shit? I'm not trying to get caught up like that. He got me like that with them hands. He just got the right technique, and our placements line up real nicely and stuff. Did I tell? I don't think I think I only told my patrons that I was able to get his birthday and everything. Did I tell y'all that? Yeah, because a lot of y'all aren't on my Patreon account, so some stuff I only share with my patrons, or they might hear it first. I don't think I gave y'all a follow-up to that first session, did I? Yeah, you can't turn down good hair. So I did go back to him. I think I had the first session with him on a Thursday, and I went back on a Sunday, and it was just as good. I would say it was even better. So the second time, that's when I started asking him questions, and I was able to find out his birthday. His birthday is January 4th. I'm trying to remember what year. Can't remember the year offhand, but the thing was, I was able to get the information out of him in a real slick way. I didn't just come right out and be like, what's your date of birth and all this stuff. I warmed him up to it. Thank you, Kritika, for your super chat. I'll get to your question in a minute. I warmed him up to it, got acquainted with him. We was doing a lot of laughing and talking and stuff like that. Next thing you know, this fool leaves me hanging high and dry. And I'm like, I've been there, done that before. I'm tired of these men coming into my life, making me feel some type of way, only for them to just abandon me at some point. And I'm like, okay, I see. That's my Sun conjunct Neptune. Once again, getting my hopes up high about a guy only to be let down. Now, again, he told me to contact him on Instagram, but now I feel uncomfortable. I don't know if, you know what I mean? I don't know what's going on with him at home. I don't know, like, I'm contacting him on Instagram. Next thing you know, his wife, sees the message. She intercepts his phone. Now she in my live stream like, oh, is this the bitch that wants a fucking massage? That type shit. I don't know. So I'm kind of a little shaky about that, because I don't want to have to beat a bitch's ass over her man that I don't even want. I just want his hands. All right, Florida, thank you for your super chat. But I think somebody had a question before you. Let me see, Danny. So Danny already answered yours. Diana, I think I answered yours. Let me see who else. All right, Florida, you're up. Thank you for your super chat. Scorpio associated with death, so I assume, okay, you already said that, but that's a good assessment. Oro, let me get to you real quick. You said, hey, I wanted to know if you could pull a card in regards to dating again. Oh, I like that question. I always like the dating question. In regards to dating and meeting people online, I pulled Queen of Wands as advice. Should I date for fun online and see where it goes? Okay, let's see. Well, if you got Queen of Wands in respect to that question, that would be a definite yes. Because the Queen of Wands, she likes to get attention. So should you date for fun online and see where it goes? I know when I tried to meet some guys online just as a case study, that shit was horrible. But probably because I went to the wrong dating app. I was doing my research study on Black people meet, and it was just so disappointing. I got the 8 of Wands aura, which tells me that you're not just going to have fun. You're going to get some dick out the deal, and maybe more than one. So I say have fun. You're still young. Hell yeah. Don't waste these years just, sitting down doing nothing. And sometimes you got to look at these men as like, they ain't nothing but some dick anyway. Dick and a smile. Remember, like, Belle Biv DeVoe, never trust a big butt and a smile. Never trust a big dick in a smile, but you can have a lot of fun with it. That's women's problems, though. We get caught up too quick with our feelings. We really do. We put these men on pedestals. That's what Betty Broderick did with Dan Broderick. She lifted him up, built him up, then placed his ass on a pedestal. Wonder why he cheating on her. All right, Kritika. You said, should I get lipo and breast reduction this year or try dieting and exercising? Will I regret the procedure? I am just 24. Also, thank you. I live for your lives. Oh, thank you. Kritika, you're so sweet. So should you get lipo and a breast reduction this year? That's another thing I changed my tune on. I used to be kind of against plastic surgery. Now I'm all for it. That's all it takes for you to enter your 40s, have some life changes for you to change your mind about some things. I'm all for it at this point. I be looking at surgeons as gods. Like when you see some of the results they be achieving with this plastic surgery, I be looking at them like, oh my God, you're a god. All right, so should you get the breast reduction this year and lipo? I got the 9 of Pentacles. So that tells me that you could wait, do the diet and exercise first, because 9 of Pentacles is a Virgo card. So that is like eating right, choosing the right foods. You know, you're still very young, so you got energy. You got a lot more energy than I do. So start hitting the gym, start eating right, and you can lose that, the excess weight. You might even shrink your breast size. So even if you do want a breast reduction, maybe the doctor won't have to do too much work after you lose the weight. So I say go the natural route first. And then if you still need some help, consider that later. Yeah, plastic surgery or any type of surgery can be scary. All right, so somebody else, you're welcome, Oral. Somebody else sent me a Cash App, so I'll wait till that comes in. Indigo, I'll bring you on in a minute. Oh, so let me give you some more information about the massage therapist. So Gemini, and I pulled his chart too, and I can't remember his placements. And did I save his chart? I had to. Let me just pull it up. I'm not going to share the screen, but let me just pull it up, talk about some of his placements real quick. He's 33. He's married. Did I tell y'all he was married? I don't even think I told y'all he was married. Only my patrons knew that part. All right. Where's he at? Married, got 3 kids. Yo, don't tell me I didn't save this to my files. That'd be crazy. But I still remember because he's a 4. Hold on, let me see if this is in. That's crazy if I didn't save it. But oh yeah, here he is. Okay. 4 birth number. Stellium and Gemini, Sun, Mercury, Venus, Chiron. That Venus could join the Chiron. That's the healing hands right there. Yeah. He got that Mars and Pisces trine Pluto. Yes. That really helps him to be really good as a massage therapist. Even that Moon in Aquarius helps. It's in trine with Sun in Gemini, which means his hands just be giving off these frequencies that can really produce a healing effect within somebody. And remember what I said about that Moon in Aquarius when I was talking about Dan Broderick. Oh, hell no, I'm not a home wrecker. Like I said, I'm not trying to end up on the other end of a gun of a woman like Betty Broderick. I ain't doing it. But he does have an Aquarius moon, so I'm almost certain he might cheat on his wife at some point. Yeah. Let's see what that moon is doing. Up, he got moon square Pluto too. Oh, that's another. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, his Jupiter is right on my South Node in Taurus. Now, I don't know if y'all remember me telling y'all this, but remember Kevin Lavroni, the bodybuilder that I have a crush on, like a serious crush on? Kevin Lavroni has Jupiter at the 20th degree of Taurus, conjoined to my South Node. My massage therapist has his Jupiter at the 20th degree of Taurus, conjoined to my South Node. I'm like, look at this here. But yeah, interesting. But what was it? Okay, I think I could bring Indigo on now. Oh, the Cash App. That's right, Cali 92. Oh yeah, I was looking for you, Callie. I'm sorry. Let me see. Did you post something, Callie? Oh, here you are. You said, I met a guy online. I stay in LA. He stays in Washington. Can you please pull a card and determine if I should continue to entertain him? I like that it's long distance. Should you continue to entertain him? What's his sign? Should you continue to entertain him? I got the Knight of Swords, which is a firm no. So basically, you need to dump him before he dumps you. And you don't have to be sensitive about it either. What's his sign, Cal? Oh, he's a Leo. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I would even do it where I just stop contacting him. Unless he's a nice guy. But I don't see this really being worth your while. Oh, you say he's a Gemini rising? That's where that Knight of Swords is coming from. You can't trust him anyway. And I don't like men with Venus in Cancer at all. And he has a Cancer moon. Yuck. That's just ill. Thank you, Kritika, for becoming a diggable planet. Everybody welcome Kritika as a diggable planet. Yeah, that's too much Cancer energy. He wants you to be his mama. That's just no. All right, and then there was somebody else. Lisa, thank you for your super chat. You said, should I start seeing this guy again? He told me that he misses me. Or is it all cat? Okay, let's see. A lot of times, getting back together with somebody you dealt with in the past, a lot of times that shit don't work. You got to ask yourself, there was a reason why y'all broke up or didn't work out. What makes you think things are going to be better this time around? I got the Four of Pentacles, which tells me you need to exercise self-preservation and not even entertain him in that respect. So I say it is all cat. Even though Four of Pentacles is a Capricorn card, but no, that's like he's holding on mainly because he don't want to be lonely. He don't want to feel left out in the cold. All right, so I hope that helps. And let me see. I think I got everybody. Somebody sent me an email talking about, are you holding on to negative soul ties? What is she talking about? The massage therapist? Okay. All right, Indigo, I'm bringing you on. Because we about to talk about Little Boozy.
Hey, everybody.
Boozy badass.
Little Bussy.
Little Bussy. Let me pull up a picture of him. Now, it don't matter how much money this dude get. He look dusty as shit.
He looks 65 in the face.
Yes, he does. I just,
and he's 2 years old in the pants.
Damn, he's short.
He's short in many ways.
Damn, Boosie. All right, let me pull up. I mean, come on, you can't get that much dustier than this. And this is where he has a little money, don't he? Like, doesn't he have a little money from his rapping days?
Right, little.
I mean, look at the dust.
Oh Jesus, he looks so tired.
Look, I gotta get a bigger picture so we could get a better view of him.
He looks he looks so motherfucking tired.
Yes, look at this, and he always got so much to say
about Lil Nas X.
Now, what does he be saying about Lil Nas X?
What is he not saying about Lil Nas X? Lil Nas X sneezed. He got something to say about Lil Nas X. He has an obsession with Lil Nas X.
That means he's hanging on his every word, and he wish he could hang on them pubic hairs.
I think he wants Lil Nas X.
Yeah. I mean, this dude looks bad. Is he sick? Do you know if he ever had like an illness or anything?
He suffered from diabetes.
Oh, okay. You could tell. You could tell he suffers from diabetes and he don't take care of himself.
Mm-hmm.
Like he just neglects his health. He probably gonna lose a foot in a minute.
Can't say I'm about to escalate everything. No, I'm not. I'm gonna be on my best behavior tonight.
All right, here's a better picture of him. He definitely has that sick look. He might not be around for a minute. So I'm going to look and see if I see any aspects in his chart that can result in his life being cut short. Because I am seeing death in his face, and it goes beyond him just being a Scorpio. Hold up.
Yeah.
And again, he's so opinionated when he needs to just shut up and sit down. Like,
I think what it is that he realized that he's getting a lot of attention. Oh my God, look at him. He's getting it's the eyes. It's really the eye, because he's a handsome man. It's the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But what I was saying was he started to get a lot of attention talking about Lil Nas X hits, why he keeps doing it, because it keeps him relevant. And I don't know if you noticed, but Vlad TV is always has him on the show. It used to be Lord Jamar.
Mm-hmm.
And then Lord Jamar, remember, he tried to expose Vlad, and Vlad replaced him with Lil Boosie. So I think part of it is Lil Boosie likes the attention that he gets for talking about. He needs to conceal it, Diana. He likes the attention that he gets for talking about Lil Nas X, because nobody's checking for his music, nobody's checking for his movie, nobody's really checking for anything that he's doing outside of talking shit.
Yeah. And I feel like he talks so much shit just so he could stay relevant. Because one of the Scorpio's fears is being insignificant. They don't want to ever feel like they're insignificant. So he got to stay in the news. He got to stay in the media just so he could be relevant. So what better topic to choose but like Lil Nas X and other topics like that.
Mm-hmm. And he's the male version of Kai. You remember Kai from back in the day? My Neck, My Back?
Yeah.
What's her sign? She's a Scorpio.
Oh, makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, she be with that vitriol. She can be very hateful when somebody's on her bad side.
Well, she's a dark side of Scorpio. She goes for the juggler. And they latch on. They latch on. Oh, he had cancer?
So he had cancer?
I know he has diabetes for sure.
Damn, so he is sick. Let me see what's in his chart that makes him so like frail in terms of his health. Okay.
He looks like that. He looks like the auntie that just got out of prison and now she a dyke lesbian.
He does kind of have that look. Now he does have some heavy karma, being as though he has his Mars conjoined to his Capricorn South node, and he might end up losing a lot of weight at some point. But that can also produce him having issues with his skin. He might end up having either like hyperpigmentation, which you can kind of see. Like somebody mentioned, he need concealer. But yeah, that could point to that Mars conjoined to the Capricorn South node. And where you talked about how he looked like he's 60 years old or something. That's that aging. Capricorn conjoined to Mars, having that old ass face. So yeah, he got that hook up in his chart. And then let me see what else.
And then he's like only 5'5", believe it or not. He's really short. Yes, I used to work for him back in the day, believe it or not.
Okay.
Yeah, I was an intern for Trill Entertainment when they were here in Atlanta. Right after they put out Independent with Little Boost, Little Webby.
Mm-hmm.
Right after they put that song out. Yeah. Yeah. And it's interesting because Boosie was not homophobic back in the day. Like, he's ignorant as fuck. Don't get it twisted. He's ignorant as all hell. But he wasn't as homophobic. And what's interesting is his tour manager is a flamboyant gay man.
Well, it's funny because I see he got Sun conjunct Venus in his chart, and it's pretty close. And like I said before, you got some men that are gay. Not saying he is, but that could just mean that he was more accepting of it, like you said, at some point. Now, he does have Mercury conjoined to Jupiter and Scorpio, which means he's very opinionated, very outspoken, and he's prone to say some controversial stuff, or what some people would deem as controversial. So he has that in his chart. He also, that Scorpio energy can produce the criminal tendencies. Now, I was looking at a video about him, and is this true? Like, I think they said that he went to prison because he put a hit out on somebody.
I'm not sure how true that is, but I know he went to prison for sure.
I'm almost certain that's why he got locked up, because
and while he was in prison, he was saying that this is when he first started. He saw two men having sex, and he went into great details about it.
Yeah, like he was standing there watching the whole time. I'm like, who does that? If you're so disgusted, well, how do you know all these details? All right, let's see. But see, somebody with all that Scorpio energy, let's be real. He could have this fear of being attracted to men in that way, because let's just count it down. He has Moon in Scorpio, Mercury in Scorpio, Jupiter in Scorpio, Sun in Scorpio, Venus in Scorpio.
Oh my God.
Heavy Scorpio energy, which could cause him to, there could have been times where he did get erections off of some men, and maybe he didn't even want that to happen. So somebody like him could like say things against gays, the LGBT community, simply because he doesn't want to ever go that way. So he's trying to convince himself, you could kind of say, or prevent himself from ever going that way.
Well, child, he's doing a horrible job at doing that.
But again, he's just very opinionated, and he's just prone to say he's the type with that Mercury conjoined Jupiter. He likes to say things to get a rise out of people. But he can also say things that's very political too. So he could be like on one political end of the spectrum, and he's going up against some other type of belief or whatever like that, or cause like that. But that Scorpio is pointing to his criminal past, especially him being associated with the death of some guy. Let me pull up his bio, because I know he was there was some guy associated with him that got murdered, and they were trying to say that he put a hit, or he called for a hit.
What was the name of it? I know what you're talking about, but I just can't remember the name right now.
All right, let me see.
Let me see if I can find it.
Here it is. On June 17th, 2010, Bootsy was indicted on charges of first-degree murder of Terry Boyd. He also faced charges for 3 counts of possession with intent to distribute narcotics, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit possession with intent to distribute narcotics, and 2 counts of conspiracy to introduce contraband into the penal institution. He also stated that he is innocent of these charges. District Attorney Hilary Moore stated that the killing seemed to be over turf. If convicted, Bootsy could have faced the death penalty. Prosecutors also stated that they believe the rapper may have been involved in at least 5 other murders. Damn. On June 28th, Bootsy entered a not guilty plea in a Louisiana courtroom. While Bootsy's defense addressed the fact that the rapper has several ongoing cases, they emphasized that he is not a murderer. and rested their case without bringing any witnesses. The jury in the case came to a unanimous not guilty verdict on the murder charge after less than 10 minutes deliberation. Sound like someone was paid off. On November 29th, 2011, Boosie was sentenced to 8 years in state prison after pleading guilty to drug charges. That's a stiff sentence for drug charges.
It is.
On May 11, 2012, a jury found Boosie not guilty of first-degree murder. Now, I don't know, with all that Scorpio energy, I wouldn't be surprised if he was involved in some of those murders.
Would you agree? Would you agree that death follows him?
Yeah, especially with all that Scorpio energy. Hell yeah. Now he has 8 children with 6 women.
Another sign that he might be an undercover brother.
And one thing I was going to say about Little Boosie, so he comes across as being very concerned about family values and stuff. Like he goes up against the gays. But my thing is, I do recall seeing this Instagram post where it had something to do with him eating some woman out on Instagram or something. And he bragged about getting coochie for his young sons.
Yep.
So he's not this moral guy that he tries to portray when he comes out and speaks against the LGBTQ community.
He's another T.I.
Yeah, I'm like, you can't have it both ways, son. Either you standing up for some morals because you're a Christian or whatever, that's all good and well. But don't straddle the fence in terms of living a certain type of life. Like you got blood on your hands, or allegedly with these murder, associations, and then you bragging that you got your young son some ass. Like I think he basically said that he hired prostitutes for his sons so they could lose their virginity or something. Yeah, some crazy shit like that. Mm-hmm. Now he got Sun conjunct Venus and Scorpio. That points to the baby mamas getting the child support from him. That's probably why he looks so old too.
He looks like Ike Turner in the face.
Yeah. So it says again, Bootsy had 8 children with 6 women. He has said that he did not believe marriage was a good choice for him. Well, I guess so. Because he didn't want to lose half of his fortune. But you're doing it anyway by having all those children. Just show you how stupid he is. What kind of statement is that? You don't believe in marriage because you don't want to lose half your fortune, but you end up having 8 children by 6 women. Okay.
You know who he looks like in the face? Flavor Flav.
He does. He does kind of have that Flavor Flav tired look.
Flavor Flav.
Flavor Flav. Yeah.
You got a super check, by the way.
Oh yeah, 11. Divine 19. Okay, you said, thank you for your super chat. Would it be a good idea for you to start taking therapy sessions at the school that I attend? Let's do that question first. So, would it be a good idea for you to start taking therapy sessions at the school that you attend? All right. I'm getting hungry.
I am too. Well, actually, I just ate.
What did you eat?
Some chicken and some cheese fries.
That sounds good, especially the cheese fries. I had chicken today. I had Raisin Canes.
Oh.
Yeah. It was good.
I am so hurt that you and your massage therapist boyfriend is breaking up already.
Well, I'm the one breaking up because, like I said, he said contact me on Instagram, but I'm kind of unsure. I'm like, shoot, I'm not trying to bust up a marriage. Now,
but it's not like you're about to have sex with the man. You're just getting a massage.
Right, but what if he didn't communicate that with his wife? What if she don't know nothing about it? I'm just saying, you got to be kind of wary of men. Like,
I mean, you're true. It's true.
Is this a legit business, or this is you really making these personal house calls?
Have you been to his Instagram? Have you seen anything on his Instagram that says anything about doing house calls?
He did have a video. I have to give him that. He don't have much on his Instagram at all. Oh. But he is in a video just talking about his services, and he's talking about like different stretches you could do. And he's like, I'm going to be making more videos and all this stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, but that's the story of my life with men. I'm not surprised. I'm like, just when I found the perfect massage therapist, you don't want to show up to work. I should call up the massage place and be like, is he not working anymore? How come he's not scheduled?
I would think that you could do a personal like booking, like you can specifically book who you want to work with. Like I would think they would try to work around his schedule or something.
Well, yeah, the thing is, like, if you want a certain massage therapist, you just click on their name and then their schedule will come up. And then you can choose what dates. He don't have nothing scheduled. That's the thing. But his name is in there like he still works there.
He ain't shit.
Right? I told you. I can't rely on these dudes.
I would be so
Not even for a massage. Oh, Divine 19. I got 3 of Wands for your first answer about the therapy sessions at your school. That's a yes. So go ahead, sign up for those therapy sessions. And then you said, what is Libra's intentions with giving me money even though we're not in a relationship? What? Hell, I'll take that. He could keep giving me money. Shoot. If you don't want them, I'll take them. Send them my way, girl. I like getting money from men. All right, let's see. Libra intentions with him giving me money even though we're not in a relationship. Well, you know, some Libra men, they really know how to treat women. They can be very charming, but also very strategic. So this is part of his strategy to try to pull you in. Let's see what I got. I got the Hanged Man. So that is basically like he wants you to just basically be that person for him. Like he wants to do enough for you so you're kind of dependent upon him at this point. You get used to that. And now you're looking for it. Yeah, he's strategic like a mug. Yeah. Now my thing is, I look at men that do this very warily because I'm like, okay, if you giving me this stuff so freely, you might get off on like seeing women smile and making women happy by you giving them stuff. So what makes me so special? You probably doing this to 3 other women. Because some men do get off on that, like making a woman like smile and squirm and stuff and making her panties moist by giving her money and shit. That's the only thing that can get me moist about now. So
they get off on the damsel in distress kind of woman.
Yeah, exactly. Some Virgo men are like that too. Now he could have some energy in Virgo, but if he's giving money too freely, then he probably don't.
Speaking of dark side Virgo, I might need you to pull me a card tonight.
Oh, you want me to pull one now?
Yes, I need to figure. Do I need to know if I need to get rid of this dark side of Virgo in my life?
I don't need to pull a card to tell you that. I would say yes, but I'll let the cards speak.
I already know the answer to it, but I just need some clarification.
So should you kick this dark side of Virgo to the curb? All right, let's see. I got the Lover's card. Now, that Lover's card can mean that you got a choice to make. But it's not really telling you to kick him to the curb. Know what that's kind of telling me? Even if you tell this dude to get out of your life or you basically dismiss him, he gonna come back.
Oh, well, here's the thing. And it's a strictly platonic relationship, and we've been knowing each other for at least a decade now. The last time I cut him off, this man blew my phone up. And mind you, he usually does not do that.
Wow. So I'm right then. So you could expect him, if you try to break free from him, you can expect him to try to pull you back in. And then you might feel sorry for him for whatever reason, because them Virgos can make you feel sorry for them. And next thing you know, you softening it up, and now you're letting him back in your life again. But is he that bad where you really got to break free?
No, it's time for him to go. I find that he has not been a reliable friend, and I feel like he's been playing me. And he's been playing a lot of people in his life, like even his relationships and his other friendships. I'm noticing that he comes off as like you said, as the victim in situations, but he can be very manipulative in those situations.
Right.
And he's like very hot, cold, very hot, cold. I don't want to call him a narcissist because I don't think it's that deep. but I do feel like he has some type of personality disorder.
Okay.
And my last straw was I asked him for like a small favor. It wasn't something that I really needed from him. I was able to do it on my own. But he basically, he agreed to do it, and then like he just went ghost on me. And he does this all the time. So I think today was just like the final straw. I was just like, okay, I already kind of knew to cut you off 6 months ago, and I kind of gave you a chance to kind of redeem yourself. And now I'm just like at that place where I'm like, I'm done.
I think that's for the best because you're basically letting go of dead weight. Because basically. It's like, yeah.
That's exactly what it is. Because I mean, why else are you here in my life? I mean, the only thing that he's really been there for me is just to gossip and talk shit about other people.
Oh, them Virgos love that.
But the thing is, he would never say it to those people. Like, I'm a type of person. If I say something about a person, I'm gonna say it to the person. He's not like that at all. And it's almost like he hides behind me because he knows I'm going to say what he wants to say.
And is it where he'll be smiling up in these people's face?
He's very phony and manipulative, like very phony, fake. He puts on this air. And then, like, behind their back, he talks about him like a dog. But he does, it's like he triangulates people in situations.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, let's say if he's talking about a relationship he's in or a friendship, he'll make himself sound like the victim, and he'll say things like, oh, this person is really crazy. They're manipulative. They're obsessed with me. I can't get rid of them, all this other stuff. But yet, I found out the hard way that he's the one that's very obsessive because, like, when I cut him off, I just stopped talking. I stopped answering his calls, and I just, when he called, I just let it ring, and he will call me like at least like 5 or 6 times out of the day, which is abnormal for him because he normally does not do that at all.
But he does it when he feel like his lifeline is about to be cut off.
Well, sorry for him.
If you could see my face right now, I got that stank face, like just thinking about this dude, like ew. But one thing about
they do the light. The light was saying Angie was saying they live double lives. They do that. I feel like he has 2 different lifestyles that he has going on simultaneously.
And Virgos will continue to like blow up your phone and stuff until they get a response out of you. They can be relentless.
Well, it was crazy because the other day I was just so happened to be, I think I was out doing something, and he called me at least about 8 times in a row. And I'm thinking it was an emergency. And I literally called him back, and he was just like, oh, I was just calling to see what you were doing. And I'm just like, why would you be calling me 8 times in a row like that? Like, I'm thinking it's an emergency or something.
One thing, I'll get to your question, Esoteric. One thing, let me ask you this, Indigo. What's he do for a living?
He is a manager. He's in a management position for some kind of plant. I know he works in some type of warehouse. I can't tell you what it is, but I know he's in a management position.
See, that's his problem. Because he needs to be in a workshop somewhere, busting up some wood, carving something. He needs to be doing something constructive. He got too much.
When I met him, he was a producer for porn.
See, that's not good either for him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like you say, Virgos is really not about that life.
Right.
I noticed that whenever he gets himself in situations, it's always ends. It doesn't end well for him. Hence, why I don't understand. Like, why do you treat people in your life the way you do? Because it's like when you get yourself in a bind, you always find yourself by yourself because you don't piss everybody off.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't get it.
I always say part of Virgo's problem is because they don't stay in their lane. Virgo is very simple what Virgo's mission is, but a lot of times they want to get outside their lane and do what the other signs do. No, Virgo, you're supposed to just work, serve, be of help to other people, stay on the straight and narrow, eat right, exercise,
be boring,
go to bed and shut the fuck up, basically. But you notice they can't even stick to that shit. And then again, when they're not channeling that energy that they have into a vocation, because most Virgos, they need a vocation. and they need to stay busy at it. If they don't, they become meddlesome and they become a problem for other people. You never want to give a Virgo too much free reign to do what they want. A lot of them need supervision too.
Ice Princess, we don't mean all Virgos are boring. We're just saying dark-sided Virgos are boring. Usually.
Oh no, Ice Princess. Are you new to this channel? Because we don't do
we roast everybody
like that.
We roast every sign. So we point out all the dark side attributes of each sign. So we're not picking on all Virgos. So if it doesn't apply to you, we're not talking to you.
Yeah. And if you hear us say dark-sided Virgo, we're being specific about those Virgos that can't act right.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure you're not a dark-sided Virgo, so you don't gotta worry about that.
And I'm sure you're not boring.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's Virgos that are cool as shit that can make me laugh, that be having me in stitches. Those are the type of Virgos I like.
Yeah. But I already knew, I knew when he pulled the stunt, because it was really just a test to see if he was going to actually do it. Because I already planned on doing it on my own. But it was just the fact that you tried me all. You keep coming back to me. You keep coming into my life, but yet you keep playing with me and trying me. And I'm like, you're 40-something years old. I'm in my late 30s. Like, we are too old for this. And we're not even
way too old.
It's not even like a sexual relationship. We're platonic friends. So I just don't get. So I just don't get what is his issue?
Again, he's too busy in terms of being up in his head. He got to create problems for other people. If he was really working on something constructive, he wouldn't have time to be causing problems and being such an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then if he has any type of narcissism in him, them Virgo narcissists, they could be some of the worst.
They are the worst. They are the worst. Ain't that right, Angie? They are the worst.
All right. Florida, I'll get to you in a minute. You said, esoteric, let me answer your question. You said, I'm about to end a relationship. Am I doing her a favor by pulling the plug? Okay, let's see. Are you doing her a favor by pulling the plug?
Everybody breaking up.
Right? It is Scorpio season, do or die.
I thought we were supposed to be linking up.
Go hard or go home.
Go Braves! We won the championship. The World Series.
All right. So I got the 6 of Wands, which tells me, yeah, you are doing her a favor. Set her free. Yep. But why are you so worried about her? You should be wondering if you're doing yourself a favor. Because you know what? When I break up with somebody, I don't give a damn what happens to them after that. I guess I'm just cold like that.
I am too, child. I don't give a damn, honey. I'm over it.
Right?
I'm over it.
Right. And let me find out they got into some accident. I'd be like, serves them right.
like they died. Congratulations.
I'd be like, oh well, he should never did me like that.
What happened to your ex-boyfriend? He's dead. Well,
right?
He's dead to me though. He's really alive, but he's dead to me.
He's dead. He might as well be 6 feet under.
Right. I think the only thing that would make me feel some type of way if he died on me, like if he actually died, I would probably. It depends on the ex though.
Mm-hmm.
If you Ike Turner beating on my ass, then you deserve what you get. But like if you just an asshole, we broke up or whatever, it just didn't work out. I would probably feel some type of way if he died or got sick or something. But outside of that, good riddance.
I'm trying to think, would I really shed a tear over any of my exes? That the only one is my son's father, but it would be more so shed a tear for my son, not really him.
Your children, yeah.
I was like, well, he lived good for, he lived a full life.
Look, thank you for my child.
Yeah. Thanks for my child.
Thank you for my child. I don't know how the song goes, but
then I be saying out the side of my mouth, I'm like, about time that karma caught up with his ass. I was ready for that shit to kick in. Like, damn. But yeah. I really can't think of anybody like XY. I can think of like old homie lover friends that if they died, I feel really bent out of shape. Like these 2 Geminis. Of course, it'd be Gemini. Yeah, I'd be really
We are unforgettable. One thing about Geminis, once we leave this earth, we become immortal. Like Tupac, Biggie, Left Eye. When you talk about those people, like it's almost like they were like, what they call those people that you put on the pedestal?
Icons.
I want to say, I don't want to say icons. It's like I say, immortal. They're more immortal.
Oh yeah. But I mean, when a Gemini dies, the world does get a little quieter.
Yeah. You can't stand them when they're here, but once they're gone, it's like you missed their presence.
Right? Yeah, you missed their conversation, everything.
Like if Kanye was to die, it would be a huge deal to people. Like people would probably take it hard. After
who died?
If Kanye West or somebody was to die. I would even say Trump. I would say even Trump. Like people probably be like, yeah, he was a terrible president, whatever, but he talked this shit. I really miss that about like stuff like that.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I would feel like, you know how if you hear the death of somebody and you're walking, you just keep on walking because it don't even impact you. But I admit, if somebody came and was like, Donald Trump just died, I would stop.
Yeah.
And say, oh, same with Kanye West. If somebody was like Kanye West died, I would stop and say, oh wow.
I'll tell you who made me stop dead in my tracks. His death, it still impacts me to this day. Prince, when he died, that took my breath away because I didn't expect it.
I didn't expect it either, and I was pretty upset because I felt like it was foul play.
I still think it's foul play, but that's a different conversation.
Yeah, I really, I'll say his death really impacted me the most in terms of celebrity deaths.
I think Michael and Princess Diana was mine.
Michael, I was devastated because I remember finding out when I was at work, and I remember everybody just shut down the rest of that afternoon. Like we couldn't even work. Really.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's like everybody was just quiet. You have either people were quiet, or they were crying, or they were just reminiscing on them. Like you couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Michael was the first celebrity of our generation that we really looked up to. That was like that big, huge celebrity that passed away. Much like how Elvis was back in the 70s, or like Marvin Gaye. Even though I think Michael was way bigger. Yeah,
I was about to bring up Marvin because you might be a little too young to remember when Marvin died. But I remember we were coming back from the Wiz, me and my family, and we saw the Wiz live, Stephanie Mills. And then in the car ride back, they said on the radio that Marvin Gaye was shot by his father. He would die. I remember we was all devastated.
Well, here's the thing. My mom, I was probably she said I was months old. This was 84, right? That he died, right? I was born in 83. My mom, she screamed so loud. She just started screaming and crying so loud that it scared me. It woke me up out of my sleep. And I was screaming and crying because she was screaming and crying. So I don't remember that, but she told me that's what happened. That's how she reacted when she found out that he had died.
Yeah, that was a sad day. I remember that. Yeah. It was sad. I remember we was all quiet in the car after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that Let's Get It On album in particular, but it was Let's Get It On and What's Going On. Those two albums, they were part of my formative years. Yeah. Big time Marvin Gaye in the house. Yeah, even the oldies, Ain't No Mountain High Enough and all that. Yeah. Sad.
Ain't what is it? Ain't that peculiar?
Yeah, ain't that peculiar?
Yeah, that's my song. Inner City Blues.
Yeah.
Anyway,
make me wanna holler.
Yeah.
Throw up both my hands. Yeah.
I want you like you want me to.
Oh, I love I Want You. I want you.
You want some panties? You play that
way. I want you. That's my shit. But I want you to. He was singing that about the chick he ended up marrying, the young girl.
Did you know that? Did you know that Let's Getting On was really about sobriety? It wasn't about sex at all.
Really?
Yeah. His daughter said that the man that wrote her dad wrote the song, and the song was basically talking about fighting drug addictions and sobriety. But the way that Marvin sang it, he made it sound sexual.
How does Let's Get It On translate into sobriety?
I go back and listen to it. I can hear elements of it.
Stop beating around the bush.
Right. That's what. Is that right? That's what I said. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, okay, what does Bush?
Right.
What does Bush represent besides the bushes of the floors downstairs?
Right. Now, did you ever hear Marvin Gaye's song "You Sure Love the Ball"? That's from his "Let's Get It On" album.
I have to hear it.
That's more of an obscure track on that album, but back in the day, back in the 70s, they would call balling. That was like having sex. So he got a song called "Oh Baby, You Sure Love the Ball." That song is so sexy.
So he basically like, you sure love to fuck.
You sure love the ball. He said ball, B-A-L-L, but ball mean fuck back then. Hey, little sexy mama. You gotta listen to that song. You sure love to ball. My Bills know that song, yes.
No, I love Marvin.
Hear that tonight. Oh, and then he had "If I Should Die Tonight." Oh my god, that song tears me up. All right, RDK, thank you for your super chat. You said everybody's leaving. Everybody, look at this. You said I'm leaving my fiance. Is he going to try to hurt me? Ooh.
Oh my god.
Better not.
We all breaking up tonight, ain't we? Breaking up friendship.
We gonna bring the squad with us. Oh,
relationships, whole marriages. Damn.
Right? He'll get beat down right during a live stream.
Do I have an emancipation out there? Or you can break up with your parents?
And that's messed up. That's her fiance, and she's leaving him. He must be bad.
Yeah.
Thank God you saw the red flags before you married his ass.
That's what I'm saying. She dodging a bullet.
Jeez.
You may have to run. You may have to move and change your address.
So you said, is he trying to hurt you? Now, I don't see him trying to hurt you, but I would just be very just vigilant. I would, like, once you break up with him, I would just make sure that, you know, he's not lurking around anywhere or whatever. If you need to spend some time at a sister's house or a friend, or have them stay with you if you're, you know, feeling uneasy about being by yourself, thinking he might be lurking around, do that. But I really don't see you being in any danger. But it does look like he could be stalking you, but not in a way where he's trying to hurt you. You know, sometimes people just need some time to get it out of their system. I had a stalking moment, I have to admit. And it wasn't like serious stalking. It was just where, when me and my son's father, we were on the outs, I did get to the point where I would drive by his job.
That's that Mars and Gemini.
Yeah, I would do drive-bys and see. And one time I did see some bitch getting out of his car, and I thought I was seeing things. I really thought I was seeing things. And I thought that's when I thought I was really going crazy. But no, I wasn't seeing things. She did get out of his car because that ended up being his baby mama, the baby he had after we had a baby together.
No, but what aspect is that for real though? Like, cause I'm not like a hardcore stalker, but if I'm interested in you and I'm just like paying attention to you, I will kind of like do my little research and hide behind the bushes every now and then to see what's going on. Does that have anything to do with Mars and Gemini, or any aspect to do with that?
So you said Mars and Gemini can cause you to be very much kind of like, you know, the investigative reporters.
And I'm also I'm in the moon and Libra in the 8th house, so I thought that's what.
Oh, that's the ambushing too, and that 8th house can make you a stalker. Now, then look at this. She leaving a 6,000 square foot home. He must be a bastard. Now, what is he doing that's making it so God, like where you gotta break free? Oh, Florida. Okay, let me get to you. But what is it about? Oh yeah, I'll check the Cash App too. What is it about this dude where he got you to the point where you're done? Is he too controlling? Is that what it is?
Is he Lil Boosie? Does he look like Lil Boosie in the face?
Well, I think if he did, she wouldn't have even gave him a chance. All right, Florida. So Erica Mena.
He's a yo-yo.
Like, I give a damn.
He's not physically abusive. No, he's very handsome.
Now, Erica Mena she's with this Safari dude.
Yes.
Okay, she's November 8th,
Technically
1987.
they're married, but last I checked, I thought they were getting divorced. So I don't know where they're at with that, but they're both attention whores.
All right, let me pull up a picture of her.
Oh.
And she cussed Wendy Williams out one time.
I thought that was yeah, she did, but I thought Jocelyn Hernandez cussed her out, but I think everybody done cussed Wendy out.
Yeah, Jocelyn did too. Yeah, quite a few people. Judge Joe Brown cussed Wendy out. Did you ever hear that one?
You mean Judge Mathis?
No, No, yeah, you're right. It was Joe Mathis.
He's all the crackhead. Are you high right now?
Yeah, he sure did.
Who hasn't cussed Wendy out or hung up in her face? Yeah, that's what you should pull a card on. Is she coming back to her show? Because I think Sherry should replace her on the Wendy Williams show. Just my opinion. That's her. That's her before all the surgery and stuff.
Okay,
She's actually a pretty girl.
Yeah, she was pretty. Let me pull up a recent picture of her. Let me put 2020. Oh, I do see the changes. Lord have mercy.
That's her original face.
I don't know why these pretty girls be messing up their face. It's like you already working with something good. Why mess it up? But that just shows you that you could be pretty, but if you look in the mirror, you just see nothing but your flaws.
I'm going to say something, and it's kind of controversial, but I think it's coming to terms. But I really feel like a lot of these women are starting to look like transgender girls, and I feel like they have to look like that to compete with these transgender girls, because you know how we always say a lot of these guys in the entertainment industry have gay tendencies.
Yep.
A lot of them are trans attracted. I don't know if you heard, but Eddie Winslow, you remember Darius McCrary?
Oh yeah, somebody wanted me to talk about him too.
The little scandal that came out about him being with Sydney Starr.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm just saying, like a lot of these girls, like the last few decades, we've been seeing these girls like get all these surgeries where they look like transgender girls. You can't even tell a transgender girl from a real girl now in Hollywood. Well,
Erica looks kind of trans in this picture.
She looks very trans in this picture.
Yeah, and that's probably what this Safari wants. I want to call him Sarah Free so bad because of the way he spelled that name. Because when I didn't even know about him, I was calling him
Sarah Lee because he's sweet like whipped cream.
Sarah Free. Yeah,
Sarah Free to me. He's whipped like whipped cream.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that saves him is he has a huge dick. That's the only thing that saves him, because other than that, he has no personality.
And a huge dick only gets you so far. Let's be real.
Very, 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 very true.
I'll take an average size dick.
And I'll say this: his dick is really not that big. It's the angles of how he takes his pictures. His dick is really not even all that big.
Yeah, I can tell just by looking at his face.
Yeah,
he a poser.
I can tell by looking at that flat 5 head he got going on.
All right, so she's November 8th, 1987. Her being an 8 can make her very ambitious of a Scorpio, very much about her coins, her business. So she has that blessing in that respect. But 8s often suffer in love, especially if she's a Scorpio. So they're married.
They are in the process of supposed to be divorcing, but you know how reality stars are. They divorce and separate right before the show comes back on. So we don't even know what's going on with it.
Right.
But last I checked, they were all over social media talking about they were getting a divorce.
Now, what's Sarah Free's sign? What's his name? What's his
Free?
What's his sign?
I want to call him Serafina.
Yeah, Sarah. That's what we're gonna call him, Serafina.
You remember that movie?
Wasn't that a play, a black play?
I think it was a play, but I know it was a movie back in the 90s that Whoopi played in. It took place in South Africa.
Oh yeah, they did a lot of them South African movies back then. Like, what's the
he's
other one?
He's a Cancer, and he's born on the 4th. Oh God, he's born on the 4th.
He's a Cancer. Okay.
1981.
And she's a Scorpio. They ain't ever breaking up. They're gonna do a lot of this makeup to break up. Wake up to make up. Wait, who sang that song? Who was that? The stylistic.
That you love me,
Do
you hate me?
That's a
game
when I met you. Is that the stylistic?
It's one of them.
Oh man, that was it.
Needy ass cancer.
First you love me, then you hate me. That's a game. Wake up to make up. Yeah. Why dudes love that falsetto voice back then? What do you think that was about?
Baby,
what about? Didn't I blow your mind this time? Didn't I? Oh, baby.
Don't get started.
I love me the Delphonics. So Delphonics are the shit.
Yes. Stylic, the Delphonics, the Manhattans.
The Spinners. I love the
Spinners. Definitely the Isley Brothers.
Yeah. Isley Brothers. Oh my God.
You know what's really hurting my feelings? One of the members of the Gap Band just passed away. So Charlie Wilson's the only member now. He's the only brother that's still alive.
Damn, Charlie.
Yeah.
Remember I sent you that video? I should play it.
Oh my God.
No, that video, I love that video.
That party, Trey.
Right. Did you see how many beautiful people were in that video?
Child, I'm just trying to figure out why was you the only one standing out there in the McQueen?
Wait, I'm gonna see if I can get away with playing a little clip.
You must have lost a bid or something.
I don't think a lot of people see Charlie. Why was I about to call him Charlie Murphy? Charlie Wilson. Hold on. But that was the shit though. Party Train.
You want to hear a surviving lucky story? So my mother told me that I was conceived when you remember the song Outstanding with the Gap Band?
Yeah, Outstanding. Yeah.
That used to be my favorite song growing up because you used to play it. You know how you used to play the cassettes back in the day when you record the music off the radio and you play it over and over again? So that used to be my favorite song until she told me I was conceived with my dad. So now every time I think of that song, I think of them hunching. So now I can't listen to the song anymore.
Yes, you can listen and celebrate. Girl, you knocked me out. That's a good song to get conceived to.
It is.
Exciting. Makes me want to shout. Girl, you look so sweet tonight.
My dad told me he rolled over and sneezed, and that's how I was conceived, but whatever.
Rolled over and sneezed? What, he didn't like your mama like that?
I think they liked each other. I think they loved each other. They just couldn't stand each other.
Oh.
Because when they got a divorce, I was like months old. I don't even remember them being together. And my mom is a Gemini, my dad's an Aries. So like when it was hot, it was really hot, but when it was cold, it was horrible. Oh my God, no!
They don't even have men looking like that. Where actually
and he's the only one dancing in his, and it's like a random. Look at this, random as hell.
This is the 80s,
right?
The 80s, they let a lot hang.
Look at
they let it all hang out.
And who is he pointing at?
Right? Oh, but there's a fine dude in here. Let me show you the dude that I got a crush on.
Ooh, look at the 80s.
Where's the dude that's fine up in here? I was like, yo, he fine as shit. He's in the Gap Band. He got these pretty ass eyes.
You talking about the Robert?
You even know his name?
It's Robert, and there's
All right, where is he at? The one with the gray, I think. I was like, oh, he
right here on the left side.
Yeah. He reminded me of what's his face. Remember that actor Gary? What's his name?
That's
the light-skinned actor with the reddish hair.
That's his brother, Ronald, I think. But Robert. And then the one that's the past is the one in the red.
Robert on the left, kind of cute. Let me go back.
I did have a crush on him when I was younger. Charlie did do it. Yeah, Charlie did do it for me. I just thought his teeth was too big.
Yeah, Charlie never did for me neither. But I was like, Robert kind of fine. Look at him.
He is.
He got nice teeth. I like a man with some nice teeth, nice chompers.
And I thought the brother on the right was their dad. I didn't know that was their brother because he looked so much older than them.
Oh yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Look at she dropped it like it's high. You see that? Oh yeah. All right, let me stop before I get it straight. If you miss that train, don't miss that party train. Y'all don't know nothing about that. That was before. Yeah, he looked kind of like Gary Dordan. Yeah. Yes, I love a nice pair of teeth.
He did have a Gemini, Siobhan. He did.
Who had a Gemini?
My dad.
Okay.
I'm a Gemini.
What is that, a Gemini thing to roll over and sneeze and get somebody pregnant?
Listen, I've never heard of that.
Right.
That's what he told me how I was conceived, but she told me I was conceived by listening to Gap Band Outstanding, and she got turned on and rolled over, and I was conceived.
Oh, I got a cash app from Tech Barbie. So Tech Barbie said, if I move to LA, will I have more opportunity versus Vegas? That's a good question.
I continue that.
Be optimistic. You never know.
Move to Atlanta.
If you move to LA, will she have more opportunity versus Vegas?
That's what the ancestors say.
My daughter was in Georgia not too long ago. She couldn't handle it.
He's leaving
on that midnight train to Georgia. Said he's going back to find. Damn, Indigo, you're right. It looked like you're gonna have some difficulty in LA as opposed to Vegas. So
I heard you could make a whole lot of money driving Uber in Vegas.
Yeah, I'm seeing more opportunities in Vegas. You might feel like things are not moving like the way you want them to. You might even feel kind of limited by your area living in LA, and then just the cost of living is just outrageous.
Yeah, it's just strangling out there.
You really want to be near all them Skid Row people?
I would reconsider, honestly. I've
been in downtown LA. Like, I'm trying to think, what year was I there? Might have been 2020. No, not 2020. This was pre-pandemic. So it must have been like 2018. And they was wilding out then, some of the street people, like crazy out of their minds. So I can imagine what it's like now. Yeah. And I'm talking about in the business district of LA where everything is nice and you got the shops and stuff. It wasn't like there was tents down there, but you would still see like crazy people just walking down the street, hitting themselves on top of the head or like cussing themselves out.
Yeah, it's terrible. I remember when I went down to LA and I went down to the part where the Hollywood was Rodeo Drive and all that. Is that well the walking what do you got? Walking stars, whatever, with the stars on the ground. And it was like culture shock because I was expecting to see like celebrities and you know people, tourists, people taking pictures and stuff. It was nothing but like homeless people up and down the boulevard. It was crazy. I was like shell shocked. And this was like 10 years ago, at least about 10, 15 years ago.
Wow.
But I've heard it's gotten worse there over the last couple of years, and people are leaving LA. People are leaving California in droves.
I hope they don't come here. Oh, I mean, yeah, they are coming here already.
If they're not there, they're in Nevada or Texas.
How much can this country sustain? We got people trying to come through the Texas border. I mean, it's just getting crazy.
It's going to get worse.
It's going to get worse. Basically, like we're at war. It's happening internally with Poopy Pants Biden. Can you believe that?
Not Sleepy Joe.
And it's like you smell something and everybody looks at him because they already know. Damn.
And he done fell asleep after he done did it.
Cause you know, like I mean, he probably liked that it was all squishy and warm up in here. So I don't know, but yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh, Sandy, baby. Oh, Sandy, baby. Here's my website, Sandy.
Oh my god, I can't. I was not expecting that. Oh my goodness.
Nah, for real. He got cow pies in his pants and just as happy as a lark. You know them elites, some of them into that shit, playing around with their poo and stuff.
He's in some scat play.
Yeah, he probably is into that shit.
Listen, y'all voted for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kamala, damn, she probably like questioning her life choices at this point. That's why we don't see her most of the time.
Yes, you can make good money in Uber just driving Uber. Dispensaries and the casinos actually pay the Uber drivers cash to bring people to their businesses. So you can make buku money on driving Uber in Nevada. Now the only thing about it is very competitive. So you have to be you have to think outside the box as far as being an Uber driver. Because going to the Las Vegas is like an experience. Much like going to New York.
I wasn't a big I did like some parts of Vegas, like in terms of the light show at night and stuff, but I couldn't go there all the time.
I thought it was just hyped up. I just thought it was just a bunch of casinos with lights and shit. I just didn't see the big deal in it. But you know what made me want to go to Las Vegas? You remember Sister Act? Remember the first Sister Act?
Yeah.
Well, she was singing in the lounge with Jennifer Lewis.
Wait, I can't remember that scene. I need to see that again.
Oh my God!
I like Sister Act 2 better than Sister Act 1 because wasn't Lauren Hill?
Follow him where he may go. I love him.
And when I go, I follow.
You always be my true love.
But see, in part 2, they did Ball of Confusion. That was good.
Yes, they did.
I love part 2. Yeah.
Oh my God! I like when she was swinging from one side.
Yeah, Sister Act with the shit. Oh, and especially like remember the boy in Sister Act 2? That boy could sing. When Jesus was.
You know, that's the guy. He went on to be in City High. Him and his other guy.
He sure did.
He was in City High.
With Camille. Wait a minute. What was her name? Claudette or something?
Claudette Ortiz. Yeah.
He sure did.
Yep.
Wait, how that song go? What would you do if your son was at home crying on the low on a bedroom floor and he's hungry? Yeah.
Yep.
I remember that. Look at this motherfucker. What the fuck is that? Is he trying to set some trend or something? Is that even his hair?
Girl, we are not giving her any more goddamn tea.
He said her. I'm done.
Her.
Is that beard even real? Is anything real about him?
It's the eyes that really piss me off. Oh, it's just something about his eyes and that damn lip, the poutness of his lip.
Yeah, the lip.
It irritates me.
He's a Scorpio everyone loves to hate. You know,
I don't hate him. I just think he's just it's like, why can't you just go sit down somewhere?
But he won't because he's a Scorpio.
All
right, let me pull up a more flattering picture of him.
But do you guys think that he's a little sweet though? I don't see it.
I think him and LeBron James got some type of love affair going on.
Yeah, I definitely know LeBron James got some Kool-Aid in his picture, honey.
Now, Drake, I'm kind of disappointed with your teeth, bro. I'm seeing a little tinge of yellow, and I'm like, anybody that got a lot of money, you can always take care of that.
Mm-hmm.
I understand people that got money that got a little yellow teeth. Maybe it's a yellow background. But them teeth looking kind of, a little, you get the corn on the cob and it be having a different color corn and shit. He got that. And then he got like a little diamond thing on his tooth. I mean, it looked like semen stains on his teeth.
I can't. Oh.
Nah, for real, Indigo. I used to go to school. The school hoe. When I tell you she had cum stains on her teeth and her breath stank like hell, and we all knew why. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It is possible.
I have never heard of that before.
Train on her and stuff. Oh yeah,
wow.
we talk about back in the early 90s. And you know that was scandalous back then.
Yeah, if
Kids
you
used
was a
to
hoe
have-
back then, honey,
Yeah.
you was not to be something to be proud of. See, now
Yeah.
they glorify being a hoe now, but back then, if you was a school hoe, that was not something that you glorified.
Yes,
Not
that
something
breath
you
would
enjoyed.
be humming, and them teeth look like she done put some caramel popcorn on, and I don't know, it was just horrible.
She said,
Teeth
"It's
look like,
come staying teeth."
yeah. And then I think I told y'all partially the story. So the dude that I used to be real good friends with, we even dealt with each other for a minute. He was one of the dudes that would run the train on this chick.
Ew.
And then one day he got this was before I was even messing with him. So I figured he cleaned it off by then. But as a matter of fact, I didn't even know that he was one of the ones until he told me. So she ends up getting pregnant.
Oh God.
Ain't nobody claiming his baby. Nobody except he's the one that took responsibility. That boy don't look nothing like him.
Oh.
He's like high yellow, reddish hair, gray eyes. That boy looked like Play from Kid and Play. Now you know.
You mean Kid from Kid and Play?
Oh yeah, Kid, not no Play from
No,
Kid.
Play is the darkest skinned, shorter one. Kid is the one with the box.
The little boy wasn't light skinned. The dude I used to mess with was high yellow, light skinned. And the boy he was trying to say was his son looked more like it could have came from Kid and Play's son. Because this dude has strong genes, which would have transferred over if that was his child into that little boy. And it wasn't just about him being light-skinned. He had strong genes because he was one of those light-skinned dudes that had strong Afrocentric features, like big nose, big lips. His son would have definitely got that if that was his son. And he knew that wasn't his son, but I guess he was trying to do the humanitarian thing as an Aquarius and ended up taking care of that son like it was his own. I got to give it to him. I mean, I was like, wow.
It's noble. We need some fathers out here in the world.
Right? Yup. That was a cute little kid too, but I knew that wasn't his son. I was like, that is not your son.
Maybe it was the whole community's son.
Maybe. Good community, baby. That's a damn shame. I wonder what happened to that girl. Damn.
She went on to be president.
Right? That's Kamala. That's who that was. But yeah,
Speaking of having babies, did you hear that our baby daddy is on his fourth child?
Who?
Shalom, new breed.
Fourth child. He really got some nerve because he be having his nose way up in the air, acting like he holier than thou.
Right. And
look, that's 4 children that he's admitting.
But we tune in anyway.
Right. And look, that's why he all about the polyandry, or what is it called? Polyamory, the polygamy, or he calls it polygamy. What's the difference? You just sticking your dick in different holes. Like, call it what you want. You're a male whore. That's how I look at it. Babies or no babies. And I know he ain't making that much money where he doing fine supporting all 4 of those kids. And, you know, he ain't worried about nothing.
That explains why he does the lives every day.
Yeah, you're right. He keep them lives going. They're basically paying that man's child support. Yeah, I mean,
he's married to a whole woman right now. We just going in.
Now I think about it, I want my money back.
But I would think as much as he talked about his kids, he would talk about his significant other though. Like he never mentioned anything about his significant other. He always talked about his kids.
Never. And honestly, since he had that newborn, he is looking kind of torn down lately. I have to admit, last time I took a little glance at him,
yeah,
I'm like, oh, you looking a little rough around the edge. You must be losing
a little bit. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Oh my God! Did you know who Glendon Cameron is on YouTube?
Yes. No, he is so disgusting.
Now you remember I told you I've been having some dark side of tea. I've been having some. So I think I told you years ago there was something about him that I thought was off, and he recently just came out and was basically admitted to being like R. Kelly. He has an appetite for younger women, young girls.
Yes, I saw it, and I've been trying to find this fool's birthday, and I can't find. Can you find it? Please find it.
I find it.
Well, wait a minute. Did I find his birthday?
I find it.
This is a disgust. He's not only disgusting in terms of his mind, he looks disgusting.
He looks like a creep.
Ew.
And the fact is,
And then hearing him discuss what he discussed, because one of my clients put me on to him. I got sick. I was like, yo, and he was bragging about it. Oh God. Look at these lips, y'all. Hold on.
oh God,
You must really don't like us.
No, he reminded me of, you ever watch SpongeBob? You know how they would have them random fish and they be looking all weird. They be standing in line at the Krabby Patty plates.
Oh my
That's what
God.
he looked like one of them extras on SpongeBob.
damn it!
I'm gonna find his birthday.
Please find his birth. It's funny how he doesn't really have it listed, even though he's supposed to be this, millionaire, ultra successful. Ew, look at him here, y'all. Wait till y'all see this. This is so nasty.
He looks so desperate.
Ew, he looks so nasty. And I think some of what he was saying wasn't even true. Like he wished he had.
Well, he said he did an
young
interview
girl.
and basically said that he was conducting an experiment and he wanted to see how people were going to react. But even if you were just playing, you're a sick individual to put something out there like that and put your name
Right.
on it, considering that you have a huge name on YouTube. That's not something that you would play with when it comes to your brand.
Right.
So he's really. It says October 1966. Now that would make him a Scorpio, depending on when he was born. But
That's right. They don't have the day.
Yeah.
It went out the day. It's like not having nothing. Now,
But he
look at
gives
him.
me Scorpio teeth because he's always talking about his sexual page and he goes in great details about it. And that's very Scorpiotic.
He does look gay in this picture.
And I thought he was a little sweet, but then I was just like, but no, it's more like he's a he seems like
Look at him here. Wait till you see him here before you talk. Hold on. Ew, and those lips. I can't. I don't know what's worse, being like Tariq Nasheed with the chapstick or the lip gloss on the lips. Or
I'd rather deal with Tariq Nasheed than deal with that one. At least Tariq moisturize his lips, God damn it.
Yeah, I think I'd rather deal with the moisturized lips. Because check these out.
Yeah, cut your lips.
All right, where is this guy?
There's this one picture I want to see in you. He looks really scary in this picture. You can tell in his eyes something is.
Wait, that ain't it. Hold on. Why aren't these pictures coming up? Wait till you see these coffee coolers. And he just has that weird look, like he's just weird, like he's into some other shit.
He's off.
He's probably into little boys and girls.
Well,
Look at that.
We definitely know he's into young girls. He openly admitted that.
Look, he look like. Don't he look like he'd be on the sex offenders list?
He needs to be on it.
Look at that. Ew. One of y'all women, that's y'all type. Some of y'all so desperate, y'all would give him a chance. That's what I'm saying. Desperation, that's not a good look. Hell no. All right, Danny, thank you for your super chat. You said, hi again, worried about my nephew. He keeps losing his temper, violent. He said he misses his stepdad and his mom. Mental health is bad. Any advice, please? You asking the wrong person, Danny, for advice about unruly kids, because with my Capricorn energy, I have a very short patience for badass kids. How old is this nephew?
Whose nephew? Oh, you talking about? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I slipped away.
Danny. Yeah, she's having a problem with her nephew. Danny, how old is this boy? Siobhan said he ain't sus, he's guilty.
He is.
He's 9 years old and he's acting like this with the temper and the violence and stuff. And it's because he misses his stepdad and his mom. Mental health is bad. See, it's challenging when they become 9 years old because they can knock you out at that age. Some of those 9-year-olds be big. Is he a big boy? You feel sorry for him? Yeah. I mean, you could feel sorry for him, but still not tolerate any, like, none of that foolishness.
That part.
'Cause
Okay, his real name is Patrick Lyndon Cameron.
any advice? Now, Danny, I think you also need to give it to, like, his mother. Is that your sister? Or is, like, because if
I
he's
found
9
his.
years old, there's really nothing you could really do to really counteract this if his parents aren't on board with you. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So average size. So he punched your son. So now you do have to get into it. So he punched your son, but you feel sorry for him. I think at 9 years old, I think he knows what he's doing. Yeah, he might have some mental health issues, but
She did a reading on him before, didn't she? Like about a couple of readings ago. It wasn't that the same nephew that you think hit your son, but you couldn't prove it.
oh yeah, I think you did ask about him. Yeah.
You might have put him in therapy.
And this is why I didn't choose to work with kids. Well, I did work with kids at one point, but it was like more so kind of like not where I'm having to deal with that stuff, because I know, you know how they say God gives you what you can handle. Lord have mercy. Because yeah, I can't deal with unruly kids too much. I can't. Like, especially if I feel like they can control that. Like, if you know, and some kids, if you tell them that they got these issues, they'll use it
against you
to their advantage. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So, okay, I got the death card for you, Danny, which means that until he knows how to act better, he can't have access to your son, which means that I guess he can't come over to your house. That's the only way to handle it. Otherwise, there's nothing you could really do to intervene to get him to stop. Again, this would have to be a group effort with you, his parents, and y'all come together. And I'm like, it's not your problem. I know it's your nephew, but it's his parents' issue. Your issue is to protect your son. And the way you protect your son is to put that death card on your nephew and say, you ain't coming in here. You hit my son once. No. Especially he's 9 years old.
He'd know better.
Yeah. So you need to like really set limits with him. And again, maybe if he understands what he did wrong and if he apologized and really was like, I'm not going to do it again, maybe give him another chance. But if it was like very much like he's just being very aggressive and violent and he hit your son and you knew that it wasn't a situation that was escalated to that point, I wouldn't have him around my son.
Nope. I found Glenda Cameron's birthday.
Oh, good. What is it?
9/30/1966. So he's a Libra.
9/30/1966. Now, him being a 30 can make him think that he's able to outsmart people. So didn't you say he tried to say that he wasn't being serious?
He said that he embellished the story to get as a form of experiment to see how people was going to react to his video.
Who does that? These predators got lies for everything. Now, you said September 30th, 1966. Well, we know he has Neptune in Scorpio. Let's see what it's doing. And then basically, didn't he say he's like this real estate guy that makes money, and then he tries to teach other people how to make money through real estate? Isn't that like basically?
Yeah, I can say you can say that.
Do you know where he's from?
Oh,
he's a country.
Let's find out.
Country, a little bit of rock and roll. He got Neptune conjoined to the Scorpio South Node, like somebody else I was talking about. Whose chart was I talking about that had that? Oh, Alpo. Oh, he got the same. He in the same birth year as Alpo Martinez, the drug dealer. 1966.
You better hope his karma don't come this way.
All right, let's see if I see any predator. Oh, he got Mars and Leo. Shut the front door. Mars and Leo square and Scorpio South Node and Neptune. This dude is guilty as sin. Oh my God. He basically let it slip. Well, he didn't even let it slip. He was bragging until he got the backlash. But oh my God, he is a child predator, straight up. Especially with Mars being at the 22nd degree. That's like perversion, straight up. And he gets off on being able to dominate his victims, you could say.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he may not like them too young, but he likes them young enough. I think he would even get on a little girl or boy that's prepubescent.
He said that he doesn't deal with the typical teenage girls that act like teenage girls. He likes girls that are mature for their age and well endowed. Those are his types of girls. And he likes girls that have daddy that don't have relationships, like they're not close to their fathers or they're not close to their parents, or kind of like a freak, or kind of like their parents are not around. He likes those types of girls. He doesn't like to deal with girls that they're that come from close family dynamic.
Wow. And how about, you got some 9-year-old, 10-year-old girls that are developed, where they develop early. So again, I bet, and you could call that prepubescent because you don't officially enter puberty until what, you're at least 12, 13.
Yeah.
It happens for other kids at different ages. But he would cross that line. I believe he would go as young as 9 years old. Yes, he would. If that girl started budding, he would go that far. I believe it with what I see in his chart. He is a nasty motherfucker. Nasty.
Case closed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He even has that child predator look. He just has it. He has that look in his eyes. Just ill.
But you know what makes him even more dangerous is the fact that he's in Atlanta, and if you know, in Atlanta, we are the capital for sex trafficking. And the fact that he has money, he has money and resources. I wouldn't be surprised if he's paying for young girls.
Oh yeah, he's probably involved in the sex trafficking shit and all that. Yep. Let me see if he got anything that could point to that. Just that Neptune could join to the South Node in Scorpio. That could either be the drug game, but that could be the sex game as well. Yeah, he got, oh shit. How did I miss this? He got Jupiter at the 0 degree of Leo. And that could deal with sex trafficking of children.
And that deals with his narcissism too.
Yeah, big time narcissist. Big time, needs attention. Yeah, he is so disgusting. He even described, did you hear how graphic he was getting with the him? Oh, it was disgusting.
Yeah. He actually did an interview afterwards, and I mean, it was just, he did an interview with the lead attorney. I don't know if you ever heard of him. The lead attorney?
No.
Look him up on YouTube when you get off the live. But he did an interview with the lead attorneys and one other guy, and he was basically incriminating himself in the interview.
Now, tell me this: does he still have his YouTube channel up?
Last I checked, he did.
Oh, so YouTube's gonna allow him to get away with this? I know people have flagged his channel. This just shows you how YouTube is, how low down they are.
Yeah, they pick and choose.
Yeah. Like, it's perfectly fine for him to have some shit like that, but you can't say like just certain words. Your whole video gets shut down.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they protect their own though. They love it. Thank you, Self-Made. I think yours is going to be the last of the night. We really didn't even get into Drake, but we can continue with him in part 2 because we only scratched the surface with Scorpio. My back is starting to hurt. I'm hungry. And I got work to do. Now, Self-Made, thank you so much for your super chat. You said, what would Pluto and Scorpio in the 8th trine Pisces ascendant would indicate? Let me see. Also, what about J-Lo Wesley Snipes situation? Oh, didn't J-Lo say that Wesley either hit her or did her wrong or something? Who hasn't Wesley did wrong?
Not Noxzema Jackson.
Yes, Noxzema. Oh, speaking of Noxzema Jackson, To Wong Fu is free on Stars, so I'm gonna watch it this weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'll probably
I
check
saw
that
that
out.
you were doing a watch movie tomorrow. I voted for What's Love Got to Do with. I had all the lines down and everything, but I guess we can watch The Hand That Rocks the Cradle.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe we'll do a double feature.
Well, we could still do What's Love Got to Do with it simply because it's Scorpio season. We could do it in honor of Scorpio season. Now, you said, what would Pluto and Scorpio, trine, Pisces, ascendant indicate? That's a great aspect for being like a jewel thief. You know, busting them damn glass cases and taking them. No, I'm just playing. You could have been that in a past life, actually. No, that's really good for gaining support. Like if you were to have like some type of company or like even like a YouTube channel, you would get a lot of donations off of that.
Mm-hmm.
You could get donations, you could get tips. That's good for like just generating funds for a certain type of cause or something. And it could be through crowdfunding or something like that. You know how they'll do like Kickstarter projects.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're an artist and being a Pisces rising, you very well could have some artistic expression. Mm-hmm. Well, you could be working on some type of artistic project. Next thing you know, you create a Kickstarter and now your art project is being funded. It could be like that. So yeah, that's also good for being like like one of those photographers, but where you're like going on location and you're like taking photos of like gritty stuff. You know, you don't mind going to the dark corners of the hood and like, you know, or whatever, going on safari and taking pictures and stuff like that. But yeah, that can produce really like people do some good favors for you. You're blessed in a number of ways. And then that could even deal with where you have so strong connection to the other side. So you have the ability to talk to the dead, maybe not all dead people, but you do have the ability to connect to some people that have been crossed over, and they might even help you. Well, I'll say they definitely will with that trine. So Cassandra said YouTube only has smoke for black female, right? It does seem that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem that way because they let these men just do whatever the fuck they want, talk all greasy about black women all day long. It don't matter.
Didn't Lovely T just recently said that they've shadow banned her channel, so you can't even when she go live. When people go to subscribe to her channel, it gives them a warning saying, are you sure you want to subscribe to this channel? This channel is considered dangerous or some shit that they were saying.
No way. That's
wow. Yeah, so I mean, and all she talks about is basically the same thing we talk about.
Yeah, celebrity gossip and stuff. And she's mega, like she's very successful, and they're shadow banning her.
Yeah, she's like very close to being 1 million subscribers. To having 1 million subscribers. But
well, she must have laid some truth on people. That must be what it is.
They're trying to silence her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you know you can't be too truthful in these YouTube streets.
Nope.
That's why early on I started calling that thing the ether, because I already knew. I was like, they're not gonna let people get away with talking about this shit on the real too much. Nope.
Are they even still talking about the ether now?
Yeah, they're trying. They keep on trying to drag it out. They really do. And recently somebody got it. Jen Psaki, that White House, what is she? The press secretary. Now she came down with it.
I don't know her.
She'll be back to work on Monday, I'm sure. She probably never even missed a day. Know what I find funny though? I see this quite a bit. Like there'll be some YouTubers that I follow. They'll say they got the ether, but they're making videos. But I thought this shit was so deadly and debilitating where you know what I mean?
I wouldn't have the energy to make no videos. I wouldn't have the energy to make a video if I had a cold, let alone having a COVID.
That's another thing. And you know that chick I can't stand. Looks like another love TKO. Why did she have the nerve to come on there with a cold and she doing all this clearing her throat? I was just so disgusted.
I was done with her when she was doing all that awkward dancing you showed us the other day.
Oh, remember that shit was hilarious.
It down. That's what made it funnier.
And she just kept going and going.
It was weird. Isn't she a Scorpio?
No, she's a Leo. Dark side is Leo.
Lord.
She did something else the other day too that was so out of pocket. I can't remember what it was though.
She's always out of pocket.
Always. And somebody said it. They was like, look like she stank. That's the video you sent me. Remember this video?
Oh yeah, when she went off on the girl. The girl went
Yeah,
off
she was like, you know, she
because they laid out for 10 minutes straight. I was done with her.
did. I think I rewinded some of it. I enjoyed every minute of it. I was like, yeah. I was like, get her.
What did she do to her?
Right?
She had all the smoke for TKO.
All the smoke. And TKO, she did try to fix her hair. Oh, that's what it was. She came on there with her hair just looking something terrible.
It was looking yellowish.
You know how usually she'll lay it down and it'll be all look like she got shellac laid on it. Well, this time it looked like she washed it and then let it air dry, so it was all sticking up over her head. And then she came on there with no eyebrows.
Oh,
yeah, and she had a cold. I think no, this was before she had the cold, but something's not right with her. She got some mental illness.
She's never been right. I told you she hasn't been right with me since she lied about being homeless.
I still like, wow, that's crazy.
I've been following her since YouTube began when she was like in New York peddling in those cocoa butter products.
She's still now. She got a makeup line and she got earrings and stuff. And the thing is, I wouldn't even be dogging her out, but she acts so uppity and so stuck up. And you know how some Leos, they act like that. But for her, I'm like, bitch, it's not a good look. If you're gonna act uppity and stuck up, at least represent. Like, look right.
Now she used to give it back in the day. I don't know. I guess she just lost us. I don't know, child.
That's a bad look for a Leo. I'm just saying. Leos ain't supposed to ever fall off like that. At least when they're in public. Like, even on Halle Berry's worst day, she still is able to maintain. You know what I'm saying?
She's had some bad wig days, but Holly will always be Holly. Holly will always be prettier than me.
Like that movie, they had her wearing that curly wig. That was so embarrassing. What movie was that? That movie was horrible, where her kid gets kidnapped. I forgot what that was called. But I felt sorry for Halle because I was like, she must really need some money. That boy is bleeding her dry with the child support.
Mm-hmm.
That movie sucked. But they never really gave Halle really any good roles if you think about it.
Once she won that Oscar, it went downhill from there.
And what? The
person winning the damn Oscar. Once you win an Oscar, you really don't. It's not what it's all crapped up to be.
Yeah.
We saw that with Monique. Once she won that Oscar, and then she did Precious, and then she had the scandal with Precious. Her career hasn't been the same. No, she won the Oscar for Precious, didn't she?
She did what before Precious?
She won the Oscar and the Golden Globe for Precious. Monique did.
Yeah, she did. I think.
Yeah.
But even Denzel, didn't he kind of fall off after Training Day?
Pretty much.
He got an Oscar for Best Actor or something.
And Cuba Gooding Jr. He's won an Oscar. I think didn't Jamie win an Oscar?
Yeah, for Ray, I think.
Yeah.
But you saw that post I did in Patreon about Cuba Gooding Jr. being naked all the time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a straight pervert.
Yeah, he's a free spirit in real life, like for real. It's in this.
Yeah. His nickname is Butt Naked.
Yeah, Butt Naked.
Yeah.
But you know who I used to have a crush on though? It was his younger brother. You remember his younger brother Omar?
Omar, yeah.
I had the biggest crush on him growing up. I still kind of do because he's like the opposite of Cuba. He's bubbly. He's very personable. Always got a smile on his face.
Yeah.
Kind of goofy.
Definitely different from. It makes sense that he's very different from Cuba because he said he came on like I think he said they're like 10 years different.
He's the youngest child of all of them.
He's the youngest.
All of them. Yeah.
So he really didn't grow up with Cuba.
Mm-mm.
Thank God.
They grew up together, but Cuba's like about 8-9 years older than him. It could be closer to age, but I know Cuba's significantly older than Omar. Omar's the baby of all of them.
And then you know who their father is, right?
Yes, he's he was the lead
Main
singer of Main
ingredient.
Ingredients.
Yeah.
Everybody
Play with the fool. Sometimes there's no exception to the rule. But no, I love just happiness is just around the bend. Do you know that song?
Who, me?
Happiness is just around the bend by the Main Ingredient. If you don't know that, you gotta get educated. I love that song.
You gotta sing it.
Get up, get it on. Try it again, try it again. Get up. Happiness is just round the bend now. Yeah, that was the shit. You gonna love the beat, especially the way it starts off. And then what was the other Main Ingredient song I liked? Damn, why can't I think of it?
Nobody want to hear that shit.
What?
Who said they don't want to hear that shit?
About the Main Ingredient. Those were the days. You know about the Manhattans, Indigo? Let's just kiss and say goodbye.
Let's get. No, okay, where I go? I'll throw the strong and wrong. How did that song go?
Shining Star. Remember Shining Star? Honey, you are
my
shining star.
Please don't go.
Man,
they don't sing like that no more.
Nope. Honey, I never leave you lonely.
I want to know who said it. Who don't want to hear that shit?
Cyril said it. He always starting shit.
Because I want to say more of it. Just for him.
Cyril always starting shit.
No, but I love Main Ingredient. Mm-hmm. And his dad looked just like him. They're twins. Yeah.
Oh, but what about Ricky Bell from New Edition? You know who his father is?
Isn't he related to the Kool in the Gang?
No. Try again.
I was close because they're bells. Oh, don't tell me. Shit. I hate when you give me music trivia and I don't know it. And I don't know this one because I know New Edition, but I don't follow Ricky like that.
Ricky Bell, his father was William Bell of the Delphonics.
Okay.
La, 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 la. Now, if you look him up, Ricky Bell looked just like his father.
I love you. Oh.
Baby, please now. Yeah. La, 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 la. Oh, Indigo, you ever see the movie Girl 6?
Vaguely. I remember Jennifer Lewis playing in it.
Yeah, she did. She sure did.
I remember the movie. I just vaguely remember it.
That movie's not bad, especially if you watch it when you don't got nothing else to watch.
Well, I like Spike Lee. I like all his movies for the most part.
Yeah, but sometimes he takes shit a little too far, like Do the Right Thing.
Yeah. My favorite all-time movie from him will always be Crooklyn, though.
Yeah.
Every time I watch it,
the park with Crooklyn.
Huh?
No, honestly though, the thing I don't like about Crooklyn, I don't like how he had to kill the mom.
It made the movie though, because I promise you, to this day, every time I watch that thing, I boo-hoo cry every time. You would think that was my mama.
That's why I can't even really.
And when I first watched it, I didn't expect for her to die like that. Like 1 minute she was alive, writing Troy a letter. Next minute she's dying from cancer.
That's what I'm saying.
That freaked me out.
Her off too quick.
Yeah. I was like that. I said, at least kill the dad or on the song or somebody. You done already killed Queen. You done already killed Queenie. Queenie!
Right? And like Troy couldn't even spend time with her mom because she had sent her down to be with Aunt Song. Like, damn.
Yeah, that was terrible.
And then remember when Spike Lee's sister, which just looks like Spike Lee with a wig on, remember when it was like they picked Troy up from the airport and then they taking her straight to the hospital. I'm like, damn, let the girl chill at home first before you lay this heavy news on her.
Right. She didn't even get a chance to process. She done already killed the dog.
Right? Damn.
I wonder, like,
thinking that's her karma.
That's what I was about to say. I wonder, like, did she ever? I know it's just a character, but I often wonder, like, did she think that by her mother dying from cancer, that was her karma for killing that dog? Who knows?
Wait a minute. Somebody talking about Travis Scott. Wait a minute. Did he die? Show how 11 died.
Who died?
Who?
Who?
Who are you? You know, Cold Blooded by why can't Rick James?
Cold
Blood.
blooded.
That was the shit. Who are you?
Oh, I love Rick James.
Girl, who do you belong to? You know he sang that song about Linda Blair,
I'm
the
sure.
white chick from The Exorcist.
Yep.
Yep.
11 people died at his show today.
What?
So that's why I don't go to concerts no more.
Wait a minute.
I've been stopped going to rap concerts.
11 people died.
Damn.
Oh shit. I'm going on 6 hours, Indigo. You see what you do? You see what you do to me?
Don't be blaming me, child. But you're gonna have to. 8 people have
Wait a
died.
minute. I need to find out about this. Hold on.
They're reporting 8 people died.
At the Travis, what was it? Some type of stampede? Like did people get trampled on?
It was an Astro Festival.
That's a sacrifice.
That's definitely a sacrifice.
And how about he just put out didn't he just put out new music?
They showing pictures of the people dying and everything.
What? Oh,
shit. A mass of concert goers at the Houston NRG Park began to compress to the front. People got trampled to death.
Oh my God.
That's why I don't.
The only crowd I ever stood out in was at the On the Run tour with Beyonce and Jay-Z, and I was there. Motherfuckers to press me against the damn wall because we stood up the whole time. It was like a mosh pit.
They calling it a crowd surge. I'm gonna just pull this picture up right here. This is all we need to see.
11 people went into cardiac arrest.
See, wait a minute. Say it again.
11 people went into cardiac arrest, including a 10-year-old.
A 10-year-old was rushed to the hospital. Oh my God!
Wait a minute. Something don't sound right. Indigo with that. 11. Wait a minute. How many people went into cardiac arrest?
11 people.
Are they the ones that got trampled on?
It says 23 people were rushed to the hospital, including a 10-year-old. Authorities said
of those hospitalized, 11 were in cardiac arrest. Some 300 people are treated at field hospitals on the scene.
Yo, something's not right. That many people having cardiac arrest. I'm not buying it.
No cause of death for the 8 confirmed fatality. So 8 people have been confirmed dead.
No, but look at this. 11 people. You know, 11 is a master number. They be having these codes in here. Now look at this picture of him. He's showing you that the industry owns him. This is how they, the one eye symbolism.
Yep.
Do you see this shit? I believe that this was some type of sacrifice. And again, he just put out some new music. They'll do this, just so they could generate some energy to foster whatever agenda or to make somebody even bigger than what they are. I'm not buying it. I believe that stampede was caused, and they have devices that can make people have heart attacks.
Yeah. Isn't he the baby daddy of one of the Kardashians?
Is he? Oh yeah, he's dating
Kylie
Jenner.
Yeah, I think he's the baby that he got 2 kids by her.
So they're using the number 8 too. Well, 8 is Saturn.
Yeah.
They have these weapons where it looks like a gun, but it doesn't shoot bullets. Instead, it shoots this signal, and it can make somebody have a heart attack. How do we know that they didn't do that at this concert?
That is so unfortunate.
And he has been rising in terms of success.
And then of all places, it happened in Houston.
Yeah.
And Astro World, I think, isn't he from Houston?
Is he?
He's from Texas, right? And Astro World wasn't that park in Texas? In Houston, Texas? Yes, because Beyonce used to like to go to Astro World. Yeah. And it's called Astro World.
Even the name of that Astro World, that sounds, that sounds kind of fishy to have it go down there.
That's what I was saying. Like, it's weird. Of all places that it happened down there.
Now, that's the official story. It was because a lot of people sneaked in. Well, where was security? Usually concerts, security is thick.
A lot of people
know people are going to sneak
so they were passing out.
They know people are going to sneak in, so usually security is going to be thick.
Right.
I'm not buying it. That's the official story they're telling you. How you know that they didn't have a group of people actually go in there to create the stampede?
To incite riot.
Right.
Well, we know they were doing that with the BLM riots last year. So I mean,
They
anything's
sure
possible.
were.
And they
Remember
also were doing that.
cops?
Remember those folks went into the Capitol. The Capitol. They were breaking into the Capitol building.
Yep. Yep. And how about during the riots too? Remember people were finding like stacks of bricks?
Yeah.
Like there was just bricks just stacked up that people could just take.
Yeah.
To bust out windows and shit.
Yep.
They even said in Chicago, dudes have found like cases of guns in alleyways just sitting there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff is pre-planned.
I mean, how do you think guns and drugs get into the ghettos? I mean, back in the day, back in the 80s, they used to literally leave stuff like that in the alleys, like you said, in the alleys and unmarked vans and all kind of stuff, and people just go up and get whatever they wanted and distribute it around the neighborhoods, especially particularly the games.
Yeah,
that's how they were able to get guns into the neighborhoods. They planted there. They're looking for us to take ourselves out. They want us to do that.
Oh, I definitely believe it. That's why you have like that alien mayor looking like a damn frog, Beetlejuice bitch.
Oh no,
Mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, wanting to defund the police and stuff. I'm like, really, bitch? She wants people to kill each other.
She looks like a villain.
Yeah,
she looks like a villain out of a Batman.
Does she look like a villain?
Yeah.
Let me pull up a picture. We can leave with this.
You just love to give us nightmares.
No, y'all need this. It is Scorpio season.
We done went from Bootsy to Drake, funny looking ass.
And I swear, this bitch is not
That was
human.
my fault because I brought his name up. Now we gotta look at her ugly ass.
She is not human, and she does have Saturn conjoined to the Aquarius South Node, which
is so unfortunate what happened to those people. That's why I don't do concerts like that, outside concerts and stuff like that.
I don't either anymore.
And if I do go to a concert, I sit way in the back. And I'm one of those people that like to be up at the front of the stage. I don't do that no more.
Oh hell no. And look, that's her with makeup on. Stop playing.
Oh Jesus Christ. She look like she a old stud lesbian that just got out of prison and found Jesus.
No, but there's something with that Aquarius energy and how some people be having them wide spaced apart eyes. Oprah has them.
Aquarius. You know what she looks like?
Brandy has it.
Do you remember that little Martian that used to be on the Flintstones?
Wait, don't tell me Kazoo.
Yeah, that's what she looks like.
Remember Kazoo? I love Kazoo.
That's what she looks like.
You think Kazoo was better looking than that?
You remember that thing that was on the Ice Age?
Oh yeah, that had the eyes on the side.
That's what she looks like.
Or she looks like a pug, like one of them pug dogs. Yeah, them pug dogs. That's what she looked like.
She does.
Yeah, and she is a mean. Like she is just.
She looks like she don't play. She looks like she don't play.
If she's not careful, she could get locked up because she does have some aspects in her chart that it might be Saturn square Neptune.
Well, she's in the right city for that.
Yeah. So
let's just say the stuff she gets away with in Chicago, she cannot do it elsewhere. Let's just say that.
Right.
That's why she's in Chicago.
And she got a white wife. Nothing wrong with that, but
so she is a lesbian.
Yeah.
She is a lesbian because she was at the Pride, Chicago Pride with Shaka Khan. I remember that.
I'm gonna show you her wife.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. She was being like Shaka Khan was being nice to her.
Well, Shaka Khan, she headlined at the Pride this year. And there were pictures floating around with her taking pictures with Shaka Khan. I was like, who is this lady taking the picture with Shaka Khan?
Okay, now Lori Lightfoot don't look that bad when she smiles. So she's smiling here with her wife. Let me pull this picture up. So I'm gonna give her credit here. She don't look bad.
That's a bad picture of her right there, though.
Yeah, that's a really bad picture. Like if she would smile more, she would look so much better. Like watch when you see world of difference.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess she got some pussy that night or something.
Yeah.
Look, she don't look too bad there.
She doesn't. And her hair's done and everything. Look,
her eyes even look closer together.
Now, I'm not trying to be funny because I'm a part of the LGBTQ ABC ESG. But why does her wife look more masculine than she does? And she looks
Right, and I thought
masculine.
she was a stud.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm thinking. It's so
but
confusing
no,
these days.
it's actually kind of quite. I've seen like stud on stud together, like where it's just, one's just more studlier than the other. So I think they're two studs, but she's the studlier one, the white woman.
Just a studious affair.
Yeah, yeah.
She still looks like she just found Jesus.
Who, Lori? Yeah, don't she?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That lady treat her right, I guess.
Yeah, she treat her real right. Get the strap.
Mm-hmm. Yo, this picture is cringe though. Let me show this real quick.
Oh, she's pretty right there. She is. She needs to smile more.
She really does. She's not as bad looking as I thought, but she evil as shit. Now this kiss right here is awkward though.
Yeah, it looks forced.
Yeah, don't it look forced? Look at her. She craning her neck.
Yeah.
Damn.
And look at the girl in the background. She's like, yeah.
Is she really, you think? Oh, look at the dude in the background. He like
trying to figure it out.
Yeah. But yeah, Lori Lightfoot, she can clean up pretty well, I see.
Yeah. It looks awkward.
Oh, and here she go with Oprah and her wife. If she just smiles, she doesn't look bad. But if she's not smiling,
She looks like a villain.
she look like a troll, a villain. Yeah.
Like a troll that got her hair cut off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they got an adopted child.
Interesting.
Now, Darius McCrary, somebody mentioned him before I go. Is he a Scorpio?
I mentioned him about Sydney Star.
Let's find out.
But first, let's pull up the picture of him and Sydney because I seen it. Sydney Star.
I don't think he was dating her, but I definitely think that they messed around.
Well, he claims he just took a picture with her.
No, he didn't take no damn picture. There's a whole video of him making out with her.
I'm like, look, if he'll marry Superhead, he'll get with anybody.
That's all I'm
saying.
He's a Taurus. May 1st.
May 1st.
Yep.
Wait a minute, there's a picture of him kissing her. So what's he talking about? They're more than just friends.
There's a whole video of him kissing her.
Oh. I have to admit, Sydney Star has done well for herself being trans. Like
she's an Aquarius.
She's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Like superficial wise.
I just think he should just live his truth. I mean, I've been saying Eddie was for the family, but I mean, he just needs to get himself together. It's the type of girls he's dating. Because you went from Superhead to Sydney Star. You like chaos and drama.
I wonder if he got anything in Gemini.
Oh God. Please no. We don't want to claim him.
I like Eddie Winslow.
Okay, I'm just going to ask y'all this. Okay, so that's it. Sydney Star. She's trans. What makes her look so different from someone like Meg Thee Stallion? Like, because if you told somebody that Meg Thee Stallion was trans, a lot of people would be like, oh, no, she ain't. Same with Jocelyn. If you told somebody Jocelyn was trans, oh, no, she ain't. Well, why is, because she didn't say she was.
Well, I'll tell you this. I know Sydney Star personally. And even before she became Sydney Star, as you guys knew her to be, she always have been passable. She always have looked just like a girl. I didn't even know she was transgender until she told me. She's that passable. So, I have to say that she started transitioning when she was in high school. She was like one of the first transgenders in her school.
Mm-hmm.
So she started very early with her taking hormones and all that. But the thing is, when making this, and she's like 5'5", she's like really, really, really short. So she looks like a little girl, a young woman. I think, and
you call 5'5" short.
I mean, compared
for a man, okay.
So a man, 5'5", 5'4". She's not tall at all. And I think what make the Stallion is because she's so tall and statuette, and same thing with Jocelyn Hernandez, and they look kind of hard a little bit. So I can see why they call them. They might think they would be transgender, but a lot of that is surgery too. Like I said, the girls they're getting surgery to look more and more like transgender girls.
But what I'm saying is, to me, Jocelyn and Meg Thee Stallion, they look more trans than Sydney Star.
That's
but
what
if
I'm
you
saying.
told people that Jocelyn and Meg are trans, they would be like, no, they're not. And you'd be like, yes. And then they'd be like, well, they never said they were. And it's like, why do you think everybody's going to tell you the truth?
Well, I think the verdict is still out on Jocelyn and Marlo.
I believe Marlo is a biological male. Jocelyn is a biological male. And then who's the other one I mentioned?
You said
I think Meg Thee Stallion. I'm not sure. The jury is still out on that one for me. But because I haven't studied her too much. But yeah.
I don't know. Ever since you told me Marlo might be transgender, I've been paying attention to her. And she just gives me old school trans teas. Like I've been transitioning since the 70s teas.
Who, Marlo?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why she's so hateful, if you notice.
Yeah.
And then you ever see them big ass feet? But know who else got those big ass feet? That's why we gotta look at what's love got to do with it. Angela Bassett. You got these big ass, like this is the scene right after Ike like smack her upside the head, and then she's sitting like by the bed, and you see them big ass feet. Lord.
Oh, that's probably why he was so mad, because her feet were so big.
And not even big feet, because some women got big feet, but she got man feet.
I never paid attention.
That's the one thing that's very hard to disguise. Man hands and man feet. Now, some men just have like natural delicate fingers. Like I did a reading for somebody this week. I can't go into detail because I don't be spilling the tea on like readings I do for clients. But oh my God, oh my God, this picture of this dude, he had fingers like they were women fingers. It was so strange.
I believe it.
They were so delicate and like so pretty. And he was like a mask. He was trying to be masculine. He was trying to be straight. But even the way he was holding the phone, like it was like me and the chick, we could tell something was very off.
He was holding the phone all dainty.
Yeah, very dainty. That's the perfect word. Yeah. He has some dainty fingers. So I would say he would be a good candidate, like if he had the face for being trans, because the hands match up, like in terms of he had feminine fingers.
Yeah.
And with my Mars and Gemini, I'm very much like into like, well, not say I could easily be turned off by a man's fingers. You know what I don't like? I don't like when men have them short nail beds. Like I'm real particular about fingers. And one of my exes, his nail beds was a little too short for my tooth. And I was like, makes sense that he act like a caveman a lot of times.
You mean it like little nubs?
You know, where there ain't much of the nail, it's
right.
more.
It's like stubby, like little, like their head never grew, like the rest of their body grew up, but their hands still remain the same.
The whole nail bed was too short.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, that it wasn't enough for me to say I can't deal with you. But yeah, I've seen some man's hands like that one dude that think he gonna build a school one day. Lord have mercy, disgusting sausages.
Not Omar, Umar.
But we gonna say that for Patreon, because I ain't here for that type of smoke.
We call her Uber. Uber Douglas, that's her name.
But check out the hands when you get a chance. It's disgusting.
His whole is disgusting.
There's certain, like if you got nasty looking hands, I can't deal with you. It's the teeth and the hands for me. If the teeth are nasty and your hands are just weird, I can't. Yes, the nail bed's my business.
What if his teeth is too small?
Wait, whose teeth are too small?
I said, what if the man's teeth is too small, like toddler teeth?
I can't do the baby teeth. There's no way. Or if the lips are too small too.
What if he have big gums? and small
No,
teeth.
wait, if he had the long gums with that he was a Gumby, I could not. Mm-mm. Did I tell you that I went out on a date with this geek? Hold on, I forgot. I know I had to tell this story. I went out on a date with this geek, and he had a jagged tongue. His tongue was jagged. How the fuck? How does that happen? But I did hear somebody say that's a disease.
His tongue was jagged, like the side of his tongue was all jagged. Was it long?
It was thick and jagged. Like it looked like he'd been chewing on the side of his tongue all his life. And thank God he wasn't my type. It was a situation where the Aquarius, remember I told you about the light-skinned Aquarius dude, right?
Uh-huh.
He was the one who set me up on the date with him. Because he was like, yo, I got a friend you could juice.
He was being shady. That's that Aquarius
working at the casino at the time. So he was like, yo, one of my coworkers, he a real simp. He was like, he a geek. He was like, he'll take you shopping, all that. And he really did. But I could only last for one date. I couldn't. Especially when he thought he was going to get a kiss good night. I was like, nope.
You didn't want that jagged edge in your mouth?
No, hell no. Oh, it was terrible. But he took me to a very fine restaurant. I think that was because I was a teenager back then. So that was like my first experience with fine dining. That was memorable. But he didn't have no conversation, no person. I think he was talking about the casino all night because he was a dealer. So he was like 18 making good money because, you know, I don't know how much dealers make now, but
one thing about it, if you can't make me laugh or carry a conversation, I'm going to be bored to tears.
Right.
That's a no-go for me.
Yup.
Because you could be like all of that, but if you can make me laugh, you might stick around a little while.
Then I remember I went out on a date with this guy. He thought he was like high to Diddy and shit. He was bougie acting. And I remember he thought he was the shit, but all he could afford was a Mercedes Benz and one of them compressors. Remember the little compressors? Mm-hmm. Small and compact. And I remember because I think he thought he was really impressing me. And I was like, this shit ain't impressing me, dude. Like, because I think back then it was like, what was the ones that was really the top of the line Mercedes back then? The 560s or something like that.
You asking the wrong person.
But yeah, he had the little white compressor Mercedes Benz, and I was like, I only made it on one date with him too. Like, I can't be the type of woman that's dating a guy just because he got money. No, you gotta bring something else to the table.
Right.
Yeah. He one of them black dudes with the good hair and everything. I was like, none of that. No, none of this stuff is impressing me. And he was stuck up too.
That's a major turn off.
Nope. Major turn off. Major turn off. But yeah, let me wrap things up.
You sure you wasn't dating Mark Daly?
Who's Mark Daly?
Kenya Moore's ex baby dad. Kenya Moore's baby dad.
No, it wasn't him. I know that was this dude's head was too big. Oh, speaking of did you hear about Cynthia? Her husband cheating on her?
I believe he's cheating on her. I believe he's cheating on her when they were she was just his girlfriend. I think that Mike Hill is not great with marriage.
He doesn't look like it.
He doesn't have the best track record. And I do believe he has a hidden sex addiction that Cynthia does not know about.
I agree. I found it kind of questionable when she let her daughter live with him and she was on the other side of the country or something.
Yeah, I didn't like that either.
Yeah, I was like, what's up with that?
Cynthia, that's that Pisces shit. No boundaries. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one.
And I feel like the only guy that really, and I don't know her relationship with Leon, but I feel like Leon was the only one that got away from her. Leon was the one that got away. Of all the men that Cynthia have dated that we know of, I think Leon was the one that she should have been with.
Well, of course they could share like makeup tips and stuff, because you know how
I'm done.
You know, I mean, come on now. I think they were good friends. And, you know, sometimes gay men have a thing for, well, of course, they would have to be bisexual for them to have a thing for women, too.
No, I
But yeah,
everybody's a little bit gay in the
he's
industry.
definitely bisexual to me. There's no way he's totally straight.
Really?
And
Well, he did do that DL scene where he was in the shower with that man. That man was
what's that movie? Cover? We need to watch that during a watch party. Yeah. He
so
played
I mean,
that role so good. He was catty.
Not David Ruffin.
Every role he gets in, he's catty as shit.
Not David Ruffin. He's not gay.
David Ruffin. I mean, he was a catty David Ruffin.
Ain't nobody came in here to see you, Otis.
Right? He played the shit out of that role up. He really did. I would say he didn't seem as like, you know, fruity in the 5 Heartbeats. He kind of was able to keep that under wraps.
I thought he was very flamboyant in that movie.
Yeah, flamboyant. But
didn't he play Little Richard?
Yeah.
He did play Little Richard.
He did a good job too, but he let it all hang out.
Yes, he did.
He did a good job with Little Richard.
I never thought he was a bi. I never got the gay vibe from him though. That's different.
Indigo, you think a totally straight as an arrow man could play the Little Richard role and play it and be convincing?
I mean, I guess.
No. All right, we're gonna take a poll, ladies.
Oh, God.
If you think, because sometimes I notice sometimes men don't understand like how this all works. Ladies, if you think a straight man could successfully play the role of Little Richard and come across as convincing, you think that's possible? Press 2. If you say no, press 1.
Oh, I love Maxwell. I hope he has a twinkle in his eye. I'll put it.
Yeah, I got your message, Patricia.
I'll put it.
Yes,
there.
I saw the twinkle, honey.
I love me some Maxwell.
But he created some drama. Did you hear that? Because some black women came for him on Instagram and they were like, why don't you represent women of color more? Because he had been posting all these pictures of white women. And he was like, oh, y'all some racist bees. Y'all just, it was something. He went off on them.
Not Maxwell. Not my Maxwell.
Mm-hmm.
He don't bother nobody.
Now, I forget which one I designated as 1 and 2. Wait,
that's what I was about to say. You got a lot of 1s and 2 2s.
I think I said if you think that a straight man could play Little Richard, press 2.
Angie and Cassandra said that they believe you can.
I'm with them. I believe a straight man can play a gay man, play a gay character.
I feel like they can if it's comedy.
But he played
the serious role.
Honestly, he doesn't really get the credit that he deserved when it comes to playing Little Richard, because he played the shit out of Little Richard, and it's very hard to play Little Richard.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so it takes acting talent, but you also have to be loose enough, if you get what I mean. Yeah, Maxwell. Wow.
Yes.
Fuck shit.
Lucy.
Fortunate to have you, girl. I'm so glad you're in my world. Just long as the sky is blue.
Sky is blue.
What's Maxwell's sign?
Gemini.
Oh, he's a Gemini. That's right.
Yes.
I like when he hit them high notes.
Yeah. I like the fact that he could switch his voice up. Like he could sing falsetto, but he could sing really low too.
Like he even does it in that song. And I'll never sing a song with all my mind.
It's like 2 different people are singing the song at the same time.
I love it. But you know who else did that as a Gemini? Prince. Yes.
Yeah, Prince did it.
Famous for that.
Yeah. You see how beautiful it is to be a Gemini?
It really is. And then I was telling somebody today, I was like, you know, because we were talking about signs that can produce gruff voices in women.
Yeah.
And
Aries.
I did mention, but I also meant, Gemini. I mean, Aries, but Gemini can do it too. And I was like, 2 good examples: Lauryn Hill and Gladys Knight.
Yeah.
Geminis, and they got that, you know, I love that grittiness in their voice. It's been a miracle.
And it's Sagittarius too. You know, Tina's a Sagittarius.
For what you've done. Yeah.
Her voice is very raspy and ragged.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please stay by my side. 2 can be 1. You ever see Claudine? The righteous.
I love that movie.
Any world will know. So you know that song by Gladys Knight, The Makings of You?
I love that song.
Oh, believe I told you so. Yeah.
Don't come home pregnant, mama.
Almost impossible to do. We got to see that too during a watch party.
Mm-hmm.
Describing the makings of you.
That whole album was the shit.
Yeah. And then Lauryn Hill with her gruffy voice. Yeah.
111.
Mm-hmm. Even though I hated that Thing song. What is I hated that song. Girls, you know you better.
Oh, I can stand that song.
I hated that song. I'm like,
I was one of the few people that cannot stand that song. I'm like, y'all like this song?
Right?
And it was her only. What did she got a Grammy out of that album? It's her only successful album.
Oh, wasn't that her only? Well, she did do the acoustic album, but that was a failure.
That was she was on the deep end.
She let that Marley dude make her lose her mind.
Yeah.
No.
Don't shoot me in the face, but I used to have a thing for him too.
Marley?
No, her husband.
I don't even think he's one of the cuter ones.
He's not, but I just had
What's his name? Rohan Marley?
Yeah.
Rohan. Let me look at him again.
He looks like Lenny Kravitz when he cut his hair off. That's why I said that.
Oh, hell no. Yeah. He's one of the worst looking Marleys. I'll take that other Marley. What's that? Damian Marley? I'll take his skinny ass before this dude. Out in the streets, they call it murder. Welcome to Jam Rock. That's the shit.
I can't believe you said Leon was sweet. And see, Leon, back in the 90s, all the women like Leon. If it wasn't Denzel, it was Leon.
Okay, I will admit, I did like Leon, like the way he looked for a split second. And it might have been in, I'm trying to think what movie.
Waiting to Exhale?
No, it wasn't Waiting to Exhale, I don't think. Because he was an asshole in that. But maybe it was Waiting to Exhale. I don't know. But I don't know. He just never did it for me like that. I always sense a little tinge of like too much femininity in there for me.
I could see it, but I never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
And I thought Eddie Winslow was sweet when I first saw him. I was like, that dude is gay. He's gonna be a gay man when he gets older.
Why do I kind of feel sorry for Eddie Winslow? What is it about him?
I think because he's a child star and he just lost his way along the way. You know, a lot of those child stars lose their way.
You ever see what movie was that where he played the basketball player and Vivica Fox was in it?
Oh wow, that's a good one.
Wait a minute, was it Vivica Fox? I know Nicole Ari Parker was in it. It was it was called 30 something, or like they were turning 30s or something. It ain't even worth mentioning. But yeah, he did have that little role.
I don't remember that one.
But damn it, again, if you're gonna get with Superhead, you're gonna get with anybody. You really don't.
Once you have Superhead, your life would never be the same. It seems like anybody that's ever dealt with Superhead, their life was just turned upside down.
Right?
She's what they call it, an incubus.
She really is succubus. She's a succubus.
Yeah, she's more of a succubus to me.
Yeah.
Her energy, Virgo energy.
Yeah. And remember, like, her fame was really like 15 minutes. And you sucked all that dick. You did all that. And then you told on yourself and only got 15 minutes of fame. And I bet you the money that she got from the books probably all spent up.
And I still have that book, one of her books. I have a second one.
And then look, if she would have kept her mouth shut, she would have been living good because she could have got with a basketball player, football player. She had that look where she could have really dated up and married up. But you wanted to run your mouth. Like
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
Virgo.
The men ran through her. They used her and abused her and ran right through her. And I feel like she was jaded when she wrote that book. That was her way of getting back at them.
But again, she didn't know how to play the game because it's like it just kind of shows you. And I did talk about this, how Virgo can sometimes settle for less and sell themselves short.
Yep.
She didn't think long term. She was so much about getting clout because she could say that she sucked this dick and sucked that dick. But it's like, fuck the clout, get the money. Like,
Be
you did
quiet,
all
girl.
that for
My thing
free.
is, be quiet. What happened to the good old days where groupies learned to be quiet and they wait till they were like in their 60s and 70s on their deathbed before they wrote books about who they were dealing with? I
Right? And
miss
really
those
catch
days.
it.
These girls,
Yeah.
they would get on YouTube quick and would just tell all their business for for nothing.
Look, they'll even be saying stuff like, "Yeah, I tossed his salad and everything." Like they
I'm
just
like,
be
you
letting
could
it
have
all
wrote
hang
that in
out.
a book 30 years from now and got paid.
Yep.
You wait till you get old and see now, like Quincy Jones did. Because he told
Yeah.
all his business. He said Marvin Gaye was gay. He said Marlon Brando. Who else he say?
Who you talking about? Quincy Jones?
Quincy Jones. He wrote a book a couple years ago. He basically
Oh, I know, but he could have wrote
he
a whole
doesn't
book on his dirty ass.
right. He said Virgos don't know how to seal the deal. Absolutely, Angie. They don't.
Right? Right?
They don't. They all almost. It's just like it's always like it's like a puzzle with a missing piece.
And they talk too much. You see how in the book she was just analyzing like the size of their dicks and stuff and all
Yeah.
that type of stuff. I'm like, but that didn't really get you paid. And again, I know by now that money is probably gone.
See, what she should have did is she should have had pictures included of all the dicks.
Right. She even had a child with a rapper that was already washed up. Cool G Rap.
Isn't that the one that made her nose bleed?
Yeah. So she couldn't even really get a lot of child support from him because by the time she had his child, he wasn't really like making. I don't think he ever made a lot of money as a rapper.
I didn't know him until she mentioned
Couldn't
him.
have, because you know how those record companies do the average rapper.
Yeah, you don't make any money.
She was an underachiever, straight up underachiever.
That's that dark side of Virgo, man.
Yeah.
Don't be shocked.
Yup.
And they sabotage their relationships with people.
Yup. And she was so much like she was so insecure that again these celebrities are paying her attention, and that's enough for her.
You know, she also dated Columbus Short.
Oh yeah, I remember. I used to think he was cute.
I thought he was cute too. I found out he likes to beat up on women.
Oh, that's right, he sure does. Why all the cute ones gotta be violent? Know who else I thought was cute until somebody told me he beat up on women? Y'all gonna laugh if I tell you I think he's cute because he's like old. He's young enough to be my son, but I just said cute. That's all. Like if I was his age, I'd be like, oh, I. But then again, I don't like all them tattoos. His name is NLE Chopper. Somebody told me he beat up his girlfriend.
I see that. He is he's funny looking, but he's cute in the same way. Like he's funny looking, but he's cute. I see it.
You see, yeah. So I would have a crush on him if I was a young chick. Yeah, if he came from my time period, especially if he didn't get his neck all tattooed like that. He's a Scorpio.
Yeah, that's that Scorpio shit.
Let me pull up a picture of him.
Oh, there you go.
I just can't help it.
Bye, Darius. That's a nice picture of you, Darius. The eyes look kind of weird, but oh well. That face is big.
This must have been before he got the tattoos on his neck, because he looks much better here. But yeah, he a little cutie.
He looks like the little kid next down the street.
He do. That's why I was surprised when somebody was like he was whooping his girlfriend's ass. But then again, a lot of them cute ones can get violent.
He need his ass whooped. Yeah, see, he looks better without the tattoos.
Yeah.
And he's so young to be having those big tattoos on his body like that. Like he's gonna really regret that when he gets older.
Yeah, I think he's my son's age. Let me see. What year was he born?
Gotta be about 2021.
Let me see.
He might be 19, 18 years old, honestly.
Yeah, he is around that because my son turns 19 this month.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, he was born the same year as my son, 2002.
And he's into the holistic move in the holistic lifestyle. Like he has his own garden and stuff. Like it's like he has a light side to him, and then he has this dark side. Like the dark side with him beating up on his girlfriend.
That's what.
And so
Well, he is a Sagittarius South Node, so he got some anger issues.
That's what that is.
And it's conjoined to Pluto. Thank God my son don't have that shit. Like my son, he got a Sagittarius South Node, but it's conjoined to his sun, not Pluto. Thank God.
I have a Sagittarius South Node, and people have. I've been told that I have an anger. I guess when you really make me mad, I have anger issues, but it rarely comes out.
Right. So you see what I like? Yeah. You see how he's of the lighter persuasion, yeah. But he don't look. He's not pretty. I don't like when they too pretty. He got a little. He got that je ne sais quoi.
It's like this dorky look. It's like this dorky.
He does have a dorky look that I like.
Yeah, it's kind of like.
Mm-hmm. Let me pull up another picture of him real quick.
It's like Will Smith when Will was younger. Like Will wasn't conventionally handsome, but it was something about him that made him adorable.
He got a funny. His mouth kind of funny too.
He looks like a Muppet.
Adds appeal to him.
He looks like a Muppet.
He does.
He like the Beaker. Remember Beaker?
He really does have that Beaker look. Now he looked like a little baby right here. I wouldn't even feel right looking at that picture.
He's a cutie.
Yeah, some of these pictures he look awkward as hell.
Yeah, he need his ass whooping with beating up on girls though.
Now here he look crazy as shit. I'm scared. Now this is what I mean. Like Scorpios can do this. Like sometimes they look good as shit, and then other times you be like, okay, he's
a Scorpio.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh, you did say you're a Scorpio.
Now wait till I show you this picture. You gonna see the crazy in him.
Oh Lord.
It's scary.
Yeah.
Look at it. I'm scared.
Yeah. Totally, and he looks totally different there.
Totally different, which tells me he's not going to age well. Like he going to outgrow his looks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's scary. And it looks like he got too many teeth too.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the grill that's doing it, but it's the tattoos, it's the hair, it's the eyes looking dead as ever.
Right, the eyes.
It's like his face got lighter. It's weird. He looks like a clone right there.
Yeah, it's
and we laugh, but I really do believe that we do have clones that are among us.
I think so too.
Like you have the celebrity, then you have a clone that's out there.
Yeah, he got a wide ass mouth. He do.
I like those lips though. Let me stop. He is too young.
Patricia said he looked like a hardcore star. Actually,
he does.
He does. Let me show one where
like she used to be a really pretty girl, but then she decided to be a stud lesbian, cut all her hair off, and just got tattoos, and that's what she looks like.
Actually, he looks really cute here, but that hairline looks fake, and I don't like guys that do that fake dye. Like when they put the
Beijing.
The Beijing, yeah, I don't like that shit. But I like his face, right, and I think this was before the tattoo too. But he does look like a stud.
He looks like Jay-Z right there.
You think he look like Jay?
He look like that would be Jay-Z's son. Jay-Z and Beyonce's son. It's the lips and the nose.
Esoteric said it's latex and prosthetics. He's wearing a mask.
I see what you're talking about. When they do the fade hairline with the dreads.
That's too. You could tell that they made that.
Yeah, he probably took a spray. He probably spray painted it.
Yeah,
and it could be a man weave because that's what the man weaves be looking like.
I know all the men are chasing after this young boy. That's a damn shame.
Child.
That's a shame. Like, and that's part of the problem. Like, when you cute and you're a dude, you're just naturally like vulnerable to these predators,
especially in the industry.
P. Diddy licking his lips right now. Like, yeah. And they're both Scorpios. I hope P. Diddy don't get his hands into him. I really hope not. If I see them doing a collaboration, I'm already going. Yeah, it's a wrap. He already, he ruined Usher and shit.
He did.
I think that's where Usher got the herpes from.
Oh.
Yeah. Did you see the video of P. Diddy kissing baby on the head?
What?
You didn't see that?
No.
Because I saw this today. Hold on. Let me find it real quick.
You're just gonna give us nightmares tonight. I'm not going to sleep.
It really made me uncomfortable.
And the fact that they both have been accused of being a little suspect, it just makes it even worse.
But even baby look uncomfortable because you know how P. Diddy, he's pretty much open. Like he's never come out, but his behavior.
Especially when he gets drunk. Yeah. When he gets drunk off that Ciroc, he tells everything.
Yup.
Go back and watch the videos of when he's intoxicated. That man, he sings like a canary.
All right, I'm trying to find where is this video?
By Jay-Z's son. He looks just like Jay-Z, a lighter skin of Jay-Z. Like that could be Jay-Z and Beyonce's son.
Come on, you know Jay-Z was never that cute.
Jay-Z wasn't the conventionally handsome, but he was decent looking when he was younger.
Okay, I'll say Jay-Z looked like he could be his cousin. Yeah, far removed.
No, I won't say far removed. They got some nose and they got some nose. Because I'm thinking of Beyonce and Jay-Z, their features.
All right, I'm about to pull up baby in this. Hold on.
But he does like a lesbian right there. Maybe he used to be a woman.
Maybe that it. I mean, you know.
I mean, we saying that the girls used to be men, so he might be used to be a woman. Who knows?
Oh, CeeLo Green. Oh my God.
Oh God, no.
All right.
That man's like 4'11" in person.
Hold on, I'm just trying to get to the part with P. Diddy. Remember that guy that killed that old man and he was like in some fraternity or something? The black guy, he had a bald head. I forgot what he was called, but this video kind of touches on that. Damn, where is the P. Diddy part? Oh, he gets into Beyonce's video too.
Oh God.
I don't believe it. I'm trying to find that one clip of P. Diddy.
Patricia, I haven't seen you in a while.
Why can't I find it? It must be a short clip.
We got to read Kaya's chart before the season is over.
Yeah, she got
her chart.
She got issues.
That's why we need to see what's going on with her.
And why she look so cheap?
Who?
Kaya.
I have no idea.
Like she get all her clothes from like the dollar store.
Not the dollar store. Like
from Paredes or whatever.
From Maxwell. Mm-hmm. Do y'all have a Maxwell in Arizona?
Maxwell?
Maxwell.
Yeah. Never heard of it.
Okay, it's a department store. It's like
that sounds real budget.
It is.
Maxwell. We got what's the one? What's that one? We got this one called Fala Paredes, but that's more Mexican. And then we got you got K Momo.
Mm-mm.
Y'all don't have K Momo out there?
Mm-mm. You ever heard of rainbows?
Of course, yeah.
That's what she dressed.
Now you can come out a rainbow looking kind of cute if you know what you're looking for.
That's true.
P. Diddy and baby.
What about City Trends?
Never heard of it.
Really? Okay.
Nope. Never heard of City Trends. In Philly, there was a place called City Blue, but they were
some of the clothes in there is pretty decent. But like you said, it's how you shop. It's how you if you know how to dress, you can find some really nice stuff in there for next to nothing. The only thing about those types of clothes, you can only wear it a couple times before they become like play clothes because the quality of the clothes don't last. Like once you can wash them and shit.
This video says P. Diddy kisses baby from Cash Money and grinds on him.
Oh, not grind.
Yes, Grinds. Hold on, I'm about to play it.
Oh Lord. Oh, they got a video?
Look, that remind me of that song. Remember Pretty Ricky, Grind on Me?
Yes.
Take your time on me.
That's another song I couldn't stand.
Yeah, I
I
didn't
don't
like
think he
that.
could sing to me. Oh God. And baby looking sweet as ever.
I got new shoes on.
Why is he jumping on him like a little?
You see that? Little baby look uncomfortable.
Baby wasn't bad looking until he got all those stupid tattoos.
This is real old, ain't it? Yeah, because he don't have that tattoo. Yeah, you're right. Because that's how old Sean John
This is right, because this is back when Lil Wayne was like a teenager.
You feel me? He like Clinton. I was the president for shit.
What is wrong with him?
But at the end of the day, we in the old one, and we in his man.
Look how he hugging on Diddy though. He like that kid.
I gotta see that jump again. We're gonna do it in slow motion. Hold on.
I know that breath is hot. Look, spitting in his face.
Look at this. This looks predacious.
Look how close he gets to his face.
Look. Oh, damn. Wait, I'm gonna have to play that one more time. Hold on.
He sounds wrong.
But that's P. Diddy, though.
That's weird.
That's P. Diddy. We all know how he gets down.
Baby seemed to like it. He embraced him afterwards. He put his hands around his shoulders like they were about to hug each other or something.
Right, like Diana said, little girl jumping on daddy. Like, what grown man does that? Like, that's.
I want to know why Baby is still engaged with Tony Braxton 30 years later. They haven't gotten married yet.
First of all, that's like the strangest couple
She cut all her hair off and everything.
Really look at Tony Braxton with the side eye, like, wow. You really are stupid. Because remember when Oprah tried to play Tony, made her feel stupid about the bankruptcy? I'm like, damn, I see what Oprah was saying.
No, that was her damn sisters and that damn mama spending all her money. And then Tony already didn't have, L.A. Reid wasn't paying her no money to begin with. That's what that was about. She signed that shitty deal like TLC did. So she didn't have no money to begin with. But the little money that she had, she was spending on her family.
So you think that it's a business transaction where, she's his beard?
I don't know, but I really think she's smitten about him. I think she really likes him.
Okay.
So Tony's still hot enough where she can have options. Why would she want to be with Baby? It's not like Baby's at the top of the food chain,
right?
So I don't know. I think she generally likes him. I just don't think he wants to commit to her like that. And maybe she don't want to get married. I don't know.
Something ain't right. I'm not buying it. And she's a Libra, so I'm sure she would like to get remarried. I know I didn't like that first husband she had.
For me, I thought he was cute though. He from mid condition.
He was Terry. What's his name? Terry. But
Terry something. I know he's from mid condition.
He was too clean cut looking. for
Yeah,
his complexion, I'll say. You know,
they made
I
some
like
beautiful
getting that
babies.
little
Man.
rough around the edges.
They made some beautiful babies.
That head is too round. Yeah. But yeah, I think all of those Braxton sisters, they're a little touched.
All of them.
And it comes down from Evelyn.
That mama and the
Yeah,
dad.
Evelyn is something else. I don't know who's crazier, Evelyn or Candy's mom. Both of them.
Yes, they're neck and neck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. They're the textbook definition of a narcissistic mother.
Very much so. What do you call those? The show stage mothers.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I cringe every time they get on the screen.
Who's Carrie Lewis?
That's his name. Carrie Lewis is her ex-husband. That's his name.
Where did I get Terry from? Is that because that's Terry Lewis' brother?
Terry Carey. It's not the same.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought his name was Terry.
It's
Have
Carey.
you seen what's that the sister's name? The one that be speaking, acting like she's from Canada.
Oh, Trina.
You ever see her weird looking son and how he look?
Yes.
Yeah, her son is weird.
Yeah.
She's weird too.
A little bit.
Yeah, you could tell she never was quite integrated fully. Her and Tracy, both her and Tracy, never quite fully integrated into the Braxton, so they kind of had to go their own way.
I feel like Trina, she suffers the most out of her entire family. She takes the most between her and Tawanda. They take the most. They internalize their pain, whereas Tracy is more outward with it. Tamar, Tony kind of distanced herself from her family. I noticed, and so does his mother. But they all of them got issues, and it stems from their parents, particularly that damn mother.
But I just love how Tony, like, she does try to portray like she's the one that has it all together out of her sisters, and she's not. She doesn't.
She don't.
And her getting with Baby just proved it. Now, yeah, I agree, Patricia. Tina Knowles is another toxic stage mother.
And you know, I used to wonder why people say that, but as I get older, I start to see it now. Yeah.
Yep.
You gotta have to, and so does Brandy's mother. You have to kind of have a little bit of that toxicity in your system to be in that position.
Yeah, and you know Brandy's mother, she looked like she could whoop some ass for real.
She looked like she wears the pants in her relationship.
Oh yeah, her the father seemed real soft. Yeah. Yep. Those stage mothers, they be ruthless.
And she seemed like she's in a relationship with her own son, Ray J.
Do you think so?
It comes off like it comes off as incestuous how she treats her son versus how she treats Brandy.
Damn, maybe that shit like
she's more effective with Ray J than she is with her husband.
I always say there's something up with those Norwoods. I need to make a movie called "There's Something Wrong with the Norwoods."
Right.
Then I would disappear with the quickness because you know
that would have to be a Patreon. That would have to be a Patreon episode,
right? What's wrong with the Norwoods? I should make a special and do all their charts and really see. Because again, I do believe the government does have families that do work for them.
Absolutely.
And again, I can't get that Whitney Houston story out of my mind because both Ray J and Brandy were connected to Whitney like that.
I want to know what she wrote in that note.
Me too.
And I want to know why was Ray J running from the hotel when we found out that she passed away? Why was he running from the hotel like that?
Right? Like he was the one who gave her the hot dose.
Well, they say that they were friends, and then some people were saying they were lovers, but I always believe he was a pusher. He was a handler. Ray J played a very sinister role in the Hollywood in the industry. I feel like he portrays himself to be one thing when he's really something totally different.
Like I feel like it's like that with the whole damn family.
Yeah.
Yeah. Told you, Brandy is dangerous.
Have you heard about Will Smith's new book that he's writing?
No, about what?
Well, he admitted in the book that he wanted to kick his his father down the stairs when his father was dying from cancer, because his father was very abusive to his mother and them when they were younger. And he was saying that he wanted to kick his father down the stairs, and how he was going to plan it, because he says he's a good actor, people would have believed him. And I was like, yeah, you're a Libra, of course we would have believed you.
Of course, yeah. And he always played the good guy role.
Right, you always play the good guy. Of course we would have believed you. But he said he wanted to kill it. He wanted to kick his father down the stairs for abusing him and when he was younger.
Makes sense, because don't Will Smith got a Scorpio moon? Yeah, I believe he does. Yup. And that's that vindictiveness, them holding grudges and stuff. I could hey, yeah, Tara, we still up. We're about to close out though, because I'm getting tired. And it's already 6:26. No, it's 6:26.
She said 666. It's demon time.
Right? I don't like when people be like, it's demon time. Where did that come from?
What was that damn movie? That damn song. Wasn't it Flawless? No, what was that song with Beyonce and Megan Thee Stallion?
I didn't know.
Savage.
What, they talk about demon time in that movie?
I believe in the song. I believe they did. It's a few songs that mention demon time, but I know for a fact. Yeah, because Beyonce said I'd be on my demon time.
Really?
She said it in Megan Thee Stallion song. But that phrase has been in several rap songs over the last couple of years.
But what does it mean? Like, what are they trying to say?
Demon time. Basically, you going out there doing evil shit.
Wow.
Or having, having a hot girl moment, like a hot girl summer. You been out there being a thought, doing thought shit.
Wow.
In other basically dark side of Scorpio energy.
Right, and that brings us full circle to what I was talking about the demons and how, some are lower level and they're not that harmful.
Yeah.
They could be more on the sex demon end. And then you got some that are trying to destroy you and others. But but I'm not the type that's going to embrace it.
Right.
Let me embrace. I'm on that demon time. Like, you're not going to hear me say that.
You got to be careful with your words.
I know. This shit's getting crazy. Okay, so Tara said, I heard demon time is late night shenanigans. And basically, that is when demons tend to be the most active.
Basically, that's what it means. The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out. The freaks come out.
Mm-hmm. And then, Michael tried to clean it up and said Thriller. He was talking about Thriller, but he was talking about that demon time, I guess, back then. Thriller night. Yeah, he's talking about the demon time.
Get up
tonight.
Yeah. And that was one moment I was so jealous that I was not a part of. I know you guys watched that forever back in the day.
Look, let me tell you, the first time I saw this, they made it a premiere and they were showing it in department stores. That's how big that shit was. So I remember, look, I'm gonna take y'all way back because some of y'all don't even know about this store, but there was a store back in the day called James Way. Does anybody remember James Way?
That was before my time.
I mean, James Way was more budget than Kmart, but yeah.
Well, that's what Next Way is.
Oh, okay. So Next Way is kind of like James Way.
Yeah.
So I remember they had it on the TV screen, and me and my sister, we just stood there in James Way. And I guess my mom was shopping a long time, but yeah, I think we saw it at least twice in a row because it was the long feature. And yeah, we were starstruck over Michael Jackson. I remember when that Thriller album first came out. My dad drove all the way to, because we were living in Jersey. My dad drove all the way to Philly to get the album. I guess did they not have record stores in Jersey? Like, what the fuck? But my dad liked to drive to. He liked to go to Philly anyway, so I guess that was his excuse.
She said they don't have fucking record stores in Jersey.
Yeah, we went all the way to Philly. We got the Thriller out. I remember we listened to that shit all day and all night. And I remember it rained that day.
My uncle introduced it to us on 8-tracks.
Oh, 8-tracks. Those. Yeah. Oh my God, bring back memories.
Yeah, he showed it. And every time I would go to my grandmother's house, he would play it for us. That's how I was introduced to Thriller. But I was so jealous that I was not able to experience it when you guys experienced it for the first time.
But I'm so old. I remember my dad having a car with an 8-track player in it.
Mm-hmm.
I remember he would put on that OJ's 8-track.
And it may not be called the 8-track. I think it's called something else, but it was before the VHSs.
Then it might have been what, the cassette tape?
It's not the VHS. You know, we had your DVDs.
You talking about the small cassette tape?
No, they're like big. It's like a big square.
You talking about the Betamax?
That's probably what it is. It's probably what I'm talking about. It's not an 8-track.
Yeah. See,
They were way before VHSs.
Your dad had the 8-track player in the car too. Yeah. Uh-huh. It was something comforting about that 8-track, the way it would switch songs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then when the cassette tapes came out, those were like, they were good, but then if a child got around to your cassette tapes, they would take the ribbon out, and then it was a mess. You was that child. It makes sense being a Gemini.
Yeah.
You was messing up all your mom's tapes.
I was mischievous like that.
Yep.
Because I would just take it and just go, you just rip it out and get all over the room and stuff. My mom used to be so mad at me.
I'm from the era where if you wanted to make a mixtape, you would have to just sit by the radio.
Yep, and record it.
Yep, and then hurry up and record that shit. Yep.
Do you remember you used to be, when you were younger, you used to have your own radio station and you play your own music and stuff?
On radio station.
You guys didn't do that when you were young?
Where they do that at?
When you press record, you can record yourself and then you record music in between you talking. You never did that?
I did. I tried to be Oprah one time. I really did. That. And it was sexual too. And I remember being so embarrassed because my Capricorn sister and her friend, they found the recording and they was laughing at me. But yeah, it was like on some sex topic, and I was acting like I was Oprah, but then I was also the guest. And so I must have been maybe 12.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was so embarrassed because my sister and her friend, they was cracking up, they was laughing. And it was pretty dirty too. It was about something dealing with sex.
I'm sure.
Yep.
Those were the days. These kids just don't understand.
No. You had to get it in somehow.
Between VHSs and cassettes, that was like the sweet spot because you can record anything.
Yep.
Only thing about it, you have to rewind that shit and flip it over.
Right. I used to record Yo MTV Raps. I used to record the videos from Rap City. Yep. I had my VHS video mixtapes.
I'm about to say what I used to record, and y'all gonna fall out. Don't laugh at me. What? You remember back on 8 when HBO used to have Real Sex?
Yep, that was so raunchy.
And do you remember when they used to have Oz? Remember the show Oz?
See, Royalty's done her entire shift. I'm glad we could be with you. Oh,
I used to record those shows back in the day. I used to record all the sex scenes. Just
I could never get into Oz because it was just too gritty and grimy.
Oh my God, that my young gay self loved it. But it was a really good show though. It was really dark. It's a really good show.
Every time I saw it, it was like somebody was getting somebody in the shower.
Getting stabbed, raped, all kind of stuff. It was crazy. It's a good show. It started getting pretty bad like towards the end though. Like it wasn't as good once all the main characters started getting killed off.
Right.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, I don't like any rape scenes. I don't care if it's fiction.
Yeah, I don't do those.
I'm just like, and especially seeing some prison rape scene, I'm just like.
I'm gonna be honest. When we were watching that movie, what was it? The one we watched the other night, the one where she was getting with Hershey, Barbara Hershey played.
Oh, she was getting raped by the ghost.
I couldn't watch that. I had to turn it off.
You had to turn it off. Why?
Yeah. I didn't want to hurt your feelings out because I couldn't get through her being raped like that.
Oh, you did drop off. I noticed because
Part of it because I fell asleep though. I ain't gonna lie. Because I woke up, you were still talking. You had just got
that was not that traumatizing.
For me, it was a little too much. Because I guess because I'm so used to her in beaches, it was just hard for me to see her like that.
We was actually making jokes the whole time about how she kept going back to that room. Obviously,
she liked that shit. She liked it. That's why. I told her at the beginning of the movie she liked that mess. I'm like, you keep going back to the damn house, burn the house down, and leave town, lady.
And then were you up when they discover who it could be? Her ex-husband?
I think we discussed that it could have been her ex-husband that was killed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was a drug addict, alcoholic, crazy. Yeah.
I mean, it was Ike Turner one. He was slapping her around. He was slapping her around and beating the crap out of her.
Yeah. Worse than Ike.
Yeah.
Ike would have been like, damn. But yeah. But let me go. We going. Oh shit. 7 hours. I'm done. We're done.
we didn't do 10 hours this time.
Right? We're done. 7 hours. I'm tapped out. Good night, Indigo.
Good night. Good night, room. I'll see some of you guys tomorrow.
Oh, we got the watch party. Yeah, I better get some sleep.
We got one tomorrow and we have one Monday, right?
Yup, we got one on Monday. And
if you're not on her Patreon, you need to join. You're missing the fun.
I'm gonna put it here in case anybody wants to join. Patreon.com.
It's $4.99 a month, right?
$4.99.
And it's $4.99 a month.
No, it's $7.50, which still ain't bad. See, look, now you going.
I'm paying somebody $4.99.
You're like, but I'm paying $4.99. I'm like,
no, I'm paying $7.99. Well, it's still affordable, and I swear to God, it's worth every penny. If you enjoyed the live tonight, you're gonna definitely enjoy the Patreon. Because you think we're dirty on this channel. We are really bad behind the scenes. And it's more of us talking and having a conversation. It's so much fun.
We be having a ball. And I'm going to do some more Patreon only and members only live streams too.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, this was fun. Love everybody.
Bye, Siobhan. Bye, Angie. Bye, everybody. I love y'all. Be safe. Bye, Ross. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Take care. See you tomorrow.